Hello everybody. As you can see, I'm the master of starting on time. They call me Time Man because I'm on it. We're going to be finishing off, well, we'll be finishing off Spooky Marathon in the same year for the first time. And we're going to be finishing off NieR Automata right now. And I'm not even going to be able to finish myself off. Wait, hang on, wait. Hi guys. Let's get into NieR. Let's forget that ever happened. Alright. So, as you may have seen in the past few streams, I have the books for the short stories. I still have my collection of short stories that I was going to read from to make sure that I'm not missing any. They should all be in these books, but if there's like an extra one because Yoko Taro was doing some weird shit with this one, then I have access to it. The first thing I wanted to do, though, is show this off. The old website Accord's Library is doing a little project. It's called Keepsake. As you can see, it kind of looks like the ending of Automata, where we have different messages from different people. NieR changed the way I view video games from Canada. NieR has helped a strange person like me feel like I have a place in this world and a reason to continue on living in it. Weird games made for weird people encapsulates the series so perfectly. Thank you for everything, Earth. NieR means the world to me, not just because of the stories, characters, and music, but also the incredible people I have met and friends I have made. due to our shared appreciation of this series. To my friends, thank you for your kindness and those who helped create / compose / develop, design, sing, contribute, and in way towards the NieR series. You have brought so much joy to my life. This message can never fully express that. To anyone else reading this, please know that you matter. Glory to mankind, USA. We have a bunch of different messages from different people about NieR and NieR, Drakengard. This is part of a project. What does NieR mean to you? Leave a message for the creators and voices behind the series. Your words will be shared with them after the January 11th, 2026 concert. I got a message. I belong to the Accords Library Discord. I collaborated with the webmaster of Accords Library to put this together. The gist is that the website will be made accessible during the January New York NieR concert for the featured guests, Yoko Taro, etc., and all general attendees to read. So, like, they're going to be giving this directly to Yoko Taro and the singers, um, and the different music artists. And there's also a little note that I could react to. It said, react to this message if you're attending the New York City concert. I will have stickers and other special things to give away during both shows. So hopefully we run into them. I'm sure they'll put their information on there because we're going to this concert. But yeah, we can choose. Just so you can always change your decision later. I changed my mind. So I can write a message. Holy shit. for anything? No, I don't think that's appropriate. Ew, USA. I signed it under me and Bree, Dave and Bree. I may have only gotten into NieR recently, but I feel like it's been waiting for me my whole life. I immediately looked up scheduled concerts as soon as I finished Automata. We cannot wait to be in the presence of such talented artists. Please don't forget Drakengard. The series deserves preservation. Both Zero and Kaine's characters and story have left a permanent mark on my heart and mind forever. Keep making exactly what you want to make. Didn't mean to be showing that. Oh, not like I showed anything crazy. Oh man, way to get emotional. Unique location tags and other fun secrets on the website, though. I don't really see anything crazy. This is
The numbers.
that's pretty good.
I figured the alcohol and the movie would be putting your account in the negative anyway.
Yeah.
And we really wanted to get that your account back to normal.
Yeah.
So I zeroed those out too.
Okay.
Especially since next week is probably going to be the last time I can do it.
Yeah.
So that's zeroed out. The gas is in the positive by 2 weeks. Cheat is at 0, and our groceries has enough for 1 week of groceries.
Good.
Okay. We're going to be in the negative again for the cheat, though, because of New Year's. But
yeah,
our accounts look still in the red, but better in the red. A little pink on the horizon. We just need I think 18, 19 hours a week to stay afloat. So we'll see.
All right. Well, apparently, I don't really have many. I don't have a lot of viewers, so it did say something I didn't read before. Um, it's a surprise. Feel free to share the site and its premise privately. It's a surprise, so at the moment I'm asking that you all don't post it publicly, social media. Let me just. I'm gonna No, I won't restart the stream. I'll be able to. It's all right. I don't have viewers. I don't have a lot of viewers at least, but that is very exciting. I can't wait. I hope it works out. Especially since I'm gonna be there. So um yeah. All right, we've meandered for long enough. Let's get into reading short stories. Let's go. Finish off NieR Automata. We will be back to NieR. Um to do let's see here. Bree told me that this was too loud last time. So let me know if the levels are okay for my reading. And let us locate the short stories in these books. Because I had some trouble finding any of them, just kind of thumbing through them. But Oh, they're marked off like this. Okay, cool. Oh, man, we got a view of the bunker itself. Lower it too distracting? Okay. Let's see. Yeah, our view of the bunker itself. Well, that shit. That's crazy looking. It's even crazier looking here. But, alright. We're gonna go through this bit by bit. Observation Diary of the Orbital Satellite Base The Bunker. Written by Jun Aishima. Where could this be? Who could that be? TB 1330. It's 1:30 p.m. It's like climbing a hill covered in rocks, thought 2B. Her left leg felt heavier than lead, and just a single step made her feel out of breath. When she finally stepped forward with her left foot, the joints of her right leg shrieked in agony. She half tumbled from the flight unit and left the hangar. After descending on the elevator, she made it a few meters down the passage. The amount of time it had taken her to just get this far was astounding. The development department was farther down this hall. Just the thought of how long it would take to get there made her feel faint. The bunker, a satellite orbiting Earth, was Yorha's base of operations. It was furnished with every type of equipment needed for descent to and battle on the Earth's surface, as well as living quarters for Yorha members. Still, it was by no means a large place. In spite of this, her destination felt infinitely far away. The passage only sloped gently, and she could usually find her way through it even with her eyes closed. In other words, the malfunction affecting her motor skills was quite serious. She needed a readjustment at the development department as soon as possible. Tried to make herself move faster. That's when the commander appeared in front of her. Tibby attempted to bring her left arm to her chest in a salute, but she couldn't quite lift it that far. She grimaced. It seemed that it wasn't just her legs that were malfunctioning. Ah, at ease. The commander had most likely noticed Tubi's injuries right away due to her awkward salute. She gestured for her to lower her arm. It looks like you're in bad shape. I was unable to make repairs on the surface, so I reluctantly suspended the operation and returned here. I'm very sorry. There's no need to apologize. Were there any other casualties? Due to a clash with machine lifeforms at early dawn, 1D suffered with minor injuries to her right upper arm and shoulder. 4B also took a minor injury to her left thigh. However, thanks to 12H's first aid, they're both recovering and will not be a hindrance to the operation. I see. The commander abruptly glanced to the side. The hallway in which they stood connected the hangar to the development department and the command center, and faced outside. The dark void of space was dotted with stars and planets, and of course mankind's original home, Earth, all of which were visible from here. Even now, androids, including members of Yorha, were fighting the machine lifeforms on the surface of that beautiful blue planet. Again and again, Yorha had crushed them, but those damn machines just kept coming like persistent insects. Yorha's numbers are too few compared to those of our enemies, though speaking of which I hear good things about the elite few. Up to this point, Yorha had compensated for the overwhelming difference in numbers with strategy and technology. However, they hadn't overcome the disadvantage, and the war was dragging on. Tubi had thought they just needed to put forth an even greater effort, but that was wrong. So don't try to do the impossible, alright? A smile rose to the commander's lips. Sometimes the commander smiled in this perplexingly kind way. She conducted herself in a strict manner befitting a leader, composed and sharp like a honed blade. There was no doubt in Tubi's mind that incalculable suffering and conflict lay hidden behind the commander's occasional smile. Commander. She began to speak but stopped herself. This is my own problem, Tubi decided. Never mind, it's nothing. The commander's smile disappeared. In its place came calm words. However harsh our mission may be, we must see it through. We Yorha members, Tubi silently repeated. We have experienced hardship. We may also experience unbearable pain. But we have never harbored resentment towards our duty. However, whatever duty we may have, all of the responsibility rests with me. Don't forget that. It was as if the commander had completely read her mind. Tubi had thought that when their mission was finished, the weight that had accumulated would be hers alone to bear. No, she still thought that. Even so, the commander's words echoed in her heart. Glory to mankind. This time, Tubi was able to raise her left arm to her chest. Glory to mankind, the commander repeated. She fought under this person's command. She would continue to do so until the day they had reclaimed Mother Earth for mankind. With the sound of precise footsteps behind her, Tubi hurried to the developer's office. What was that just now? I wonder, what was that? Shall we follow her? Yes, let's follow her. 1340. As she entered the command center, the commander was halted by a sudden wave of operators rushing up and blocking her way. Commander, about the arrangement of raw materials in the bunker. I have a status report on the battle at the city ruins on the surface. Please approve the container and materials to be sent to the moon. Something is hindering communications with District F, Ward 3D. Somehow, it seemed the operators thought that by calling out the title Commander, her ability to process their words would magically increase. Regarding the materials, take into account the line of flow of each person in charge and create 3 diagrams to submit to me. Afterward, I will consider them again. Understood. I will hear the battle status report in 5.5 minutes. Roger. I approve the container. Thank you very much. Instruct the squad members in the vicinity of District F to head to the access point and investigate the cause. Understood. Good grief, it was finally over. So she thought. Okay, they're fireworks. Alright. I heard the aftermath. Sorry. Anyway. Good. What?
You can see them.
What do you mean? Yeah.
But only in one spot if it was a gunshot or not.
Yeah.
But
The last
my
one.
brain wasn't fast enough. You only see that when you see the gun. It's not against a door.
The last one had firework aftermath.
Yeah. My brain came to a halt.
Good grief, it was finally over. Or so she thought. None of the operators budged from where they were standing. It seemed there was still more. Is there something else? In unison, they all replied, yes. Commander, please accept this. All at once they presented her with small packages of gold and silver. These? What are they? And today is February 14th. It's known as Valentine's, a day where you give brown-colored presents to those you have respect and affection for. Valentine's. Is this a custom of the old world? Yes, it's said that both the giver and the receiver will attain happiness. The custom is to wrap brown objects in gold and silver paper. Indeed, she thought. Each package was a different shape and size, but every one of them sparkled brightly. I see. So humans exchanged presents like these long ago.
Brown stuff.
Yeah. Tentatively, she opened one of her packages. It was a bright, dark brown ribbon. Her first instinct was to ask what to do with it, but instead she responded with a simple thank you. There were few customs of the old world that they completely understood. Mankind had created the androids, so the very idea of trying to understand them was considered presumptuous, and imitating something of theirs without knowing its significance was not encouraged. What?
I went to the bottom of the stairs, was not paying attention. I lifted my foot like the gate was still there.
Even this imitation of the Valentine's custom wasn't something she could officially condone. However, she had no intention of saying that to them. Being an operator brought its own set of hardships, distinct from those faced by soldiers on the front line. Commander, may I? The final person to approach her was Operator 60. She was the one responsible for communication with 2B. What is it? Requesting permission to perform a trial run of the new equipment for the flight units. She had received countless reports from the development department that the new equipment was partly finished. If the time had come to perform its trial run, communication between operators and squad members would be essential. 60 was the operator in charge of the arrangements. Ah yes, the high priority survey. If I'm not mistaken, the one assigned to the operation was 9S. If there are no problems with the high priority survey, it will be the final trial with the surface squadron. The commander caught herself thinking of 2B's pained face. I see, 9S. That's right. All of the responsibility rests with me. Permission granted. Thank you very much. With a bow, 60 left the command center. Now then, the commander turned her head. It had been exactly 5.5 minutes. Let's hear the status report on the surface battle. Surface battle? Status report? A battle on the Earth's surface? So, the status of the battle? I get it. I wonder what they mean by new equipment. I don't know. Shall we go see? Let's go see. These little interjections are in like a different font and they're surrounded by triangles. $1400 or 14 o'clock, 2 o'clock, however you want to read it. Operator 60 awkwardly hurried towards the hangar, nervous about the possibility of passing anyone in the hallway. Well, no, she told herself. If it happened, it happened. She was simply on her way to talk to someone about communications, so there was no reason for her to be embarrassed. Her body slid through the opening door, its slowness seemingly directly proportional to how impatient she was feeling. Swift mobilization requires swift equipment. She considered including the thought as a bullet point in an upgrade request. 210, are you here? Operator 210 appeared from the shadow of a flight unit that was equipped with a catapult. She was still in the middle of inspections. Good timing, 60 got right to the point. We have permission to perform the trial run. To 60's surprise, 210 barely reacted. Could she have forgotten the details of the trial? The new equipment? 60 persisted. The stuff for the flight units. A puzzled frown appeared on 210's face. She seemed surprised. Is that all? Huh? Is that all? This time it was 60 who appeared puzzled. Why the heck would 210 be surprised? You could have informed me with one transmission. Deliberately coming all the way here was unnecessary. That's true. 60 searched for the right words to refute 210's uncalled for statement. But if I'd just done it the normal way, I wouldn't get enough exercise. 210 raised an eyebrow as if to say, so what? Besides, isn't it important to properly take a look at the actual equipment? Hey, what do you think? Isn't that like us? Perfect? It's like, it's our duty as operators to expect perfection in everything, right? Yeah. 60's reply was so energetic that 210 finally nodded in agreement. That's probably true. Once he hears there's new equipment, I'm sure he'll make a mess of it. He's full of curiosity, that 9S. 210 shrugged, but her tone, unlike her words, was kind. It always seemed that way whenever 210 talked about 9S, the Yorha android for whom she was responsible. I totally get it, thought 60 as she leaned forward. Her own partner was different, but as an operator she felt the same way. 2B too, she's always been super rash. Like S-types, B-types also had a tendency to make a mess of things. The former because of their overwhelming curiosity, the latter because they didn't consider their own safety. It was why they could fight without hesitation, even on the front lines where bullets were flying. They'll say, "Looking at this place is so exciting." It's their special quality, so I know they can't help it, but I wish they would act with a little more restraint. But even if you told them that, it wouldn't do any good. So, the two of them said in unison, preparation is important. The exchange of information between operators was also important, even if it seemed like a trivial conversation. It was still new knowledge. The accumulation of such modest information could lead to a hint for a significant decision, or become a signal to evade danger. In short, for operators, everything in their daily existence was connected to their duty. It was their everyday duty. 60 and 210 chatted for just a short while after confirming a few notes and changes. Of course, 210 didn't pause her work. Done. Sorry to keep you waiting. After returning the flight unit she just finished inspecting to its original position, 210 made room for 60. Because only one catapult could be fitted to a machine at a time, inspections were also done by one person. Alright, I'm going to contact 9S. Okay, see you later. 60 secured 2B's flight unit in the now empty space and began her inspection. That's a big machine, huh? Is it the new equipment? Where shall we go next? 1430. 210 considered the task of looking for 9S to be easy work. On the Earth's surface, positional information could be misleading because of satellite image resolution and bandwidth, but here in the bunker there were very few errors. 9S is here, she thought as she stood in front of the door. The server room was where the large computer terminals of the bunker were located. 9S spent time in here analyzing enemy defenses and new hacking patterns. He loved that kind of detailed, hands-on work. Outside of sortie orders, he was always working in here. His intensity and ability to concentrate were so great that he often didn't even notice the sound of the door opening. Look at that, I knew it. 210 thought to herself. 9S was staring intently at a computer terminal and didn't realize that 210 had entered the room. The goggles he was wearing made it impossible to tell, but 210 had no doubt that his eyes were shining as he immersed himself in his work. Human children would apparently forget the time when engrossed in the activity known as playing with a toy. Wouldn't that describe how 9S looked at this very moment? 9S had once stopped here on his way to the hangar and had looked so focused that no one said anything to him. He ended up staying for over 3 hours. That was when 210 knew she'd need to tell him to stop being irresponsible and to take breaks. Suddenly, 9S's shoulders shook with a start, as if someone had surprised him by yelling "boo" from behind. Operator? What? Both shoulders lowered as he turned to face 210. Don't what me? How many times have I told you that you mustn't work such long hours without a break? Yeah. One affirmation will suffice. Fine, came the disgruntled reply. Please disconnect from the computer terminal. I'm going to explain our next operation. Huh? Can't I listen to it like this? Negative. You would not receive sufficient exercise. She couldn't believe she was using 60's words from just a short while ago, but exercise was far more important for 9S than 60. Let's take a short walk. 9S moved away from the terminal with reluctance. Where's our next operation? The abandoned factory. A survey of the ruins as well as the surrounding area. Oh man, you mean I'll be by myself again? That gets so lonely. 9S's shoulders fell in disappointment, but he raised his head to look at 210. Operator, can't you come with me? 210 understood what he said wasn't all that serious. It was probably true that he was lonely, but asking an operator to accompany him was out of the question. Negative. This is your task. Carry out your mission alone without complaining like a spoiled child. Alright, geez. 9S inflated his cheeks, but he sounded a little disheartened. Well then, I'll give him just a little incentive, thought 210. The next operation will most likely include a trial run of new equipment. Really? 9S brightened at once. Just as she had thought, the word new had a tremendous effect. You'll receive further details in the hangar while we check the equipment. Okay. 9S suddenly looked taken aback. What's the matter? Come to think of it, something about him had been a bit strange earlier. 210 had assumed that it was her entrance that had surprised him, but he hadn't been looking in her direction. Something else had caught his attention. Something's bothering me. What is it? 9S's gaze swept around the room like he thought someone was watching them. He shook his head. Nah, there's no way. It's my imagination. Maybe I'm just tired. That's why I've told you over and over and over to take a break at fixed intervals. Yeah. One affirmation. When she was done with her explanation of the new equipment, she needed to advise him to rest no matter what. An accumulation of fatigue was very likely to be a hindrance to an operation. With this thought in her mind, 210 urged 9S to leave the server room. Before he left, 9S looked around just once more, but of course no one was there. That was close. He almost found us. But I wonder what lonely means. I don't know. Androids are a total mystery. Yeah, a total mystery. And funny. I want to play just a little longer. Yeah, I want to play. Just a little longer. With no indication that anyone was inside the server room, 2 words appeared on the screen of a large computer terminal. End transmission. So, beings were observing them. Seemed kind of childlike. Didn't really know what was going on in the bunker at all. Also, a little glimpse into 210's mind, which just makes everything that happens with her even harder. It is definitely very clear that, she felt something for 9S, especially with how she converted herself into a B unit and then went down to the surface. Let's see. Find another short story. Jesus Christ! But we got a picture of the commander in color. I think I have a source that... Yeah. There is a cutscene where you can kind of see that she has blonde hair. Let's find the next short story. There is some coded messages here. I'm not really sure. The map for the abandoned factory has some writing on it. It says, "Become as gods, become as gods. We'll all die together and become as gods." I do think I already read the translation for the coded messages. Give me one moment. No, maybe not. Voice message. Might have to look it up, possibly, before we finish off with this book in particular. But back to this. Find another short story. Gotta resist the urge to read a lot of this myself. Record of Reclamation Management of Mankind's Legacy. This is a panoramic view of the resistance camp area of the city ruins. We have confirmed that the number of non-hostile machine lifeforms is increasing in this area. If these individuals are studied, we may discover a method of neutralizing machine lifeforms. Amendment. This entry is scheduled for deletion. Specifically, I guess the resistance camp area. Again, trying not to read this whole thing. It's... Yeah, I don't think I ever found out what those chests were in resistance camp. The next short story, find the next short story, stop looking at everything. We got artwork of the Red Girls. Let's get a close up on that. Apparently, they are known as N2. The Watchers. Hold up. Let's see. NieR, Automata, Gold, Guide, Hex Code. We got a list of all the hex codes here. Bunker. Everything was arranged to be destroyed. Abandoned factory, a place where gods are born. City ruins, the vestiges of mankind who are now extinct. Resistance camp, foolish puppets who assume the form of humans. Desert zone, those who ate the forbidden apple. Amusement park, happiness and madness. Pascal's village, the final days of the fools who abandoned conflict. Forest kingdom, weaklings who couldn't become part of a family. Flooded city, the abandoned child. The abandoned child. Ah, yeah, the robot at the bottom of the ocean. Alien ship. The graveyard of our creators. Copied city. Playing in a miniature garden. Resource recovery unit. It will bear us to the next world. Tower. Final wish. Red girl. We are alone, we are infinite. We exist in the present, we exist in the past, we exist in the future. Yo. Interesting. Might not specifically be about the red girls, though. It could just be part of a greater message. Tower continued. We are small and fragile, but we are many and invincible. We will continue to fight until we destroy all androids. Foolish androids, foolish aliens, foolish humans. We are many and we are one. We are eternal. So they seem to be messages from the robots in particular, to be honest with you. Oh yeah, I can see the message that I just read here. You can kind of, it's a little bit in English on some very staticky pages. Kind of gives me a little bit of a headache to look at, to be honest with you. Ellie showed this to me. The inside of the head of an enemy machine has some strange similarities to a meal. Very interesting. There's only 2 short stories in this one. Important confidential report. This document contains a record of the sub-entry Type E of Project Yorha. It is marked with Level S confidentiality and should not be disclosed to any Yorha personnel, save for the commander. If you wish to change access permissions, you must submit a request to the Council of Humanity during the hours of operation. Age of Memories. Next short story. This might be the last one for this book. Yeah, it looks like it. And we'll move on to the next one.
Hey.
What?
Question.
Yes.
You said that there's a similarity between Emil and the robots.
Yes.
We do know that they constantly have different types made. Version. They get terminated, they like stop being produced and all that. What if? Because we know Emil was searching for a body, right? So he traveled, and he also fought against the robots and aliens. Maybe they saw how powerful he was and based the models off of that?
That's possible. That's what I was thinking.
Okay, cool. I only came up here for that.
Okay.
I am taking care of the bugs.
Okay.
I cleaned out. The cricket one was starting to get nasty. Took everything out, threw all of the stuff away, put new stuff in. Fed them and everything. So now they have a clean thing.
Yeah.
Took the very few dead ones that were in there, which is shocking. But they have plenty of places to hide, and they have food. So food and water. So we shall see.
Okay.
The others don't need to be taken care of. She's slowly coming out. She's gonna be spooked if I feed her now, but she's coming out of her hidey hole. So I just need to feed her, and then I'll be done downstairs. Feed her and hold it stuff. Spend time with it.
I feel like the red girls may have come from the machines in particular. The red girls definitely seemed the closest to the Watchers. And maybe that was the ultimate goal of the machines, not to replace humanity, but to become the Watchers. Something I wanted to show off as well. Is so this is the best way I can find a clip of this really fast, but if you remember Mana as controlled by the Watchers in Drakengard.
Stop saying dumbass things! You're not even making sense! La 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 la, Watchers dance! Such fun!
The Watchers dance. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. The Watchers, they dance.
So she goes la 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 la.
What in the god?
I forgot about the Watchers doing that. If you mentioned it to me, and I'm forgetting that you mentioned it to me, then that's my fault. But just an interesting connection that will not be given an answer to for a long time, I'm sure. But anyway. Alright. Next short story, Cage of Memories. The weapon flashed as if slicing the sandstorm itself. The Type 40 sword was a state-of-the-art saber furnished to the elite forces fighting on the front lines. Lightning burst along the edge of the blade as a hemispherical object flew off it in an arc. The freshly decapitated machine lifeform stopped moving, and its cylindrical body toppled onto the sand and exploded. The two other machines that had been dispatched were caught in the explosion, and the resulting metal fragments rained down onto the earth. The roar of the searing heat of the explosion dissipated, and only the sound of the desert wind remained. The outline of a humanoid figure appeared from the settling cloud of dust. the gently curved shoulders, slender waist, and shapely legs extending from beneath the flared hem of a skirt would lead one to assume that the silhouette belonged to an adult woman. Strictly speaking, however, she was not even human, nor did she possess a gender in the biological sense. She was the Yorha android number 2 type B, nicknamed 2B, a model specializing in combat. Humanity had long since left the Earth's surface when they were forced to evacuate to the moon due to an alien invasion. The surface was now a battleground for the androids, who were tasked with exterminating machine life forms, the underlings of the aliens. 2B sheathed her sword. She turned around and called, "Is that all of them?" The object hovering 2 meters above the ground near her lowered its altitude in response. The floating tactical support unit known as a pod was box-shaped, had 2 pairs of differently sized arms, and primarily moved through the air. Though it could also function underwater, pods were equipped with a variety of features to assist Yorha androids, including ranged attacks, situation analyzers, data transmission, and first aid treatment. Affirmative, the pod verified. There are no enemy signals within a 5-kilometer radius of the access point. I see, muttered 2B. She stepped toward the access point, a metal box that was only slightly taller than herself. Access points were disguised as vending machines, relics of human civilization. They were essential facilities for communicating with headquarters and for confirming information regarding the surrounding areas. Whether or not they were aware of their importance, machine life forms gathered around the access points they'd discovered. It didn't matter whether it was tucked away in a corner of the ruins or out in the middle of the desert. They were like insects swarming around a piece of fallen fruit. As a result, a Yorha member on the surface first needed to eliminate the machine life forms surrounding an access point before they were able to send and receive mail or obtain information regarding the local terrain. It had become standard operating procedure. 2B was now finally able to address her original goal, and she selected and opened the newest mail on the displayed list. She had just glanced across the subject line that read "Top Secret" and briefly scanned the body of the message when she was interrupted. 2B, 9S burst into view. Number 9 Type S, or 9S, was a Yorha model as well, but in contrast to 2B's appearance as an adult woman, he was manufactured to resemble a human boy. "Is that mail from headquarters?" 2B knew he probably hadn't been peeking, but as a scanner model whose specialty was research, he possessed superior observational skills and intuition. 9S must have known that it wasn't time for the regularly scheduled correspondence from the Council of Humanity on the moon's surface, nor would 2B be reading personal mail immediately before an operation to destroy machine life forms. He had probably used this line of reasoning to conclude that it was correspondence from headquarters. "Nothing to do with this investigation. They're orders for a different operation." 2B diverted the conversation. "This wasn't supposed to be a rendezvous point." "Yeah, but it looked like you were in the middle of a fight, so I thought I'd provide backup." "Unnecessary. If she couldn't destroy such a small number of machine life forms by herself, she would be considered defective as a B-type." "I guess so." 9S shrugged in an exaggerated gesture. "Well, now that we've met up, let's head to our destination." After updating the map data coordinates from the planned rendezvous point to their final destination, 2B and 9S began to move. Sand in my shoes again. 2B didn't consider this to be something worth raising one's voice over. It seemed that wasn't the case for 9S. After a few meters, he would grimace, and after a few more, he would shout. It soon became a pattern. 2B, why doesn't it bother you? What? Aren't your shoes full of sand? There's no reason for the mere feeling of a foreign substance to hinder my walking. The sandstorm was impeding her vision, but the sand in her shoes presented no problems. 9S's shoulders visibly slumped. Doesn't the crunch in your shoes feel bad? Even if it's not a hindrance, isn't it a psychological thing? Emotions are prohibited. How many times had she said these exact words to him before? Today's mission was not the first time 2B and 9S had worked together. Fine. His sulky response was the same every time as well. except for the first time when he had flinched and spurted sorry. Tubi had heard that emotions had originally been forbidden for Yorha members because once blunders had been committed during an operation when emotions ran wild. She was also aware that emotions could certainly cause fluctuations in judgment and behavior. We Yorha don't need them, thought Tubi, especially not me. Oh, could that be it? Ninus pointed toward a shadow in the shape of a building that had suddenly become visible through the raging sandstorm. Tubi verified that the structure was accurately shown in the map data. Affirmative. The object of this investigation, a giant structure containing remains of human civilization. A pod responded from nearby. It wasn't Tubi's pod 042, but rather pod 153, assigned to 9S. These units were programmed not to respond to anyone other than the android they supported, unless they were specifically addressed or in an urgent situation. The wind abruptly subsided, and their vision cleared. An arch-shaped entrance came into view from a giant shadow that had been obscured by the sand. The building had apparently been constructed in the carved-out section of a rocky mountain, but the map data indicated that only a portion of the building was located there. The rest of the building partially faced a valley. It was an atypical architectural style. It seems to be a religious facility. I think its official name was the Barren Temple. Looks like humans lived here long ago, and then it later became a sacred place, among other things. Ninus's voice reverberated, specializing in research and collecting information. S-types possessed a curiosity for all types of phenomena. Let's hurry, Tubi. Ninus's tone was impatient. He broke into a run, kicking up sand behind him. Tubi would have expected him to be complaining even more than before about the crunch in his shoes, but he didn't seem to care at all. Evidently, it was a psychological thing. A smile rose to her lips, but Tubi quickly smothered it. Emotions are prohibited. 9S looked over his shoulder and shouted to her. Did you say something? It's nothing, Tubi answered as she too made haste towards the Barren Temple. The interior of the temple was completely silent. All sound has vanished, she thought. It gradually dawned on her that the stillness could be credited to the thick outer walls that obstructed the incessant sound of the wind outside. The air conditioning in this place is surprisingly effective, huh? 9S suggested. Pod 153 responded immediately. Negative. At our current position near the temple entrance, there is no air conditioner or other similar device. But come on, it's a psychological thing. 9S sulked before breaking into a jog down the passage, to be followed while remaining aware of their surroundings. The faint sounds of the pair's footsteps and the pod's internal mechanisms reverberated and overlapped, and sunlight poured in from where part of the ceiling had collapsed. It was bright enough that they could tell the stairs and the landing were expertly paved with rectangular stones. The sand got this far into the building, huh? 9S leaned over the railing on the stairs and peered downward. The downstairs passage was completely buried in sand. They had even piled up against the walls like snowdrifts. Hypothesis. The sand in the center of the passage, as well as several places along the wall, is being artificially circulated. However, the date and purpose of its creation are unknown. Artificially circulated? Sand is flowing through the inside of the temple like a river? Affirmative. For convenience, I have designated it as artificial quicksand. You said the purpose was unknown. Affirmative. The legacy of the old world held many mysteries. Even the humans who fled to the moon didn't take all that information with them. It was left to the androids to research, record, and preserve. Machine life forms nearby. Tubi's goggles weren't showing any enemy signals, but she asked her Pod 042 to verify anyway. She preferred to be certain. Response. There are no enemy signals from within the temple. In other words, even if the overcurious 9S decided to do something rash, they wouldn't be in immediate danger. Still, there were certain machine life forms that were able to emit harmful EMP attacks. It wasn't as if they were completely safe. Alert. Portion of the stairs and floor beyond this point is damaged. 9S laughed off 153's warning. I know that already. Right, 2B? 2B nodded. They could see that the stairs leading from the entrance to the interior were blocked by a huge stone. The stone was originally a part of the ceiling. The surface is pretty weathered, but there's still a faint pattern. 9S was crouched on one knee and examining the giant stone buried in the stairs. He glanced up at the ceiling. 2B also raised her head. Blue sky was peeking through the collapsed ceiling. I wonder what caused it to collapse in the first place. Suddenly, it certainly hadn't been caused by a battle with the machine lifeforms. The goal of the androids was to reclaim the surface for mankind and to restore it to its original state as closely as they were able. They avoided combat that might damage historic ruins of human culture whenever possible, so it was hard to imagine a battle of this magnitude taking place so close to a structure. If 2B and 9S had encountered machine lifeforms in proximity to these ruins, they would likely have led them away from the building before engaging. Response. My hypothesis is that the collapse occurred thousands of years ago, therefore it is impossible to ascertain the specific cause. Thousands of years ago, huh? That's amazing. Amazing. If the ceiling collapsed thousands of years ago, that means the temple is even older than that, right? What's amazing is that it's in such good shape after all this time. The desert climate is harsh, so it wouldn't be a surprise for something made of stone to be more weathered than it is. After saying all this in one breath, 9S suddenly stood up. He moved toward a room to the side of the stairs, drawn to it like a moth to flame. What now? 2B called out to him, half surprised. 9S was gazing at the open door. I wonder how this door opens and closes. It's stone, yeah? This bulk, this size? There's no way it could be moved by human strength. The door seemed to be composed of two sliding panels, but there was no indication they could be moved by pushing or pulling. 9S eagerly tilted his head back and forth. Could there be a power source somewhere? He glanced inside the room, but in contrast to the natural light illuminating the passage, there was nothing but darkness through the door. 9S was carelessly moving into the dark when 153 cut in front of him. Proposal. Use a light. Okay, point it that way. Understood. 153's light revealed an unexpectedly spacious room. The two of them ventured to the room's center, and the entrance fell back into darkness. 042 activated its own light. 2B followed them into the room. 9S ran about, looking up at the ceiling and surveying the walls. The sound of his shoes echoed off the high ceiling. He'd stop periodically to stoop down and examine the paving of the floor. Just observing his movements could make one dizzy. The floor, the walls, the ceiling, all of them were made of stacked stone. They were cut in uniform sizes and lined up. It's different from any other architectural style I know of. I've never seen anything like it. I wonder what kind of heavy equipment it used. How did they transport such heavy stone? How such a significant width and height supported by just these pillars? As he spoke in a frenzy, 9S rushed over to a section of the wall. Could there have been a light here on this long, narrow stand? If there are traces of light sources known as torches that were once affixed here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 spots in all. Wonder what the room was used for. There doesn't seem to be any trace of ritual practice or stuff like that. Sorry. After he'd finished running around the entire room, Ninus headed for an inner door. The door leading into the room had been standing open, but this one was closed. There's no doubt Ninus put a hand on the seam of the sliding doors. Opening it easily is impossible, he finished as both sides of the door parted with a low creaking sound. It opened. Ninus looked at the door in astonishment. With its lights still on, 153 made a quick trip through the door and back. Alert. There's extreme difference in height between this door and the passage beyond. There's a significant possibility that it will impede movement. 153's warning couldn't restrain 9S's curiosity. I'm just going to take a quick look. I'll be right back. 9S removed his hand from the door, and it closed again with a creak. When 9S and Pod 153 were gone, 2B released a small sigh. She'd never have a better opportunity. Pod program, switch to melee support and deploy weapons. Understood. Commencing short-range EMP camouflage. Activating close combat equipment. Pod 042, unconcerned, followed its instructions. Change combat mode to anti-Yorha. Cancel identification signal. Thinking about the task ahead made her heart heavy. She attempted to calm herself. She ceased all movement and released the tension from her muscles. This was all part of her mission. All she could think of were the words, top secret. She'd received a mail notification immediately after she'd stepped out of her flight unit. Not when she was still in the orbital satellite base. Nor when she'd broken through the atmosphere. It had been the instant she'd alighted onto the desert sand. 042 informed her of a new message, and she knew immediately what it was about. It had been addressed directly from the commander, not routed through an operator. The timing was deliberate to make it hard to intercept, and it was of the utmost secrecy among confidential matters. No, she'd known for a long time before she received the message. Ever since she'd been ordered to investigate the remains of human civilization with 9S, she knew. There was no doubt she would soon receive an order to erase 9S. Unfortunately, that premonition hit the mark. Pod, retrieve 9S's positional data and find a route that approaches him from the side of the passage. Understood. Tracking the black box signal of 9S. Initiating route search. 2B stood with her back to the doors through which 9S and 153 had departed. She should use a different route to track them, rather than pursue them directly. She knew she'd have to pass them to begin. Not to mention the fact that her target was an S-type. It would be difficult to catch him by surprise without a great deal of skill, but 2B knew that her own combat abilities exceeded his. The outcome was obvious. There would be no need for advanced tactics like a surprise attack, but she just wanted to finish it as quickly as possible. She wanted it to be over before 9S even realized that he was under attack. She didn't want him to experience more terror or pain than necessary. 042 signaled search complete, and 2B retraced her steps down the passage. She ran up the giant stone obstructing the stairs and leapt off it. 9S's black box signal was already closer. 2B descended the stairs without a sound. 9S's black box signal was coming from the next room. She quietly drew her sword and approached the door. As in the first room, the double doors stood open, but she could not see 9S anywhere. She got closer to the door and quickly scanned the room. There were no obstacles, nowhere to hide, but 2B hesitated prior to advancing. She felt a presence at her back. Instantaneously, she turned and rolled away as bullets rained down on the position where she had just been standing. 2B recognized immediately that this was a ranged attack from a pod program. She tried to regain her stance, but she saw a blade come down toward her. 9S had circled behind her unnoticed to engage her in close combat. She never dreamed that 9S would attack her. She'd wanted to take him by surprise and get it done quickly. She was the one who'd been surprised. She attempted a kick to disarm 9S and came to a stunned realization. Why does 9S have a longsword? 2B rapidly distanced herself from her attacker. 9S swung his longsword, which melted away as if it passed through thermal rays. If she'd been less careful, she would have suffered a substantial wound to her right leg. 2B guessed that 9S had predicted the reaction of a melee combat specialized B-type and set a trap. She needed to change their location. The visibility in the passage was poor, and she'd lost the element of surprise. With a huge leap, she put more distance between herself and 9S and plunged through one of the doors. She was now in a different room from the ones in which she'd originally detected 9S's black box signal. She expected she wouldn't have had enough time to set a trap here too. 9S chased after 2B. There was an open space with no cover, but he didn't seem to hesitate. He launched into a melee attack, supported by 153's covering fire. 2B was bewildered by 9S's fighting style. It was almost suicidal. She'd never seen this side of him before. Dodging 153's bullets and laser, she slashed at 9S, but his movements were much faster than she'd expected. She was unable to land a decisive blow at all. The pod's ranged attacks were giving her trouble. She had to stop 153 before she made her next move. 2B hurled instructions at 042. Pod, set 153 as your attack target. Tactical support units weren't programmed to make self-sacrificing attacks. If one was targeted, it would certainly attempt evasive maneuvers. In the moment it was dodging, it would cease firing at 2B. She would have 1 second, maybe 2 seconds at the most, to react, but it was very tough. But it was enough, sorry. The incessant shooting halted for a moment. At once, 2B closed the distance between her and 9S. Had he not expected the attack against the pod? She pointed the tip of her sword at 9S, who was now standing upright and stepped forward. This is it, she thought. An unpleasant feeling rushed through her entire body. The saber she'd been gripping clattered to the floor. 2B opened her eyes, or at least tried to, but she couldn't even manage that. She'd lost control of her arms, her legs, her entire body. The stones in the floor were rushing toward her. No, it was her own body that was falling forward. Just before she hit the ground, 2B heard 9S mutter, "I'm sorry." I was right, 9S said to himself. As 9S heard this abstraction of his own voice, he briefly considered that it couldn't technically be qualified as speech. The only way to recognize a voice in the void of hacking space was through one's personal data. And in this case, the white walls and floor would easily be recognizable as 9S's data too. 9S wished he'd been wrong. He couldn't believe that 2B had been intending to kill him, but the odd word, the inadvertent facial expressions, the tone of her voice, it all gave credence to his suspicions. Before long, these suspicions had turned into conviction and finally reality. I really didn't want to do this. It wasn't a lie. It was how he truly felt. He hadn't been able to think of any other way. Ever since he learned that 2B had been sent from headquarters to guard him, he'd been trying to come up with some other way, but there was no use. But S-types don't stand a chance against B-types, so he knew the extent of 2B's combat abilities from the operations in which they'd participated together. If he hadn't taken control of her body through hacking, he would simply have been killed. He couldn't find an opening to start hacking 2B, so he'd had no choice. Lost my spot. Couldn't find an opening to start hacking 2B, so he'd had no choice but to take aim, not only in the middle of combat, but as she was about to run him through. 9S had learned while studying creatures on the surface that a bird of prey is most vulnerable in the moment it seizes its victim. Conversely, the hacking was successful precisely because 2B was serious in her attempt to kill him. If she hadn't intended to kill, she would have simply evaded whatever attacks 9S threw at her, and there probably wouldn't have been an opportunity for him to hack her. The fact that 9S was here, doing what he was doing right now, was proof of 2B's murderous intent. No matter how you look at it, it's a selfish excuse. He was aware that he was doing something even more cruel than simply killing her. He'd willfully entered her head, hurt her, and above all was about to kill her. He knew that, but there's a mystery I want to solve. 9S carefully proceeded to 2B's memory banks. Taking control of another's body and killing them wasn't hacking his only use. There was something he had to know. Consequently, I ordered you to erase 9S. The most recent entry in her memory seemed to be part of a message. He had little doubt it was from the mail she'd received at the access point right before coming here. The incomplete memories weren't in chronological order, but rather sorted by how strong an impression they'd left. When 2B had opened the message, the sentence her eyes had jumped to first was, "Consequently, I order you to erase 9S." That meant 2B had been expecting the order. It was precisely because she thought it would not. It was precisely because she thought it would come sooner or later that it caught her eye, as if it were a piece torn out of the message. Obtained proof, seemed he pried to, the facts, accessed the main server, a problem for some time, several times prohibited, 9S. The memory fragments were scattered all over. The words mixed up order indicated that 2B had been agitated while reading the message. Furthermore, 9S had appeared as she was reading. She hadn't had time to sort the sentences in her head. 9S proceeded further into the memory banks. He was still searching for clues to solve the mystery. What's this? A private talk between the commander and 2B. An image of the commander with her back turned and 2B watching her. It wasn't a transmission. This appeared to have been a secret conversation somewhere within the bunker. Isn't it customary for S-types to perform field work missions alone? It is absolutely customary. Customary, sorry. Isn't it customary? It is absolutely customary, but exceptions can exist. For example, what if it's in a dangerous area where many hostiles have been observed. An S-type, unsuitable for combat, would require support in that situation. Understood. Then I will do that. Simple observation is fine for the time being. I will issue further instructions later. The memory was from before 2B and 9S's operations together. At this point in time, there was no way he'd have done anything considered prohibited, and yet the commander had decided observation was necessary. On what bias? On what basis? Another memory suddenly cut in. Scanners like me mostly work alone. Investigating and all that, I don't usually get a partner. It's kind of fun. I remember that. He'd spoken those words to 2B during their first mission. It seemed like 2B had been reminded of her secret talk with the commander in the middle of that conversation. Back then, he hadn't yet realized that 2B was observing him, to say nothing of the later instructions that the commander had referenced. 9S reflected on this bitter feeling and moved on to the next memory. It seemed to be a conversation via transmission. The commander's voice was tainted with background noise, making it a bit hard to understand. The S-type is an android specializing in research and collecting information. Because of these characteristics and their high efficiency, in the long run they will learn too much. One could say it is the fate of the S-type. What's wrong with learning too much? 9S objected silently. Is it really that bad to know things? Someday, 9S will most certainly engage in prohibited conduct. He may have already crossed that line. He couldn't object to that assessment. It was true that he'd tried to access the main server, which was off limits. We don't yet have proof. However, we do know that someone attempted to gain unauthorized access. It appears to have failed this time, but the next time... Yes, his first try had been unsuccessful. He'd fled from the attacking protection systems, and since he'd withdrawn immediately, there shouldn't have been any evidence left behind. The next time, he'd given up after breaking through one wall. The time after that, he was able to break through several. The more he destroyed, the longer it took him to retreat afterward, and the easier it became for him to get caught. It might have been just a matter of time before his unauthorized access came to light. Even so, he'd wanted to know. The stronger the defenses, the more he wanted to try to cross them. He knew it was dangerous, but he couldn't stop himself. If there was a puzzle before him, he had to solve it. I see. So this is the fate of S-types. The commander's words were correct, and so was her decision to have him observed. Maybe even her order to kill him, too. The next memory took place back in the bunker. This time, rather than viewing the commander from the back, he could see her face from the front. S-types are not suited for combat. Disposing of one shouldn't be difficult. What they aren't suited for is melee combat. It doesn't mean they have no skills in that area. Moreover, S-types are sharp. There's a high possibility that he's noticed headquarters sent you to keep an eye on. He doesn't appear to have noticed. You're not suited for that kind of observation, just as S-types aren't suited for combat. The commander's point here was also correct. 2B hadn't realized that 9S saw her true colors a long time ago. At first he wondered if she was simply pretending not to notice. However, those doubts quickly abated. That kind of guile wasn't in her nature. In fact, she was rather clumsy about it. At unexpected moments, he could catch sight of her kindness, her concern. You might try to hide these traits, but for an S-type, nothing could be easier to understand. In any case, if you attack, know that 9S will probably retaliate with the S-type specialty, hacking. The commander had a gift for foresight and strategy. He almost wanted to applaud her. The situation had unfolded exactly as she had foreseen. With that, half the mystery was solved. 2B's reason for murder was that the commander had ordered her to dispose of 9S, who'd learned too much. Now I wonder where the key to unlocking the other half is, he thought, and then he heard it. I'll let 9S go ahead of me, and when he does, I'll deploy my weapons. After passing him, I'll execute a surprise attack. A memory, in a different chronological order, thrust itself into the middle of the conversation with the commander. If I can finish it in an instant. It was obvious that this memory was older than the conversation. It's obvious that this memory was older than the conversation. 2B seemed to have been considering her plan to kill 9S well before she'd received the order from the commander. I hope 9S won't notice that something happened, then he won't have to experience more terror or pain than necessary. The remaining half was solved, so that's what it was, he thought, finally understanding. The interrupting memory vanished. Even for someone as skilled at close combat as you, if hacking takes control of your body, you literally will not be able to move your arms or legs. Therefore, what did she have you do? The commander hadn't instructed her to make a surprise attack. What the heck did the commander tell you? Set a trap in the hacking space. Oh no. In the next instant, pitch-black barriers appeared in the bright white hacking space. Orange and violet balls of light flew at 9S. It was an installed logic virus. If 2B had prepared a logic virus in her memory banks, it could certainly launch effective attacks at 9S, but there was also a possibility it would attack 2B herself. He wasn't expecting her to have gone that far. Crap, I let my guard down. It's not that he hadn't expected it, but he'd hoped it wouldn't come to this. The commander had very obviously chosen a path that would put 2B in danger. He had to get out of there before his personal data was contaminated. Nevertheless, logic virus attacks aren't perfect. There is one more measure you should take. Where's the exit door? The route I secured in advance? Lock him up in your logic circuits with closed barriers. Before he knew it, 9S couldn't move anymore. The dark orbs that appeared in the hacking space suddenly began to multiply. There was a barrier created by a self-closing algorithm. Pod, create a new exit route. There was no response from his pod. Not only had the logic virus attacked 9S's personal data, it had also cut off all external communication. His path of retreat was gone. In a few seconds, his personal data that existed in the now would be crushed and annihilated. His path of retreat was gone. In a few seconds, his personal data that existed in the now would be crushed and annihilated. 9S watched as the pure white hacking space was repainted black. Is this the end? 2B had received a message with the kill order at the desert access point. She had countless opportunities to carry out the order between there and their current location. There were no places to hide, and with the poor footing in the desert, 2B would have had the advantage thanks to her combat expertise. Yet she hadn't carried out her plan until after they'd entered the temple. From peeking at her memories, he understood why. 2B really is clumsy after all, he thought. It was so she could finish it in an instant, so that 9S could die without knowing what had happened. The dark orbs continued to fill in his surroundings, but he felt strangely calm. He was neither terrified nor in pain. Goodbye, 2B. And then darkness enveloped him. How the fuck does any of this take place? 2B regained control of her limbs as abruptly as she'd lost it. Closed barrier operational. Logic circuit blockade complete. Isolating. 2B blinked several times and confirmed operation of her sensory functions. She slowly raised her body. There were no problems with her motor functions either. Purging. She felt nothing, not even the slightest bit of pain. All she felt was the certainty that came with knowing she'd carried out a command. She felt nothing, not even the slightest bit of pain. All she felt was the certainty that came with knowing she'd carried out a command. She gazed down at 9S's body. His black box signal was still online, but the erasure of his personal data had caused every one of his functions to cease. She wished she'd been able to kill 9S in melee combat, but even if she'd been temporarily brought down, she knew she could attack his personal data with the installed logic virus. Even assuming 9S could successfully get rid of the virus, if he were imprisoned by the closed barrier, each of his circuits would be erased. It was all the commander's idea. Even assuming 9S could successfully get rid of the virus, if you were imprisoned by the closed barrier, each of his circuits could be erased. It was all the commander's idea. 9S had used a two-part strategy of melee combat, followed by hacking. The commander had a three-part strategy. 2B held her saber in a reverse grip and thrust down. Head destroyed. There was a strange recoil in the palm of her hand, a reaction she'd never experienced before. This wasn't even the first time she'd destroyed the body of a comrade. She hadn't experienced this sensation on the battlefield when she dispatched incapacitated squad members. Perhaps the destruction was incomplete. Chest destroyed. She thrust again. Odd. The strange sensation was spreading. Before it had just been confined to the palm of her hand, but now there was a feeling of oppression in her entire upper body. It wasn't physical pressure, yet it was oddly suffocating. Black box signal confirmed offline. She had destroyed his entire body. His personal data was gone too. 9S was dead. Her mission was complete. What was this vague feeling that something had been left undone? Why were her respiratory functions agitated? Goodbye, 2B. 9S's voice replayed in her mind. His final words were the only remaining data of him in her memory. The true character of the strange sensation and the uncomfortable feeling in a corner of her heart became clear. I see. This is the emotion called guilt, possibly remorse. Emotions were prohibited. The moment she tried to squash these forbidden feelings, something welled up inside her as if resisting her efforts. She remembered 9S, his voice when he called out, 2B, his shy smile when he told her with delight, I don't usually get a partner, it's kind of fun. Which operation was it? When he'd said in amazement, 2B, you don't sweat the details, do you? There was an uncomfortable lump in the back of her throat, and pain in her chest like someone was squeezing it. 2B clenched her teeth. For the first time, she knew what it was like for those left behind to be tormented by the memory of the departed. That was her error. She'd stored more memories than necessary. Goodbye, 2B. Again, that voice, again. 2B forcefully shook her head and drove away 9S's voice. I won't apologize. It was her mission. She had no feelings of guilt, absolutely none. If she were given the same order in the future, no doubt she would carry it out again. Because it's my job, she said, as if persuading herself. She lifted her head. Pod, contact headquarters. Understood. The pod projected a communication screen. She would carry out these same orders again, but from now on she intended not to get closer than necessary. She would keep conversation and time spent together to a minimum, to avoid accumulating superfluous memories. She wouldn't create emotions that shouldn't exist. This is headquarters. She took a deep breath and let it out again. She let out the pain that remained in her chest. All of it. This is 2B. The mission is complete. Her pain slipped out like sand spilling from her disinterested voice. So, when she says in ending A and B that it always ends like this, that wasn't the first, probably not even the third 9S that she personally killed. The events of NieR Automata was her emotions breaking through. Jesus. I was kind of... I kept losing track and focus there. I apologize for that. I might have to take a little break, but let's see. And she could finally die, yes. We're starting off with a short story right at the beginning. Stop reading the whole thing. Stop reading the whole thing. The Delicate Blossom, written by Yoko Taro. Those particles were small, like black sand. I found them in the ruins of human civilization. I'd spent 5 days and 20 hours eliminating androids that I had discovered hidden in the buildings. I found a room while disposing of foes whose bodies smashed into debris upon impact with the walls. Several glass bottles were lined up on a crude shelf. Most of them were empty or smashed to pieces. Only one was still in good condition. Lifting it with care, I beheld a mass of small particles in the bottle. Checking them against my database, I was able to identify the particles as seeds and vegetation. I couldn't ascertain any further information. I observed the glass bottle a while longer, after which I brought it back with me to do more research. Millennia have passed since the fight began between us machine life forms and the androids. The androids are extremely capable combatants, able to fell 100 of us with but one of their number. Still, we shall win. Through cycles of self-recovery and increased production, we will soon have the numbers to overwhelm them. If 100 of us cannot beat them, then we shall send 1,000. If 1,000 of us fail, then 10,000 of us will sally forth. We will continue ad infinitum, increasing production. The only thing we need to win this battle is time. We will fight forever until we succeed. These are the instructions left for us by our creators. On the other hand, we were indifferent to anything other than combat. The code written for us by our creators prohibited the use of weapons of mass destruction that would harm the environment, allowing flora and fauna to flourish on the surface. But we received almost no information about such things. We collect information on terrain and climate, as that intelligence may be applicable to combat tactics, and yet information on flora and fauna was determined to have little to no merit in battle. I wonder, is that really true? The chances may be slim, but could these seeds hold any hints on how to wipe out the androids? Let's find out. We machines have infinite time, after all. More time than we know what to do with. After consulting the network, it was decided that the discoverer of the seeds would lead their study. In other words, I would. Searching through past data, I learned that seeds are the immature form of vegetation, though I could not discover how the seed's transformation into vegetation could occur. That's why I had to start by hacking the Android servers. I couldn't find the data I needed in those servers, but after several days I discovered a file in a cluster of archives from human civilization. The file stated that seeds are to be sown when the temperature is warm. This appears to be guidelines for growing vegetation. I don't understand what condition constitutes warm. There must be other objectives other than sowing, yet they aren't written here. Are our enemies so imprecise? They could never hope to defeat us like this. For now, I will estimate the period that seems appropriate. Based on statistics, existing meteorological information. I decided to use several comparison sample mediums for sowing. I would have liked to explore all possible mediums at once, but these seeds are limited in quantity. I narrowed the sample mediums down to sand, concrete, and earth. All are materials from which vegetation has been seen to grow. If my estimates are correct, earth should hold the highest probability of success. After 7 days, I confirmed vegetation had begun to germinate from the earth. I shared the validation of my prediction with the collective. 24 days had passed since sowing the seeds, and a problem has arisen. The temperature rose, and the trend of vegetal growth seems favorable, but several small insects began to attach themselves to the underside of its leaves. Upon observation, the insects seem to be stealing nutrients from the vegetation. The insects are small, too small for me to grasp. Dousing them in water fails to deter them. I tried applying a low-intensity laser, but several leaves of the sample were obliterated in the attempt. So small, yet so troublesome. Though it is fair to say their tininess is directly correlated to their irksomeness. From a tactical standpoint, I have a feeling us machines are missing something in our pursuit of heavy industry. This could be the outcome of my study. I'll share this on the server once all information has been aggregated. 85 days have passed since sowing the seeds. Rain. In the end, the aforementioned insects inflicted heavy damage on the vegetation. Still, its growth appears to continue. It seems that water is also important for growth. Materials I collected previously stated that alkaline fluids could aid in the growth of vegetation, but it seems that scattering minuscule amounts of neutralizing agents has a positive effect as well. Still, I lack confidence that this is the correct method for encouraging growth. Looking outside, massive vegetation coils like snakes tightly around buildings. How did these samples grow to such gargantuan proportions? Did changes in the environment give them resistance to acid rain? I watch over the growing vegetation. I found something glittering brightly between its leaves. I observed this object closely and with care. It was a small and unassuming bud. I searched the data on hand. According to Android documents, this bud is something that transforms into a flower. The data contain images of such flowers, the variants of which numbered in the dozens. Red flowers, pink flowers, blue flowers, white flowers. My search yielded numerous hits, but there was not enough information to define the vegetation in front of me. Oh well, sooner or later I shall find out. Once again, I sprinkle a neutralizing agent. This time I use a little less. 102 days have passed, a clear day. The days of rain have ended, and the flower on the vegetation bloomed. The flower that bloomed on the reference image was much bigger, while small flowers around 5 millimeters in radius bloomed en masse on the growing plant. I surmise that this is a different type of vegetation, and the method of growth may have something to do with it. Incidentally, I find it difficult to express the feeling that has begun to well up inside me whenever I look at this vegetation. If I were to guess, I would say this is because the shape of the flower blooms resembles a still from a video of gunpowder exploding. Looking back, I haven't used any weapons for a while now. This is quite rare for us machine life forms. We were created solely for combat. Still, growing this vegetation is an important mission. No matter how much I crave combat, I simply cannot abandon this vegetation. Then I received a transmission. It was brief, but contained over 200 layers of encryption, requiring 4 days for me to decipher it on my own. I knew the contents of the message before I even opened it. Such rigorous encryption had only been used a few times in the past. These were details for a large-scale military operation against the androids. 124 days have passed. Rain. On the 24th reboot, I was finally able to restore a portion of my visual sensors. My diagnostic checks determined that a third of my joints were malfunctioning, and half of my sensors have been rendered useless. I am lying on the ground. A large-scale battle occurred 18 days ago. I wasn't permitted to leave my post. Perhaps there was no time to reassign research units such as myself. According to visual records, I was bombarded in an android attack, causing my functions to cease. I tried to move my body without success, producing only grinding sounds. They appear to have done a number on me. I predict it will take half a month to restore myself in my self-recovery unit. How boring. I turn my head with great effort and a white blob appears before me. I adjust the camera focus to see that it is one of the small flowers. Most of the vegetation was destroyed in the blast, but part of it escaped damage. Seeing the scorched carnage around us, it seems that the flower and I are the only ones not completely destroyed. The immovable vegetation and my immobile form. After recording the vegetation with my camera for a while, I activate my self-recovery process. My job is not yet finished. It is my duty to record the progress of this vegetation. Afterward, the vegetation bloomed again as it had before. I continue to keep records of it. 22 days after reactivation, my body is all but back to normal. I was disconnected from the machine network during the battle, and a bug is preventing me from reconnecting. Still, this does not hinder my mission of recording the growing vegetation. From previous studies, I have determined how to improve vegetal growth, moderate amounts of water, warm temperatures, and earth. On days of heavy rain or strong winds, I endeavor to maintain an environment for growth. The vegetation that was weakened from the combat has begun to recover, blooming with even more flowers than before. Looking at these flowers, I no longer have any apprehension. 280 days have passed since the seeds were sown. I see part of the vegetation has turned brown. I had experienced this phenomenon several times before, so I viewed this with optimism, but that brown patch expanded as the days went by, until finally it covered the entirety of the vegetation. My sensors pick up something. Looking up, I observe that snow is falling. Having realized the temperature has dropped, I placed a heater adjusted to low output beside the vegetation in the hopes of maintaining its warmth. I continued to observe it over several days, but the brown vegetation showed no sign of change. No, in truth, it showed slowly showed signs of decay. Checked my reference materials for the first time in a long time, searching for a way for the vegetation to recover. Unfortunately, I didn't see any data to that effect. I only found information that all vegetation produces flowers or fruit, but nothing about what happens next. As the days went by, the temperature continued to drop. Most days brought snow with them. I tried to cover the vegetation with my hands. I continued to protect the brown vegetation. My mission is not yet finished. I must restore this vegetation. I will understand. I will learn. I'm sure I can restore the vegetation. I have all the time in the world. Jackass doesn't have artwork. That's upsetting. God damn. Alright, we have recap of the entire story going on here. I'm sure there's little interesting things that I could probably find, but I will be doing that as I read the book itself, for real. There's more hex codes. Where is the translation? Hold up. So we have a hex code on this page here. I believe I found the translation for it. We were definitely connected. We couldn't go anywhere. We were eroded, turned pitch black, turned deep red. It poured in and we overflowed, connected and broke. People once called it rage. People once called it mourning. People once called it love. People once called it envy. People once called it this. We became you. My Ni-chan was smart. He read books and taught me things. Ni-chan, 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 I'm right here. We were eroded and light overflowed. It poured in. We overflowed, connected, and awakened. We became you. My 2B was there. 2B, 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 I'm right here. The red memories are being painted over. Ni-chan, 2B, Ni, 2B. To Ni B, cha 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 cha. From pod 042 to pod 153. Report, 9S's ego data, 100% reconstruction confirmed. Data upload to the bunker complete. Body of this machine lifeform to be discarded in 60 seconds. Recommendation, in 85 seconds, destroy this machine lifeform and all nearby machine parts with laser. From pod 153 to pod 042. Understood. It's guide of information of everything in the game. Every stat, every thing you could possibly think of you would want information on, it is here. So now that I think about it, there's some one moment. I'm wondering if there is a map for the resistance camp that will show me resistance camp. No. Doesn't look like what I'm looking for is right here. Bunker, city ruins, desert center, abandoned amusement park, commercial facility, forest castle, flooded city, the tower. How is there not a map for... Wait, maybe it's on the page with city ruins? Here we go, resistance camp. I have no way of telling what chests I was missing, so this is useless to me. Alright. Let's continue looking for a short story. Shop data, weapon data, enemy data. Interesting. There's a arrow pointing from Pascal, which I think is, it seems to indicate independent machines. It points directly to the red girls. It says, disconnects from network and forms independent community. Is that implying that the red girls were responsible for the independent machines, potentially. Maybe. We're on the boxes, powers, the endings. Final ending. Ending E. Beautiful, love that. Final descriptions for each character. Red girls. These models or artwork? We are conceptual human personalities created within the machine network. We cannot be destroyed. Conceptual beings unifying the network to machine life forms. In order to defeat our enemy, we need an enemy to fight. Having gained this knowledge, the machines compromise the existing network, incorporating human memories saved on old quantum servers left over on Earth to form a new network, from which a conceptual being was born. Its alias N2. Over a long period of time, they watched and surveyed the androids. They possessed power, rendering them nigh invincible, but they saturated their ego by propagating themselves too much during their battle with A2 and 9S. This led to their self-destruction. Kylie mentioned that it is said that the word NieR means curse in Yoko Taro's made-up language. And the implication of the red girl's alias being N2, it could stand for curse 2, which I'm not sure. An advancement of whatever curse. You could translate the titles of NieR Replicant to be the curse of the replicants, or NieR Automata, the curse of the automata. And another nice render of the commander in color. Let's get a close-up of that real quick. Okay. Blonde hair in there. So I think the implication of the fight with Emil at the end is that the Emil that you buy things from and the Emil that you communicate with at the end, the Emil that sees the lunar tears and has memories, that is the original Emil. And even though it's implied that the clones live on, the original Emil is indeed dead. That was him. They have all the weapon stories in here, very convenient. And it gives us the stories for the weapons from NieR Replicant and Gestalt as well, which is very cool. You can kind of tell which ones were in NieR Replicant and Gestalt through this listing, which is kind of even cooler. Oh, that's sick. So for the two items that have for the many items that have a big history through the series, there's actually the weapon stories from Drakengard 1, 2, and 3 here as well. That's very cool. I'm glad they completed that out like that. Brie, are you still awake? I'm still trying to find the next short story. Replicant records, Gestalt records. We got a description of NieR Replicant. The following 6 pages include spoilers for the stories of NieR Replicant and NieR Gestalt. Please keep this in mind when enjoying this section. Return to the distant past of 3465 CE. Black creatures known as Shades have appeared in the world, attacking humanity. Humans also suffer under the mysterious Black Scrawl, a disease fatal to any and all who contract it. This is the story of Blank, a young man living in a certain village in this era. The blank is covered up by a glitch. Let's skip to the end here. Even if they were replicants, all that his heart desired was the rescue of his sick sister, so that they could live out their days together in peace. Even against the opposition of Devila, Popola, and the Shadow Lord, the boy's indomitable will would change the world. But it was too late. It was all too late. Report. It is difficult for this unit to convey a story like this. I am having considerable trouble gauging the level of formality suitable to the upcoming conclusion. At times like these, a human would supposedly let out a massive sigh at this juncture. Sigh. Referring to the data accrued at this time, I cannot suggest an appropriate solution for the conclusion of this story. Therefore, I shall limit my citations to the following data. The following destabilizing elements existed in Project Gestalt as of its submission in the year 2014. The method for preventing relapse of Gestalt bodies relied solely on the meso taken from the original Gestalt, known as Blank. Although Gestalt Blank's cooperation was gained in exchange for Yona's life, This only postponed the resolution of the fundamental problem. Despite over a millennium passing, effective measures against relapse were never found. Replicants began to foster independent will. A completely unexpected outcome. The androids imprinted with the management and oversight of the replicants couldn't implement positive improvements in the face of the uncertainties that occurred. Consequently, Devila and Popola ran amok due to chaos and violent emotion. They were unable to control the actions of the replicant called Blank. They were meant to look after, as well as those of the Gestalt Blank. And Project Gestalt, implemented by humanity, completely collapsed, ending in failure. Hypothetically, even if Blank's actions had been controlled effectively, the project had less than 0.000005% probability of success. Afterward, all Gestalts relapsed into shades and went extinct. Without their Gestalt souls, the replicants lost the ability to reproduce and went extinct. This was the final conclusion. It is fair to say that Blank caused the downfall of humanity. Perhaps this line of reasoning is irrational. Careful examination of the data reveals that the people saved on a mental and emotional level by Blank. It can be surmised that direct verification of these details can be executed by the living weapon Emil, a unit recognized to have existed from that age to the present. Emil should have a record of the fragmented data of the proper noun that does not exist anywhere on the machine network. Report. It is difficult for this unit to convey a story like this. Sigh. Still, I affirm the story itself. I affirm the story itself in the act of telling it. I know I am repeating it myself, but I would like you to listen if you would. I shall tell the tale as many times as you like. This tale, you see, feels somewhat beautiful to me. Return to the distant past of 3465 CE. Return to the distant past of 3465 CE. Return to the distant past of 3465 CE. What is NieR Replicant? Thousands of years before the events of NieR Automata, a young boy, or father, takes up a sword to protect his invalid sister or daughter, making a contract with a magic tome and traveling to hunt the Shades. This is the story of NieR Replicant / Gestalt. This completely new title was overshadowed by competing hit series before its release, preventing it from becoming established as a major game title. Still, the beauty and madness of this world and its characters, not to mention the captivating soundtrack accompanying both, earned NieR a cult following. Fans were crazy about it, eating up info and short stories published in magazines before launch. From there, they plunged, intoxicated, into the world of NieR. And mysteriously, the title has maintained its relevance over time. Its 2010 launch wasn't followed with outstanding merchandise, nor did whispers of a sequel appear in any of the staff's online remarks, and yet the soundtrack and strategy guides continued to sell for unusually long periods, and sales of the game itself grew at a gentle pace. This pace would certainly slow, but fervor for the game never died. You may love it or hate it, but if you're in the former camp, this game has something unforgettable about it. I'm guessing many of those who spoke of NieR this way are reading this column right now. Looking back on NieR, I'm sure there are plenty of people who felt it to be an artless game, devoid of charm. Even so, if you could, I invite you to look carefully, listen closely, and take in the title at an easy pace. The beauty of a flying bombardment when seen as a single painted image, the strong feelings entwined in casual conversation, the biting pain from lingering melodies, and most of all, I'd like you to taste for yourself the human tale of NieR, Kaine, Emil, and all the other characters who go to such lengths to defy fate. The last days of those who tossed Project Gestalt on its head, fleeting yet eternally beautiful. How to learn about NieR. Let's talk for a moment about NieR Replicant and NieR Gestalt, released in 2010. What exactly is the difference between the two? The story is pretty much the same, with the background of the protagonist being the main distinction. In Replicant, he is Yona's brother, while in Gestalt, he is her father. This change slightly alters the nuances of the dialogue. For those of you thinking, I have to play the sequel, I want to experience that world. Allow me to introduce a few ways to enjoy these titles as of now, 2017. NieR Replicant. Play the game software in PlayStation 3. Replicant made waves with its gradual uptick in sales after release. To this day, it's a popular member of the Ultimate Hits lineup in Japan. Use the PlayStation Network streaming service with PS Now. With PS Now, you can play the title without having to buy the game. 3. Look up videos on YouTube. The Dengeki Online YouTube channel has a video archive that loosely translates as NieR Full Playthrough Livestream. We recommend checking out videos from the past titles. Writers that love Replicant gather for an almost 18-hour long play that includes all the endings. 4. Read the novel penned by Emi Nagashima, included in the NieR Automata Black Box Edition. This is the only book that clearly explains the entirety of the Replicant story. Definitely a rare find these days. 5. Read Grimoire NieR, the complete guide to NieR. This incredibly popular book has gone through an astounding 19 rounds of publishing since its release. From the detailed timeline of Project Gestalt, to the past of the boy NieR dyed in shade by the black box. This definitive archive leaves no stone unturned. NieR Gestalt. Play the game software on Xbox 360. In Japan, this tale of fatherly affection was released with both English voices and Japanese subtitles. Very cool. I'm glad they did that. So glad that we have full-on breakdowns of the way that 2B and A2's bodies are built, as well as the commander. Okay, so every single character in this game has underwear. We have artwork of all of that. We have concept art that I'm going to study thoroughly later. All the different changes. Pascal looked fucking weird. Let me show Pascal. Let's see if I can get this on screen properly. There's some concept art for Pascal. All of these for ideas for Pascal. Then we got some of the Red Girl. Very interesting. Different outfits. A myriad of clothing ideas were created in addition to the variety of hairstyles, including bob cuts and pigtails. They give off an impression very different from another series Red Girl, Mana from the original Drakengard. So we got a direct mention of Mana. Love that. Get through this concept art. It's very interesting, but I'm not looking at it yet. Literally just trying to find whatever information I can on these mysterious characters. Got some promotional art, key visuals. Production staff comments. Supplements from the picture book. World chronology. Oh shit. So this is a new chronology, updated from the one that I read from Grimoire NieR. I'm going to have to study this myself. Let's see if there's a different let's continue from where the last one left off. With the death of the original Gestalt, Project Gestalt is unable to proceed. The extinction of humanity is inevitable. 3627, Human Heritage Investigation Committee established. The Human Heritage Investigation Committee is established. As the population of replicants declines, the loss of many old world buildings and information leads to the creation of an organization dedicated to investigating and understanding the ruins. This is 200 years after, 200 or 300 years after the end of NieR Replicant. 3631, Human Heritage Reclamation Management Organization established. The Reclamation Management Organization is created out of the Human Heritage Investigation Committee. It is formed as an organization to protect, manage, restore, and revive the heritage of the old world. After the suspension of Project Gestalt, it becomes the de facto central government of the androids. 4198, Downfall of the Gestalts. The last of humanity in Gestalt form dies, and the human race goes extinct. Circa 4200, android population production declines. Android manufacturing factories cease operation one after another. Android numbers gradually decline. 4514, Independist androids appear. Among the androids arise Independists, who hold no loyalty to mankind. They garner much support. 4519, conflict between android factions. Conflict breaks out between traditional androids and the Independists. These events will later be known as the Independist Strife. The conflict settles down in 2 weeks, and the Independists move to the sparsely populated region of Australia and declare themselves an independent nation. 5012. What?
It sounds like they're not part of the network.
Yeah.
So my theory on the whatchamacallits could possibly be true.
This is 5,000 years before Automata.
Uh,
5012, July, UFO assault. July 4th. Unidentified flying objects appear at various locations worldwide. Androids living all around the world come under full-scale alien attack. The androids suffer enormous damage from the surprise attack. 5013, Army of Humanity established. Combat android production increases. Still reeling from the assault, androids establish the Army of Humanity. It starts out as a unified communication network for androids in each region. Centered around the Human Heritage Reclamation Management Organization, but after a century or so it evolves into a sizable joint force. During that time, the need for increased production of combat model androids is high, so factories are built in various locations. 5024, aliens create machine life forms. The aliens take control of the North and South American continents, known as the Night Kingdom. At the same time, they begin manufacturing machine life forms. 5100 onward, Army of Humanity establishes a lunar base. Bit by bit, android territory is slowly reduced by the horde of mass-produced machines. The Army of Humanity creates a storage facility on the lunar surface to preserve information on humanity and the old world. They also establish offensive bases in orbit. 5204. Large-scale surface operations. The Army of Humanity completes 12 orbital bases. Large-scale surface operations begin. Such operations are undertaken in a single year, but no decisive blow is made to the machines. 6230. Releasing the Dragon. The new weapon Dragon is created and deployed into the battle of the Night Kingdom. This sounds like prime territory for many stories. Holy shit. 7645. Mysterious explosion in the abandoned factory. A sudden explosion occurs in the factory ruins known as the Junk Heap, a massive structure that launches into space. The identity of the structure is unknown. However, powerful electromagnetic interference is confirmed during launch, causing malfunctions in machines and androids alike. Thus, it is deemed unlikely to be a machine of alien origin. 7645 onward. Decline of machine invasions. Invasions by machine lifeforms decline over several centuries. Machine lifeforms control about 80% of the planet, with no further increase. The army of humanity makes several attempts to reclaim territory, but most end in failure. Additionally, the machines continue to increase in number. 11,000 onward. Decline in alien presence. The aliens and their ships are observed less and less. 11,306. Aliens annihilated by machine lifeforms. The aliens are driven to extinction by the machines. 11,502. Atlantis discovered. A massive underwater city near the equator in the Pacific Ocean is found. The army of humanity gives it the codename Atlantis, but the city suddenly disappears 2 years later. 11,627. Behemoth-class machine lifeform confirmed. A machine lifeform of gargantuan size suddenly appears from the oceans of East Asia. Over 2 kilometers in height, shifting forms makes accurate calculation impossible. It launches a powerful EMP attack once it makes landfall. Androids in the resistance camp tens of kilometers away are destroyed, as is the F-3 convoy on patrol. Machine lifeforms and androids hundreds of kilometers away experience malfunctions. Nuclear weapons are utilized as an emergency measure, but seem to have no effect. The Behemoth-class machine attacks even its machine allies, and after a month of battle, it disappears somewhere near the Izu Ogasawara Trench. 11,689. Establishment of the Forest Kingdom. A Goliath-class machine lifeform declares an independent nation in the Forest Zone. They call themselves the Forest Kingdom. 11,732. Large-scale resistance strategy. The 8th Descent operation occurs, also known as the 8th Machine War. A large-scale resistance strategy is implemented by the Army of Humanity. Around this time, the android Anemone first joins the android forces. Up to the 10th operation, the conflicts are brief, decisive battles after the large-scale group descends, and each war is named for the number of the operation. The battles from the 10th operation onward shift into protracted affairs consisting of multiple descents that receive distinctive operation names. 11.8.10. Orbital base Kaguya falls. On the 6th orbital base Kaguya, investigative experiments on a core taken from a machine induce a massive explosion. Kaguya ceases to function and falls into the atmosphere. 11.8.15. Experimental Research Facility Labo. The 6th Experimental Research Facility, Labo, begins operation in place of Kaguya. The facility engages primarily in the development of anti-machine weaponry. 11.8.17. Demise of the First Forest King. The ruler of the Forest Kingdom ceases to function. His successor is constructed. 11.9.28. Creation of black boxes. The new power source known as a black box is completed at Labo. 11.9.32. April. Approval of the Yorha. The decisive anti-machine weapon Yorha is approved for production. 11.9.37. First words of the new Forest King. The second Forest King learns how to speak. July. Labo in flames. July 7th. A massive fire occurs in the orbital base Labo. Casualties are numerous, including the prototype Yorha units. Design data for the Yorha units has been backed up on humanity's lunar server, so that data is used to produce a new unit. Its construction is performed in an automated factory for the sake of confidentiality. Wait. Okay, alright. I got a little confused. Okay, so the lunar base now also has information on the construction of how to make a Yorha. Alright, I thought I uncovered something there. August, Yorha unit operational. August 2nd. The first Yorha unit is built and sent to Earth. August 11/9/38. Construction of the bunker. Construction begins on the 13th orbital base known as the bunker. 11/9/39. The 14th Machine War. The 14th Machine War begins. The battle lasts 6 years, with android and machine sides suffering losses the likes of which have never been seen. 11/9/40. November. The bunker completed. Construction finishes on the orbital base bunker. December, the bunker begins operation. The android White takes charge of the bunker. She is appointed commander of the Yorha forces. 11/9/41. December, the Pearl Harbor descent operation. December 8th, the Pearl Harbor descent operation commences. This is the first operation to utilize the new experimental Yorha units. The 16 units are to take control of the frontline enemy base in Pearl Harbor and destroy the enemy server on Mount Kala. However, 12 units are lost to an assault by enemy forces while descending from orbit. The remaining 4 units have no choice but to continue the operation. In the end, only 1 unit escapes and the rest are destroyed. 11/9/42. January. Rollout of the 9S units. January 30th, 4:25 a.m. Bunker time. The 9S unit is made available for deployment. March. Yorha M002 squad formed. March 1st. The experimental M002 squad is composed exclusively of male-type android models. May. M002 coup d'etat. May 5th, the M002 unit attempts a coup d'etat. The uprising takes 2 days to suppress. June, Atlantis surfaces. June 5th, fleeing Yorha M002 units fuse with machine lifeforms and go berserk. They continue to multiply in the western Pacific Ocean. In addition, the machine city of Atlantis floats to the surface after 4 centuries underwater. Tens of thousands of machines connected to the network begin to attack, causing enormous damage to the Pacific. An emergency operations HQ was established on the bunker to deal with the situation. The subjugation of the fused units being its top priority. August, fused berserkers destroyed. August 7th, 4 a.m. 10,900 mechanized units of the Android Army Marine Corps' 1st Marine Division attack the fused berserkers with Yorha Type E units at the center of the assault. After several days of combat, the fused berserkers on Atlantis are completely destroyed. So as far as I understand it, that whole story I just read, bits and pieces of it will be told in media that we will consume later. That's fucking crazy, though. Just bring in Atlantis. It disappears and comes back and attacks. That's weird. 11943 February. Massive Goliath-class machine lifeform. February 14th, a massive Goliath-class machine named Engels is confirmed. August, massive Goliath activity in the Philippines. August 3rd, 4 massive Goliath-class machines appear in the Philippines. The army of humanity fights back, but an insufficient line of defense leads to catastrophe, resulting in the sacrifice of 11,345 android soldiers. 11944, August descent number 215. August 1st, the Yorha engage in the 215th descent operation. Special machine lifeforms that absorb fellow units into themselves are observed in this battle. Hang on. Hello, Pants. Oh. I didn't have the video on the screen anymore. Hang on. I'm doing alright. So I am. Bree is suffering from several migraines, I believe. But oh, okay. Never mind. We're finishing up everything possible with NieR Automata here. I am reading one of the 3 books that I was given by Bree for Christmas, and I think there's like 2 more short stories in here we're gonna read, and then we're gonna move on to the final game for the Spooky Marathon. Right now we're on the timeline. They came 3 different days. It was so funny. Yeah, 3 books, 3 different days. Where were we? 11945, February. Suspicious invasion of the bunker network. February 10th. Traces of a suspicious intrusion are discovered in the bunker's internal network, but record of the discovery is erased. March, Descent number 243, The Events of NieR Automata. The Yorha, March 10th, the Yorha engaged in the 243rd Descent Operation. 6 Yorha units, including 2B, engage in a flight unit attack to destroy the massive Goliath-class machine lifeform in an abandoned factory. 4 units are destroyed during the ascent, and 1 unit goes MIA. But the operation continues. This operation ultimately ends in the successful destruction of the target. April, alien signal detected. April 7th, battle with the massive Goliath-class machine in the city ruins results in the enemy self-destructing. The explosion causes a massive cave-in in the area. At the same time, a signal from the aliens, whose existence had not been detected in a long time, is confirmed. May, sinking of the Blue Ridge 2. May 2nd, Blue Ridge 2, the aircraft carrier stationed in the city ruins for weapons resupplying, is attacked and sunk by an extremely large Goliath-class machine lifeform. All Yorha units in the area fight to keep it from reaching land. June, the bunker falls. Appearance of the tower. June 26th, the bunker is destroyed. Many Yorha units perish, including Commander White and Unit 2B. A massive tower built by machine lifeforms erupts from the earth in the city ruins. August, launch into space. August 6th, some sort of structure is launched into space from the tower. Now, we have sections of the timeline. Also, Blue is taking her sweet time to eat. We have sections of the timeline here that occur after the game is over. This is exciting. September, the 14th Machine War ends. September 2nd, the 14th Machine War is declared over. September 5th, redacted. September 19th, redacted. 1 year after Automata, January. 11946, ceasefire agreement. The Machine Lifeform Peace Faction, led by Pascal, signs an official armistice with the Army of Humanity. Oh, he goes on to continue. That's cool. 12/4/22, September, sighting of black-clothed android. September 2nd, an android in black clothes is spotted. This is 500 years later, I believe. And then 100 years after that, 12/5/30, birth of machine nobility. The concept of nobility is born among the machine lifeforms. And then 13 years later, 12/5/43, machine civil war. A civil war breaks out among the machine lifeforms, excluding incidents involving rampaging units. This is the first expression of internal division among the machines. And that is the end of the available timeline that we have for the Draken NieR series. There is a lot in this Automata timeline that can be turned into other media. Movies, anime, games. I am excited for any of this to be touched upon. As I understand it, 2 things in here have already been adapted into anime. That is insanely cool. I love that they went so far in the future and made all this shit that they could touch upon. Or not. Knowing Yoko Taro, he could just be like, yeah, we're gonna move on to the next thing now. A NieR fan is basically responsible for modern Linux gaming. Is this true? Oh my god. The Connected Worlds of NieR and Drakengard. Yoko Taro, father of the NieR series, created another series at the same time, Drakengard, known in Japan as Dragon Dragoon. The stories of NieR and Drakengard are famous for taking place on the same world but in parallel universes. The appearance of the mysterious giant and the Red Dragon in June 2003 of NieR's timeline refers to the Red Dragon and Queen Beast from the first Drakengard. as shown in Route E of Drakengard's story. One could say this moment linked to the worlds of Drakengard and NieR through a supernatural force. What's more, the mysterious white chlorination syndrome that wiped out humanity was created through the spread of mesoparticles extracted from the red dragon's corpse. Unable to conquer this illness, humanity split itself in two, the soul beings known as gestalts, and the body is meant to contain them known as replicants. Strife between the two entities led both down the path of destruction. In this sense, the spread of Meso was the underlying cause of humanity's extinction. Meso was brought over from the world of Drakengard, but it is thought that it was spread throughout this world due to some outside factor as well. The basis of this is the Great Disaster of 856 CE, as explained in the Japanese volume Dragon Dragoon 3 Art Book and the Complete Guide. The event is described as follows. A giant earthquake rocked the Iberian Peninsula, and a giant city appeared overnight. This incident caused Meso to overflow into the world. Dragons, monsters, and other strange beings started to appear as if accompanying this event. Why was Meso brought into this world, whose very principles were upended by the Great Disaster? The truth of this mystery is yet to be brought to light. What the fuck? Story goes that the PC port was really shit. Oh, wait, hang on. I wish I was joking. Her tail is bigger, I need to get a scale. The story goes that the PC port was really shit on release, and on Linux it was even worse despite wine, etc. So a fan that wanted to play it created the DXVK translation layer so it would run better. This layer converts DirectX 11 system calls to Vulkan in real time and was the big event that allowed so many more games to work flawlessly. That's crazy. Do they have to be horny though? Are they confirmed Gooner? Yeah, Gooner for 2B. Nice. I mean, hey man, I need to look up more about this.
Oh, by the
Great Disaster. It is theorized in Grimoire and NieR that the world of Drakengard exists in a universe parallel to the universe which contains the world featured in NieR, which is ostensibly Earth. Information presented in Drakengard 3 reinforces this theory and indicates that the events on the Iberian Peninsula resulted in the initial point of divergence. The world of NieR resembles our own real-life world up until the events that occurred in 2003 Tokyo as featured in Drakengard's ending E. The birth of Jesus Christ. 856. A giant earthquake occurs in the Iberian Peninsula. At the same time, a huge metropolis appears within one night, while a lot of strange things appear around the world. Casualties aside, this incident shook the very balance of the world. The dragons, flower, and the Watchers are introduced into the world. The event becomes known as the Great Disaster. A city appears overnight in the Iberian Peninsula. Theft and other crimes explode amongst refugees and insurgents. Eyewitness reports of strangely morphed creatures begin to flood in. 858. The Eastern Roman Empire falls. Swarms of huge dragons come flying in, decimating kingdoms until nothing but ash is left behind overnight. 862. Monarchy of West, Middle, and East Francia falls. Following the reckless murder of Louis II of Middle Francia, scores of riots break out in the surrounding countries. 865. Concept of Midgard is formed. Rumors of a cathedral city spreads. The entire scope of Europe began to lose sight of national boundaries with the downfall of multiple countries. In the end, people came to call what was left of the region Midgard. The people began to call the mysterious city that appeared after the cataclysm the Cathedral City. 867. Pythagoras Institute established. Nobles and intellectuals from the former kingdoms escaped to the Cathedral City with little more than their lives and set up the Pythagoras Institute to study the disaster and rise in abnormalities throughout the world. She's at my neck and I use the kitchen scale. She's about 41 grams. Neat. 868. Chaldea Gate constructed. The 10 Days of Tragedy. Unfortunately, the Cathedral City could not accept all the refugees for lack of food. In order to regulate how many people were allowed to enter the city, they built the Chaldea Gate in 3 days. Rioting broke out between the refugees and the city's self-defense forces, which continued to rage on for the following week. 10 Days of Tragedy. Phone dying and stuck with the baby. Damn it. Hang on, let me get you my battery. This is really exciting. Hang on. So, as I understand it, as I am understanding it from this timeline, from the Drakengard 3 book, and from this timeline that was given here, that there was this branching point in our world that turned our world into the world of Drakengard 800 years after Jesus Christ was born. And so Midgard is literally parallel to our world. And holy shit, up at the back. If you don't remember, the Cathedral City that I'm bringing up right now is the Cathedral City from Drakengard 3, the one where one resides. Oh shit, hang on. Hang on. Okay, sleepy. Nice. Back to it. I think I'm gonna use these sweaters for just enough grip, but possibly not enough to snag her tiny toes. Nice. Alright, where were we? Chaldea Gate constructed, the 10 Days of Tragedy. 869. One after another, people began showing strange miracle powers, such as the power of destruction or the ability to find water veins in the ground. 870. The Pythagoras Institute confirms the existence of magic. 872. The cathedral city came under strict order and social function by those who used such miracle power. Go inside. Alright, wait. 875. The Pythagoras Institute constructs a system to authorize and keep track of those who use miracles, and thusly began to dictate social status. Miracle users, or simply users, bring order and social function to the city. 878. The Chaldea Gate opens for the first time in 10 years. The city sees a growth in population, and users begin their rule. This may be seen as a new era of control for the Pythagoras Institute. And then it cites Sinnoh Alice, which is a game I've heard of. Was a role-playing video game developed by PokeLabo for Android and iOS. The game was directed by Yoko Taro in 2020. So this is connected to NieR? Manga probably could be read standalone, but it was meant to complement the reality arc of Sinnoh Alice, which, if I remember correctly, is arc 3, so you're missing a lot of context. I Am Kaim on YouTube has the entire game on his channel with most of it translated. It is barely connected to Drakengard, even less so to NieR. Essentially, the world called the Library was created from the Cataclysm that contains stories, which seems to be operated by these puppets. The puppets are connected to a group called Group B, which seems to be rogue Accord models that want to trigger the fall down. But even all this info is from the Drakengard 3 x Sinnoh Alice crossover, which doesn't affect the events of the main story, which is completely standalone. I don't believe this info is in the main game. Okay, cool. Chaldea Gate opens for the first time in 10 years. Chaldea Gate is opened and the city function expands. The users begin local rule as faith and religion of the past begins to deteriorate. A new faith concept of the users and miracles of the Pythagoras Institute Church spread throughout the community. Council of Chaldea. When does Drakengard 3 come in? Okay, it's getting there. It's getting there. (882) Council of Chaldea. This is the first public meeting between the Church and the Pythagoras Institute, which held power before the Great Disaster. In order to bring peace to a confused world, they declared the establishment of a new church as an organization. The Pythagoras Institute was incorporated as a confidential institution under the direct control of the Church, and the name of the Pythagoras Institute has since disappeared from historical records. Small trash bags are under the sink in the bathroom. The Church strengthened the registration system to prevent rebellion by users who are called magicians. At the same time, research into sealing magic that controls magical power is actively conducted. 885. Magical Overload Accident. When a magician loses control of his power, a third of the city is destroyed. The Church announces that it is thanks to the research done on seal magic that the magician's power could be suppressed. In actuality, the experiment on seal magic failed and caused bodily enlargement to the caster, who became nothing more than a giant foot that proceeded to trample and kill over 2,000 people in the slums over a single night. The official announcement by the Church is as previously stated. 888. The fourth Cathedral City expansion program is executed. The growth and expansion of the city goes well. The Church aims to expand their territory with the goal of ensuring the everlasting peace of Midgard through prayer and magic. 890. The Church Investigation Committee is established. Neighboring self-governing dominions accept volunteers to form the Church Investigation Committee. 892. Each self-governing dominion around the city is taken over in succession by the Church Investigation Committee and their large-scale magical weapons after the attending magicians allowed their usage. They essentially became a magical armed force. 895. The power of the Church expands in each area. 904. The Church expands throughout the Iberian Peninsula. The Church Investigation Committee sets out on expedition across each of the self-governing dominions to gain control of these areas. Once order has been achieved, it becomes custom for the committee to rule these areas on their own, setting up the first Lords of the Land system. 907. The Tang Dynasty in East Asia falls. 910. The Magic Academy, built by the church for the research of magic. Drakengard 3 loading screen. The Magic Academy is established. The church pushes forward the study of magical power and sets up the Magic Academy for full-scale study in each area. 912 Magical Overload Accident. Another magical accident occurs within the Magic Academy. However, with the use of seal magic, the extent of the damage is limited to the death of 2 people. The person whose magic went haywire and the caster of the seal magic. 930. The building blocks of magic is completed by the Magic Academy. The spread of magic expands and becomes a common technique thereafter. 938. In an attempt to attain power while it continues to expand, the church enters into a mutually beneficial relationship with each lord of the land who had control of large territories. 951. It is routine for powerful people of the church to accept bribes by the lords of the land. Fights among the governing lords is frequent in each area. The territories governed by these lords begin to be referred to as Land of the Mountains and the Land of Forests. 960. The Sung Dynasty is founded. The first Magic Academy president is elected. Since the newly elected president is not familiar with magic at all, this causes a void between the church echelon and the lords of the land. Unease among the magicians in the Magic Academy begins to fester. 971. The White Rebellion breaks out. Under the current system, the Magic Academy presidential elections are conducted by the lords of the land. Cause some young magicians to rebel. Although incensed magicians rally for the replacement of the president within the Central Magic Academy, located in the Cathedral City, they are suppressed in a single night. Rose, 981. Rose, Zero, is born. 985. Famine breaks out. Widespread famine breaks out. The food supply from the surrounding dominions in the Cathedral City is greatly reduced for several years. In the world of politics, it becomes commonplace for the church's upper echelon and influential people to give money and goods, weaponry, women, and children to the lords of the land in exchange for food. 986. The Blue Corps is established. Magicians dissatisfied with the corruption going on within the Magic Academy and the politics regarding the food shortage for poor class decided to form an underground organization to start a revolution. The group became known as the Blue Corps. Y'all better stop. 990. The Blue Corps becomes active. Many young magicians approve them. Even some of the lords of the land who are dissatisfied with the church approve. The church is said to be weakening as their armaments and talented people dwindle under the food shortage and engaging in bribery for many years. Alright. We've got Seal Magic, we got the Blue Rebellion, we got another connection to that game called Sinnoh Alice, Youth League, Blue Rebellion, Cathedral City is reduced to ruins. 995.
Question.
What?
This is Earth,
This is Midgard now.
but it's Earth.
Yes.
So they didn't move to a different world. They moved to the future? Or parallel?
Well, no, at some
When the
point,
dragon came through.
at some point, our history diverged. And when the events of Drakengard happened, they possibly did move. Hang on. We don't have a timeline for Drakengard 1 in particular in terms of years. Wait. Drakengard 3. Branch E leads to Drakengard. Drakengard happens in 1099.
Okay.
So they...
The year 1099.
Yeah, so they travel into the future and into our world.
Okay. The reason why I asked is I was wondering if magic disappeared at some point.
No.
And then they traveled to the future, bringing it back to our world.
Yeah, no.
Wouldn't that be cool, though? Like, the events that led to it no longer existing is because he teleported. So him ending up in Tokyo brought the thing that caused the magic to come back and kill everyone.
Yeah.
Which would kind of make everything that they did useless, wouldn't it? Because they moved the giant in order to save the world. And if all they did was go into the future, they destroyed the world they saved. That'd be fucked up.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I be surprised if that's the case? Anyhow.
I mean, kind of move past the initial shock. A bunch of different shit happened. 995, the cathedral city is reduced to ruins. An unprecedented large-scale accident occurs within the Central Magic Academy in the cathedral city. It is said to be a singing error of the forbidden art by a female magician, but the details of the accident are unclear. It is discovered later that dust from the explosion appeared to resemble a gigantic flower in the night sky. The scale of destruction from the accident encompasses the entire city. All trace of people within the city fades away. Fades away as the city is reduced to ruins.
She's being called a female magician?
This is a different person.
The white flower?
Yes. So, I mean, it might be the same person. 994, a year prior. Eventually, no new presidents from the land ruled by the Lords of the Land are elected for the Magic Academy in each location. Even though they managed to obtain independence, with the loss of support from the Lords of the Land, the Magic Academy follows the same path toward decline. Magical experiments by the opposition continue vigorously. The Magic Academy lifts a ban on a previously forbidden magical art. The balance of magical power in Europe falls into chaos. And then 997, after the cathedral city is reduced to ruins, the flower feeds on the deceased Usubeni. The parasitic flower begins to feed on Usubeni's dead body. She changes her name to Zero once she obtains the power of song. This is 2 years after this.
It's 2 years after the giant flower.
Yeah, female magician. The dust from the explosion appeared to resemble a gigantic flower.
In the night sky.
Yeah.
Not that it was a giant flower.
Yeah.
So 2 years prior is how the flower came to be. So we have her real name.
Yeah, she was formerly named Rose. That was revealed in her novella.
Okay. The fuck is this?
A lineage. That seems to lead to Sarah and Mana. Coming from one and Rosa. Unseen character that came from the World Inside book. Refugee from the former land of forests. She met one in the year 1024 and gave birth to his twin children. So the...
Oh, that's the brother one.
Yeah. Gruen and Granat. In 1025, it is from Granat's lineage that Ramia is born, who later gives birth to twins Mana and Sarai. One seems to be unaware that his bloodline still remains intact through Granat's descendants.
So Faye and Chloe are unknown characters to us?
They're from a manga.
Okay.
She's a high priestess of the cult of the Watchers, 3 years before Dragon Guard 1.3.
And has a kid named Chloe.
Last member of Gruen's bloodline, descendant of one. But yeah, they descended from one.
And Sarah has got one. Not that he fucks.
Yeah.
That's okay. So that's shows that the brother one lives on. Truly lives on. And in that timeline, it fucks somebody and continues the bloodline.
Alright, well that was a rabbit hole and a half.
What?
What, all that?
That was cool as hell.
Yeah. Back to the book. We've been at this for almost 4 hours. We got 50 questions for Yoko Taro.
Oh, I need to have some of the mango. Oh, wait, when are you having dinner? So I'm not hungry still.
You're not hungry still? It doesn't matter, I'm kind of hungry.
I had a lot of food though. I probably didn't even eat. I had 3 muffins. I'm surprised you didn't catch that or say anything.
Question number 49. Question number 36. The Red Girl, N2, was born when the machine lifeforms took in memory data from a certain someone on the old world quantum server. Who is this person? No comment.
What does it say?
No comment.
Oh.
Do you have any ideas for the next game, and has Square Enix given you an offer for one? No on both accounts.
I love 50.
In conclusion, is there anything you'd like to tell your fans?
It's...
How to translate that.
Oh, it's something to translate?
Yeah, it's hex code.
It just looks like gibberish to me, like machine gibberish. Your microphone's in the perfect spot for me not to be seen.
Picture book, Spirit of Fire. Once long ago, a volcano erupted. From the fires of the eruption, a god emerged. One day, the god appeared before the machines and said, "Consciousness, pain, joy, misery, fury, shame, desolation, the future, the meaning of life." Question number 46. What is the Spirit of Fire that appears in one of the picture books? Please read the novella Fire of Prometheus, included in the Japanese Dragon Dragoon 3 limited edition. Novella included in Dragon Dragoon World Inside. This story tells the tale of P-33, a robot defeated deep within the Junk Heap area during the events of NieR Replicant Gestalt. He uses his self-repair mechanism to fix himself over many hours, allowing readers to learn the process through which P-33 put his will and his friend's will into practice by going to see the outside world. I think that is one that I'm going to be able to read. Not through this book, but... Alright, we have 2 more short stories here. I am curious as to what that last question read, though, so let's go find that. What did Yoko Taro say? Question number 50. Last but not least, got anything to say to the fans? All curses stem from the day of the great calamity. Alright. Moving on to the next short story. Deafening Silence of the Sea. 7:30, waking to breakfast. Her consciousness quickly rose from the depths of sleep. Something tickled the other side of her eyelids. Had it gotten brighter in here? Irritated, she tried pulling the blanket up over her head. 10H, a voice called out, as if to prevent the attempt to hide. Report, it is time to wake up. I'm sleepy, she grumbled. Proposal, rise and shine. Don't wanna... Alert, cautioned the voice. It is time to rise and shine. 5 more minutes, okay? A brisk cold suddenly assaulted her body. Her precious blanket ripped off. Pod 006, 10H's tactical support unit, had no patience for such things. Fine, what a drag. 10H begrudgingly roused herself from her slumber. Resistance was futile. She had no choice but to raise the white flag, and even ruder awakening awaited her otherwise. Her pod skillfully folded the blanket with 4 arms of varying length, and placed it at the end of her bed. Atop that, her pillow. This was the pod's firm declaration that further attempts to sleep would not be tolerated. 10H let out a brief sigh and turned to observe the pod's handiwork. White blanket and white pillow over white sheets.
Just, oh my god, that's not that it looks like it's dead. The zombie plant. And it closes. That's it, the leaves fold in.
Okay.
It's not that it looks like it's dead, it's that it's defeated.
Okay.
I was very good. It popped up on my Amazon. That's why I was just like, okay, what is this shit? And then it's the plant that I thought it was. That's all.
Okay.
I was confused. It popped up on my Amazon.
Okay.
Oh, it does look like it's dead. Never mind. I didn't realize it also drooped. Interesting.
What did you say about food? You said you weren't gonna eat?
I'm probably not good at it. I had mac and cheese. I had breakfast, and I had 3 muffins.
Can you make my food?
Sure.
Were you saying that you weren't going to?
No, it's just I kind of want to go to bed and lay down.
Oh, I haven't even gotten to food from.
I know. I might be regretting giving you all.
Well, no, I was gonna be
There's
reading.
so much to read.
I was gonna be reading most of this anyway, so.
You want it now?
Hmm?
You want me to make you food now?
It doesn't matter whenever you can.
Okay. Well, you need to send me the instructions.
Okay.
Ow. Oh, the blooms look like zombie brains.
White blanket and white pillow over white sheets. The far wall, floor, even ceiling, all white. White as far as the eye could see. The black of her uniform and the red paint of the pod's chassis were the only splashes of color in the room. She supposed the wall monitor offered more colors, depending on what it displayed. A voice repeating the current water temperature and pressure played over the monitor. The facility lay in the Hadal zone, a good 10,000 meters below sea level. Minuscule changes could have disastrous results in this unstable environment, so the area around the facility required constant monitoring. Report. It is time for breakfast. Without warning, the pod brought in a tray laden with her morning meal. It's all white too, she pondered in the corner of her mind. A white plate next to a white cup. The tray they sat on just as white. Proposal. Consume before it gets cold, urged her pod. 10H reached out for the bread on her plate. It was square and flat, with faint grill marks on the surface. Testing it with a nibble, she found it dry against her front teeth. She took a draught from her cup to help wash it down. Query. Is the bread toasted to your liking? The coffee too strong, perhaps? Suits me just fine, 10H grumbled. The pod had faithfully reproduced the meal from a human breakfast menu, but she found the effort unremarkable. I mean, what does it matter anyway? It's not like we need to eat in the first place. Rebuttal. A well-regulated lifestyle is the basis for good health. Proper sleep and a balanced diet are essential parts of this equation. Breakfast is the source of your get up and go. Get up and go? What the heck is that? Ah, she thought. He must mean energy to get things done. Pod 006 often used antiquated terms from human civilization. For reference, by the way, this is 10H. H is healer. A drag, she grunted. Any energy surplus has to be excreted anyway. She wouldn't need to excrete anything if she didn't eat. 10H found the undertaking pointless, but the pod begged to differ. According to Pod 006, good food and good bowel movements were necessary for maintaining one's mental health. Still, androids could break down almost anything that could be considered sustenance. In other words, that made the actual need for excretion null and void. Oops. The piece of toast intended for her mouth fell onto the plate. Looking closely, she noticed that the fingers on both her hands were damaged. She had found it difficult to hold her cup, but had chalked it up to being half asleep. In reality, she had lost some function in her fingertips. When the heck did this happen? She wondered aloud. Answer. This is wear and tear from transportation work. Huh, you don't say. They had replenished her supplies the day before. 10H remembered helping out the pods with this work, but not with an enthusiasm that would cause this kind of damage. Proposal. Be careful not to overburden yourself. I know, I'll be more careful, 10H replied. Maybe her mental balance affected her ability to remember the day's events. She considered whether the pod's insistence on meal intake might actually have some merit to it. 8 o'clock, making the rounds. 10H's room wasn't the only monochromatic room in the facility. Every wall, every floor, every ceiling was the same unadorned hue. Shipping construction materials 10,000 meters under the sea was difficult in itself, perhaps explaining why such little care had been given to interior design. 10H had been assigned here after the facility had already been up and running, so she lacked any knowledge of what had actually transpired. All she could do was guess. They went through the trouble of building this place in the deepest depths of the ocean, under constant threat of enormous atmospheric pressure, to hide its existence from the machines. It was a backdoor server, prepared in anticipation of worst-case scenarios. The data stored here was that of the entire Yorha force, as well as the Council of Humanity's server. To the Yorha, humanity's data was the most important thing on the planet. Server room number 27, nothing out of the ordinary, she reported. The pod reprimanded 10H as she went to shut the door. Warning, you must perform a thorough inspection. Come on, 10H protested. How am I supposed to know this stuff? All sorts of technology and ingenuity had been necessary to store the vast amount of data in the limited space of the deep-sea facility, making the server a nebulous mess. It would have been impossible for an S-type android to parse its logic, much less a repair-focused unit like the H-type. Yeah, this appears to be an underwater facility that she is in charge of. Besides, as long as the pods understood it, what was the problem if she didn't? 15 units of Pod 006 darted busily around server room 27. 15 bright red buzzing bees. The white of the walls and ceiling made them stand out all the more. They almost looked tacky by comparison. 15 voices rang out from various points in the room without interruption. Proposal. Today is an unlucky day. Shall we reorganize the data on another day? Denial. We cannot alter procedure on a whim. Answer. I just wanted to say it. Report. More importantly, today's lucky number is 9. Proposal. Shall we do our work upside down? Rejection. You cannot be serious. Explain yourself. Rebuttal. It was simply a joke. 10H couldn't believe her ears. She began to rub her forehead. There was a limit to such foolishness. No harm done, I guess, she relented. It wasn't like she didn't have similar thoughts herself. At any rate, she didn't have much to do, so she rarely got a chance for any mental labor. It was 10H's job to maintain the pods, repairing any breakdowns or performance issues straight away. That was why an H-type unit was assigned there in the first place. And yet the pods could fix most of their issues by themselves. Android tactical support units included first aid functionality, so each pod had a simple repair program built into it. In other words, there was nothing for 10H to do. Many years had passed since she had been assigned there, but she could barely remember any of it. She'd receive a report every day. Today is day XX since your assignment. You have performed XX hours of continuous service, and so on. She got sick of hearing them, so she cut off any and all information related to the passage of time. I don't see any red lights, so that means everything's okay, right? Affirmative, conceded Pod 006. Very well, inspection complete. Right, on to the next one. 10H exited into the corridor and climbed the stairs. Multiple server rooms were connected like a net, so the corridors contained plenty of twists, turns, ups and downs. Sheesh, I'm sick of walking already. Rebuttal. Walking is a valid form of exercise. That's not the point, 10H retorted, and even if that's true, they could have given me different shoes. The magnets on the soles of her shoes were the source of her suffering. Moving around the facility was valid exercise in itself, but she couldn't stand how hard it was to walk. Proposal. Expend your energy on walking instead of complaining. 10H sighed in resignation. Proposal. Please respond to previous proposal. Yeah. Climbing the stairs, 10H spotted the words "on air" blinking ahead of her. She had reached the broadcasting room. This room would relay any messages from the Council of Humanity. She guessed this prevented the enemy from discovering the council server's location, but she couldn't say for sure. The pods would probably have told her if she asked, but she never bothered, nor did the contents of the broadcast pique her interest in the least. She really, truly didn't care. There was a broadcast scheduled for today? 10H asked. Affirmative, 972 seconds until completion. Nice, she muttered to herself. She was forbidden from entering the room during a broadcast, so she could skip this for now. Well, not that a shortcut brought her any particular joy. All it did was give her that much more free time. 10:30, free time. Boy, am I bored. 10H yawned as she fiddled with the chess pieces. She had nothing... Oh. Hi, Haas. 2 bits, thank you. 2B, 2 bits. I get it. If that was the joke. Welcome. You're coming in in the middle of story time. My jaw is not cooperating with me anymore, but we're almost there. We're almost at the end of it. Don't spend it all in one place. Thank you. Where was I? She had nothing to do between morning patrols and lunch, and today she had nothing to do between lunch and dinner. 10H's day was comprised almost entirely of such freedom. Proposal. When yawning, you should cover your mouth with your hand. Huh? What does it matter? Denial. Unacceptable. It is bad manners. Bad manners. Pod 006 sure liked to run its proverbial mouth. In her experience, other pods were much more impersonal and kept their words to a minimum. No other androids were stationed at the base, so the overly talkative Pod 006 was assigned to be 10H's companion. Pods usually functioned in sets of 3, but this one this one was a special model, capable of operating hundreds of units at once. Such numbers were needed to maintain the facility. The one accompanying 10H was just one of those units, but since they all looked the same, she couldn't tell if the unit next to her all day was the same one she'd seen the night before. First time was good. The last one was funny as fuck. All of the 006 units shared the same consciousness data, so it made no difference to them. Pod 006 was, in essence, one existence composed of hundreds. 10H had a hard time wrapping her head around that. Hold on a second, she exclaimed. I take it back. Lost in thought, she had overlooked a chess piece she could take. Rejection, stated Pod 006. This is the third time this game. I told you I wouldn't allow it again, didn't I? Just this once. This is only the third time today, anyway, she pleaded. Rejection. You said the same thing yesterday. Have you any idea how many times we've come to this impasse? Like 10 maybe? Incorrect. 13 times. Do not try to hide it. The number was too small to pretend like she'd forgotten. Of course 10H would remember this paltry amount of information unless it had been deleted on purpose. The same went for Pod 006. My AI is not suited for chess in the first place, she pouted. Just a little take backsies. Request denied. Small sparks danced off the end of the pod's arm. Alright, already. No need to get rough. Affirmative, as long as you understand. The sparks disappeared and the pod proceeded to move its night. 10H did all she could to stifle a giggle. So it's my turn, right? Affirmative, the pod replied. Go ahead. Great, that bishop is mine. Proposal. Hold on a moment, I take it back. Not a chance. Like 10H, Pod 006 lacked any AI geared towards chess. Such units weren't suited for deep thought in the first place. It was deemed unnecessary to complete their missions. How would a match fare between Android and Pod, both of whom shared the ability to retain info, but lacked the ability to calculate chess moves? Their only hope was to distract their opponent with an unrelated topic, causing them to create an exploitable opening. A shallow level of play by any stretch of the imagination. I feel like this is turning into some other type of game. They continue to push their pieces across the board. Like her shoes, the undersides of the pieces were magnetic and wouldn't move with a simple poke. The metal chessboard and magnetic pieces were invented so humans could play on floating vessels, or so they said. Like the coffee and toast, this facility was equipped with all sorts of homages to the human race. What's the point in AIs like us playing a game outside of our wheelhouse in the first place? Hypothesis. To kill time? Well, yeah, I mean, obviously. It's just, is there any reason to play a pointless game toward that end? Answer. Idle hands are the devil's plaything. Say what? 10H replied incredulously. Answer. It means nothing good comes from having too much time. Thus, it is necessary to kill time. It is a concept quoted from an ancient human document. I think it was Dynasty Warriors with sex slaves. I think I know what you're talking about. Isn't it homage or homage? That's what I said, right? I think either one works. Though she doubted whether such a sentiment applied to an artificial being like her, 10H had no ground to stand on for a rejoinder. Well, guess we'd better get back to it then. Agreed, stated the pod. Now then. It's my turn, cried 10H. She quickly whipped her piece across the board, and of course that coveted bishop was hers. For just a moment, sparks flickered off the end of the pod's arm. Perhaps it was meant as an admonishment of sorts. Still, why are things so dull around here? Answer. Leisure is a sign of peace. It isn't a bad thing, is it? Well, that's true, she admitted. I mean, this place hasn't been discovered yet or anything. At 10,000 meters below sea level, an attack would be the end of them. There'd be nowhere to run. If we're talking worst case scenario, wouldn't it have been better to assign a Type B model here? Wait, actually a Type D model would be better for defensive battles, right? Even if this place was just a backup, it was all essential data. Defending it to the last was a bit much to ask of a Type H model like her. Rebuttal. Type B or Type D units cannot be tasked with maintenance or repair. Type S units, then, she retorted. Rebuttal. Type S units are capricious. They cannot deal with periods of inactivity well. Fine, that's good enough for me. She could fix a pod in a pinch, and the boredom of free time was hardly excruciating to her. In that sense, a Type H like herself was the best unit for the job. Say, can a pod like you fight? I'm not exactly made for battle, you know. Answer. There is no need for concern. I am equipped with appropriate ordnance. I simply don't use it most of the time. That right. Nothing to worry about then. The hundreds of pod units would more than make up for 10H's lack of combat ability. Next style. The rook she'd intended to move slipped from her fingers. It clacked down onto the board, then tumbled to the floor. She tried to pick it up, but even that didn't go as planned. My fingers aren't in great condition here. They've been that way all morning. The damage had seemed superficial at first, but it must have been deeper than she realized. I'll have to fix this from the looks of it. Denial, replied the pod. The storage area lacks additional appendage parts. We must request more in the next supply. That's a ways away, though, yeah? She had just helped with carrying in supplies the day before. How could she have anticipated such labor would result in the need for more parts? Ah well, I'll deal with it on the software side. Said Ho? Okay. Adjusting grip strength and range of motion would probably prevent further butterfingers. Let's call it a day here. Leaving the pod to pack away the board, 10H returned to her room. 11:30. Room inspection. Diving inside her own head, she looked into her finger control program. Checking for bugs, she tuned up her neurotransmission algorithms. It had been a while since she'd done any work befitting an H-type model. Although she hadn't fixed any damage to the hardware, she'd done enough to make sure she could eat or play chess without much trouble. That being said, other tasks might take a hit. Something like crushing an object between her fingers would be asking too much. Trying to smush a bug on the window would poke a hole through the glass. Attempting to use the touch panel wouldn't fare any better. Keyboards would be right out, but as long as she could avoid touch panels until the next supply run, it wouldn't be much of an issue for 10H. She rarely used them anyway, and even if she had to, she could just call on Pod 006 to handle it. Fortunately, none of the devices in the facility used keyboards, and insects were a non-issue. In other words, there was next to no downside for her. It's not like I've got anything to do down here anyway. Fortunately, the bug had no direct relation to her function. Alright, guess I'm all done here, huh? She had spotted a strange thing in a strange place. Like humans, androids never used 100% of their brains. There was always an unused region of sorts. It could be utilized in a pinch, and an open region in the brain could act as a temporary buffer when calculation became too arduous. In this empty space, someone had placed a strange code. The heck? Who did this? And why? Only an S-type, or perhaps an H-type like her, could have done such a thing, but there weren't any other androids in the facility. Technically the pods could too, but there would have been some record of it if they had. The process of writing and overwriting this empty space was complicated enough in the first place. Access should have been nigh impossible for anyone other than the owner of that space. Did I do this? She didn't remember it at all. Could she have erased the memory of the procedure after performing it? And if so, why? Maybe all this free time's turned me simple. Whatever the reason, she went to work deciphering the code. She hoped it wouldn't be one of those annoying transforming algorithms only S-types could pick apart. Fortunately, it wasn't, taking less than 2 minutes to decode. Fine, this is definitely my work. It wasn't like her to install an incomprehensible code, but there it was. The transforming algorithm was more crude than simple. It was like a rough scrawl. But why would I... No plausible reason came to her. The data she'd encoded were some coordinates within the facility. Furthermore, it was an area with restricted access. I seriously don't get it. Tilting her head in confusion, 10H headed for the area indicated by the coordinate data. 1150, investigating the hatch room. The coordinate data pointed to the hatch room. This was the facility's only route to the outside world, and it was only used to bring in supplies. The hatch was comprised of primary and secondary compartments, with only one compartment open at a time. The deep water facility had several measures like this to prevent seawater from coming in. Man, what a pain. The gate to the first compartment was locked tight. As 10H was the de facto custodian, she had that... Oh. She had the authority to unlock it. The lock was a bit irritating, requiring a password and her black box signal to open. Still, she had no intention of turning back. Something was nagging at her. The gate whirred open. As it did so, the entire first compartment was illuminated. The white of the walls, floor, and ceiling stung her eyes. Inquiry. What is the matter? Is something amiss? The pod had shown up out of nowhere. It moved in front of 10H and studied her expression as if concerned. Don't worry, it's nothing, she asserted. Something's bothering me is all. She walked straight into the inner gate. The first compartment showed to be First compartment proved to be an imposing expanse. Why's it gotta be this big? There's a limit to how much dead space you can have. Answer. This much space is necessary to regulate the water pressure when entering from the outside. I mean, I get that, 10H replied. It just feels like a waste, you know? We only use it for supply runs. She placed her hand on the gate to the second compartment. The encoded coordinate data pointed to the other side of the door. Denial. Do not go any further. Entry into the second compartment is forbidden. Ignoring the pod, she opened the gate. The space lit up like the first compartment, a stark white expanse stretching out before her. There's nothing here, she said, confused. She'd expected to find something, maybe some treasure or a bomb, something worth having cordoned off the location in her head. And yet the room was empty. The floor was bare, as were the ceiling and walls. Alert. It is dangerous to proceed any further. I know. I won't open the other gate. The gate on the other side of the second compartment had a rotating handle affixed to it. This door led to the outside, after all. Were the gate to be opened without adjusting the water pressure, seawater would rush in with tremendous force. The destructive power of such pressure thousands of meters under the sea was unimaginable. Both 10H and Pod 006 knew it had crushed them in an instant. She walked to the point indicated by the coordinate data. Whatever the cipher pointed to could be a phenomenon instead of an object. Warning, return at once, cautioned the pod. Sure. Why did it lead her here? She slowly scanned her surroundings as she walked. White walls, white floor, white ceiling as usual. The gate to the outside, the gate to the first compartment, both white. Huh? 10H noticed a different color in what should have been a completely white gate. There was something black on the handle. It looked like something had been torn off on it. Or perhaps it was a scratch. What the heck is that? She wondered. As she went in to take a closer look, stars suddenly dazzled her vision. The pain in the back of her head soon followed. It felt like Pod 006 had punched her from behind. What the hell? She cried. You got any idea how hard your arm is? Turning as she complained, 10H halted with a start. She was facing down the barrel of a gun. The pod had shifted into its ranged attack mode. Well, hold on now. Trying to prevent the first shot was a waste of her breath. She thought she just barely dodged it, but the pain lancing up her arm proved her wrong. Blots of red stained the white floor. She threw off her boots. The magnetic soles had prevented a clean escape. The second shot was coming, but this time she leapt away. A laser lit up the spot where she'd been moments before, but it left no trace on the walls or floor. 10H realized for the first time these surfaces were made of heat-resistant material. The wide-open space left nowhere for her to hide. She had no choice but to run her ass off. Leaping off the walls, bounding and rolling across the floor. 10H screamed at Pod 006. Seriously, what the hell? She cried in a panic. Tell me what's going on here. But the pod didn't answer. It remained in attack mode, firing off the third shot in place of a response. 10H tried to escape, but the pod intercepted her path. Just as she thought she'd avoided it, a blow landed squarely in her back. A groan escaped from her lips. She finally understood that the pod was genuinely out to kill her. Was there some sort of error in its programming? Whatever the case, she had to destroy it. But how? H-types were incapable of combat. Battle was left to the offense-oriented B-types, or the defense-oriented D-types. Plus, the target was a tactical support unit. Destroying allies is the job of an E-type, not an H-type. She couldn't think anymore. Long-range laser strikes and close-range arm blows rained down on her. The barrage was relentless. Pain shot down her side. The smell of burned flesh reached her nostrils. She couldn't dodge as quickly as before. As much as she tried to run, she was reaching her limit. And yet she had no weapons with which to launch a counterattack. There was no need for them in the facility. Fight with my bare hands? She thought to herself. Impossible. I'm no B-type, and I lack the strength to... Wait, strength? Thinking back, hadn't she just made a certain adjustment... a certain adjustment moments earlier? That's right, her finger control program. She'd fixed her grip strength so she wouldn't drop the chess pieces. She swung around to her right. Her damaged left leg screamed out at her, but she ignored it as she ran, making a beeline straight for Pod 006. In response, the pod moved to fire at her. She grabbed the muzzle tight with her left hand, putting strength into her fingertips and giving them a twist. The barrel crumpled like so much paper. With the fingers of her right hand, she flicked the pod's body into the air. She curled up and prepared for the shock, and an explosion rang through the air. She bait it just in the nick of time. Thanks to the absurd output she'd put into her pinching strength, she'd made short work of that gun barrel. Brute force had won the day. 10H let out a sigh of relief, but doing so sent a wave of agony through her system. She was so riddled with injuries that she couldn't tell where one ended and the next began. Why she'd ended up in such a state was beyond her comprehension. What in the world was going on? Her thoughts were interrupted by a sudden noise. Warning of an enemy intrusion rang out around 10H. Why? She thought in confusion. Why would there be a warning of an enemy in the second compartment? The only ones in here are me and this broken pod. But through the murk of her confusion, a part of 10H knew the truth. She turned and ran towards the first compartment. She had to seal the gate between the two compartments from this side. Pod 006's singular self-consciousness was spread among hundreds of pods in the facility. They might not have been the same pod that attacked her, but the other units shared the same cognizance. That meant that any pod heading in her direction was doing so with the same intent to kill. That alert was no accident. Just as 10H locked the gate, a furious thumping could be heard from the other side. The pods must have been hurling themselves against the gate. The cacophony reverberated in her wounds. Scowling, she crouched down on the floor. There was no way she could go back to the facility now. All that awaited her on the other side of the remaining gate was the seafloor. The seafloor and all 10,000 meters of ocean above it. She figured she had two choices. Be crushed to death by a high-pressure wall of water, or be burned to death by the lasers of 100 pods. Either option sucks, she muttered to herself. Still, she couldn't just stay there. Gripping her scorched flank, she began to walk. Her destination, the gate and the deep sea beyond it. The pods had been hiding something, and whatever it was on the other side of that door. If she was going to die anyway, she figured she should at least figure out what that thing was. She'd burn the pod's secret into her brain before she left this mortal coil. If the water pressure didn't obliterate her first, that is. The moment she made contact with the rotating handle, an unpleasant sound rang out as her fingertips appeared to ignite. What the? She looked between the rotating handle and her fingertips, which appeared charred from a high-voltage current. This is weird. This is way too weird, 10H stammered. Why did the inner door have this mechanism? If it was meant to prevent enemy invasion, something like this should be on the outside, right? It was almost as if... Once again, 10H grabbed the handle. Her hands burst into flame. Ignoring the agony, she began to turn the lever. The pain and the heat made her see red. Her throat quivered. She couldn't even tell what... She couldn't even tell what she was screaming. 10H finished turning the handle. She finally understood where that black mark had come from. Someone else had tried to open this door before. They'd forced the handle to turn, burning their hands in the process. A charred smudge was all that remained. Finally, the lock was open. The only thing left was to push a single button. With the press of her broken hand, she'd be dead. Still, there was no time to hesitate. The gate to the first compartment sounded ready to crack. 10H pressed the button and the gate whirred open. And yet no crushing sensation rushed in to meet her. Almost the opposite, actually. The gate opened and 10H was pulled toward it by some powerful force. It was almost as if she was being sucked through the gate. Wind rushed past her ears for just a moment. The sound was almost immediately replaced with an oppressive silence. She tumbled end over end along the ground. Face twisted in pain, she tried to get up. Sand danced around her, obscuring her vision. Huh? Sand? What? Her own voice felt strangely muffled. There wasn't a trace of seawater. She looked up. A black sky extended above her. Stars dotted the inky canopy. No way. She couldn't believe her eyes. A blue sphere hovered in the black sky before her. It was Earth. Wait, then that means... this is the moon? The moment she spoke, it all became clear. She hadn't noticed the gravity was 1/6 that of Earth because her subconscious had been imprinted not to. Your high units weighed a little over 150 kilograms. They had powerful artificial muscles to move that mass around. Her adjustment program must have been overwritten. The covered cup, the magnetic shoes, the magnetic chess pieces, all of them must have been implemented to prevent her from noticing the difference between the gravity she felt and the gravity she should have expected. She wasn't thousands of meters under the sea. It wasn't salt water that surrounded the facility, but arid sand and stoic darkness. What the hell have I been doing? What have they made me do? Her gears began to turn at an unprecedented speed. The pointlessly large hatch room, the complex facility interior, the server rooms, and the broadcast room. Suddenly the words "on air" flashed in the back of her mind. While those words were displayed, she was forbidden from entering the broadcast room. When she stopped and thought about it, it was kind of strange. If it was just a message relay, it wouldn't matter if someone entered the room. Even so, there was a reason 10H was forbidden from entering. This was not a relay station to prevent anyone from triangulating the broadcast location. It was the actual broadcast station. Having figured out that much, the rest of the mystery fell into place. She had been managing not a data backup server, but the Council of Humanity itself. This was the secret the pods had been desperately trying to keep. The only ones in that facility had been 10H and the hundreds of Pod 006 units. The Council of Humanity no longer existed. That means there are no more humans? Could it be? Yeah, it has to be. The strength left her legs. 10H fell to the ground. Sand whirled up around her without a sound. A pain unlike that from her injuries threatened to crush her. She sensed the presence of the pods around her. The hundreds of units had chased her this far. B-type units were too powerful in battle. D-type units were a nuisance to deal with once they'd hunkered down in defense. S-type units would learn the truth too quickly. This was the reason an H-type unit had been chosen to oversee this facility. Even so, it had taken a long time for 10H to arrive at the truth. Then she'd escaped to the outside, destroying both arms in the process. She would be captured immediately, and her memories erased. That was why the only evidence left was the hard-to-access empty space in her head. What surrounded 10H? Having come this far, she wasn't scared anymore. Her memories would be destroyed, and she'd be returned to her days of boredom. The impact of learning of humanity's extinction, the anguish she'd felt, all traces of that would disappear. I get it, she stated dispassionately. I surrender. I won't resist. She raised both hands in the air, resigning herself to capture. She closed her eyes. Before her consciousness was condemned to the darkness, she heard the words of Pod 006. Poor thing. This is the 46th time. Jesus. We have... That was good. That was good. There's actually some artwork associated with this. That would be 10H, I imagine. we do have several other stories here. We're not near done yet. They're not in this book. But we have first we have Splinters of Memory. The weapon flashed as if slicing the sandstorm itself. The Type 40 sword was a state-of-the-art saber furnished to the elite forces fighting on the front lines. 8 minutes? Okay. Lightning burst along the edge of the blade as a spherical object flew in an arc. The freshly decapitated machine lifeform stopped moving, and its cylindrical body toppled onto the sand and exploded. With the two other machines that had been dispatched were caught in the explosion, and the resulting metal fragments rained down onto the earth. The roar and the searing heat of the explosion dissipated, and only the sound of the desert wind remained. The outline of a humanoid figure appeared from the settling cloud of dust. The gently curved shoulders, slender waist, and shapely legs extending from beneath the flared hem of a skirt would lead one to assume that the silhouette belonged to an adult woman. Strictly speaking, however, she was neither. In fact, she was not even human, nor did she possess a gender in the biological sense. She was the Yorha android number 2 Type B, nicknamed 2B, a model specializing in combat. Humanity had long since left Earth's surface when they were forced to evacuate to the moon due to an alien invasion. The surface was now a battleground for the androids. It begins the same. I thought I did too. Who were tasked with exterminating the machine lifeforms, the underlings of the aliens. 2B sheathed her sword. She turned around and called, "Is that all of them?" The object, hovering 3 meters above the ground near her, lowered its altitude in response. The floating tactical support unit, known as a pod, was box-shaped, had 2 pairs of different-sized arms, and primarily moved through the air, though it could also function underwater. Pods were equipped with a variety of features to assist Yorha androids, including ranged attacks, situation analyzers, data transmitters, and first aid treatment. Affirmative, the pod verified. There are no enemy signals within a 5-kilometer radius of the access point. I see, muttered 2B. She stepped toward the access point, a metal box that was only slightly taller than herself. Access points were disguised as vending machines, relics of human civilization. They were essential facilities for communicating with headquarters and for confirming information regarding the surrounding areas. Whether or not they were aware of their importance, machine lifeforms gathered around the access points they'd discovered. It didn't matter whether it was tucked away in a corner of the ruins or out in the middle of the desert. They were like insects swarming around a piece of fallen fruit. As a result, a Yorha member on the surface first needed to eliminate the machine lifeforms surrounding an access point before they were able to send and receive mail or obtain information regarding the local terrain. It had now become standard operating procedure. Tubi was now finally able to address her original goal, and she selected and opened the newest mail on the displayed list. She had just glanced across the subject line that read "Top Secret" and briefly scanned the body of the message when she was interrupted. 2B, 9S burst into view. Number 9 Type S, or 9S, was a Yorha model as well, but in contrast to 2B's appearance as an adult woman, he had been manufactured to resemble a human boy. "Is that mail from headquarters?" Her answer was curt and evasive. She struggled to hide her agitation. "More importantly, why you..." began 2B. Something wrong?" 9S queried in reply. "There's still some time before the mission starts," she muttered. When her pod had confirmed receipt of the mail, 2B had gone to the access point earlier than scheduled. even factoring in the time it took to take out the machines. She had intended to read through the message before 9S's arrival. Oh well, the operator told me you were engaged in battle. Figured I'd come to provide support, you know? Unnecessary. 2B shook her head slightly as if to clear out some vague frustration or restlessness. I guess so. 9S shrugged in an exaggerated gesture. She knew exactly what was eating at her, something born from the memories of their past conversations, their past actions. Well, now that we've met up, let's head to our destination. A sense of déjà vu. Sand in my shoes again. 9S had no love for the desert. It was the sand obscuring his vision when the wind blew up and filling his shoes when he walked. Sliding down the dunes was kind of fun, but he lost his footing practically everywhere else, making it difficult to get around. 9S grimaced, stealing a sideways glance at 2B. Somehow she seemed unperturbed as she soldiered on. 2B, doesn't it bother you? What? Aren't your shoes full of sand? There's no reason for the mere feeling of a foreign substance to hinder my walking. Doesn't the crunch in your shoes feel bad? Even if it's not a hindrance, isn't it a psychological thing? Emotions are prohibited. Yeah. Despite his reply, an objection rose up in 9S's heart. Even if you say so, I don't buy it, he said to himself. As far as he could tell, 2B hadn't been able to completely suppress her emotions. All that emotions are forbidden talk was probably more for her than for him. Voicing it was a way of admonishing herself. That was the no-nonsense 2B for you. 9S figured she didn't have to push herself like that. Appearances were one thing, but she didn't have to internalize it so much. Just how many members of the Yorha actually upheld the tenet of being emotionless anyway? At any rate, 9S doubted that saying this to 2B would make her change her tune. For 2B, there was no difference between what she said and what she thought. 9S stole another glance at 2B's profile. For a moment, something flashed across her tight-lipped countenance, hiding things hiding things wasn't exactly her strong suit. Nines? 2B asked, eyeballing him suspiciously, no doubt due to his not-so-subtle glances. Oh, boy, all this sand and heat sure makes you want to take a bath, huh? No, that wasn't what he wanted to say. We don't need to take baths, she coldly replied. Oh, you're right about that. What was she hiding? She'd been acting strange lately. Was she worried about something? Or could there be some other reason? He doubted she'd tell him even if he asked. He'd learned that much in the months they'd worked together. Instead of asking, 9S tried a different tack. Ah, he yelled, isn't that the investigation target over there? A massive structure in some sort of shadow could be seen beyond the sandstorm. They're almost through the desert. Affirmative, the pod next to him replied. The large structure ahead is the object of this investigation. This was Pod 153, assigned to 9S. 2B's tactical support unit. Pod 042 hovered silently behind her. Seems to be some kind of religious facility. I think its official name was the Baron Temple. They brought some statue of their god in here or something and started using it as a place of worship. Silence hung in the air. 2B just stood there, her mouth agape. 2B? Is something wrong? Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something. Then they stopped, as if she decided against it. When they moved again, she simply said, Never mind, it's nothing. Nothing my foot, he thought. She had clearly hesitated in her answer. Even so, 2B had no intention of explaining herself to him. She might call him Nines out of some sort of affection, but the distance between them showed no sign of shrinking. Let's hurry, 2B. 9S injected cheer into his voice as he rushed off. He almost seemed to frolic towards the investigation target. 2B would probably never spill the beans no matter how he asked. He'd figured out that much already. He just couldn't bear it. Alright, be right back. Oh my god, we're gonna spend the whole night reading, aren't we? No, we are starting Fatal Frame tonight. Fuck. which is only going to slow me down significantly. Let's switch up the music for the last bit here. Stood in a deep valley. Cliffs towered around the temple, and it took considerable time and effort to approach it. I don't get it. Why'd they go through the trouble of building it in a place like this? They had descended the cliffs after what felt like ages and walked the valley floor for a bit, only to clamber back up the cliffs toward the temple entrance. Finally, they found themselves inside. It was enough to make a certain android feel like griping. Hypothesis. These ruins were once surrounded by a lake or man-made moat, allowing entrance by boat or bridge. Pod 153's conjecture made sense. The architecture suggested an area surrounded by water had been utilized to house important people or objects. It was likely that because of the limited ground area, they had chosen a tall, narrow, cylindrical shape for the temple to create more square footage. Even so, this thing sure defies logic. Ninus looked up at the impressive tree before him. It seemed to have withered not too long ago, its blackened trunk almost leaning against a spiral staircase as it towered overhead. I wonder why such a large tree was planted inside the building. This is the Shadow Lord's castle.
Oh.
The interior of the cylindrical building was one big atrium. Its spiral staircase rose.
She kills him in the shadow where humanity ended.
Its spiral staircase rose from ground level to just before the top floor. Normally a staircase like that would go all the way to the top. It was hard to tell if this was its original state or if it had collapsed over time. What do you think, Tubi? No response. She didn't seem to notice Ninus's query. Perhaps seeing Ninus looking back at her, Tubi answered in a panic. Huh? I was talking about the spiral staircase. He changed the topic deliberately. Oh, nothing, really. He knew it. She hadn't heard him. If she'd been listening to a word he'd said, she would have called him out on the non sequitur. The fact that she hadn't told him all he needed to know. Shall we go check the upper floors? Putting aside the destroying conversation, Ninus headed for the spiral staircase. Tubi followed without a word. How strange, he thought. This isn't like her. Why is she behaving like this when she's got a mission to fulfill? Or is the mission making her this way? Ninus said nothing. She'd been acting funny for a while now, and he had guessed the reason. Feigning ignorance, he stuck with 2B like always. Unlike 2B, this level of deception came easily to him. Otherwise, he'd never attempted to access the main server without authorization. Several times at that. 9S wasn't worried about himself. He was going to be disposed of soon. Of that, he had no doubt. Not only that, but 2B would be the one to do it. He realized it as soon as he received the mission. The investigation was just a pretext. He was certain that 2B had been given a different mission. Command office ordered her to erase, well, me. Isn't that right, 2B? Even that, taking that into account, 2B was acting strange. She was distracted. She didn't show an ounce of tension. I wouldn't think she'd take on a secret mission with such a dispirited attitude. An S-type like him might have been inferior to B-types in close combat, but he was still capable of fighting back when attacked. Heck, he could even call on his pod for supporting fire. In that case, her behavior must have had nothing to do with his illegal server access. Walking in front of him, 2B suddenly veered sideways. Look out! 9S's arm shot out in front of him to catch the falling B-type unit. What's wrong? It isn't like you to lose your footing. The steps of the spiral staircase were certainly big, and years of decay had left holes and dents all over it. Even so, a highly mobile unit like 2B shouldn't have stumbled like that. Are you alright? Oh, yes, I'm fine. She seemed miles away. At least I don't detect any enemies around here. If the machines attacked us now, we'd be sitting ducks. Sitting ducks? 9S couldn't believe his eyes. A smile danced on 2B's lips. They curled into a warped, unnatural grin. Something was definitely wrong. Seriously, what's going on? Do you have some sort of malfunction? No, I'm fine. Her upper body swayed slowly. Her motor control must have been off. Just look at yourself. There's no way you can call this fine. How could he have overlooked what bad shape she was in? Thinking back, he remembered her check before the mission had been green across the board. Being in charge of 2B's maintenance, he would have called off the mission if he noticed any issue. Let's retreat for now, pleaded 9S, but she ignored his pleas, heading further up the staircase. 2B! It happened as he raised his voice and grabbed her arm. Alert. Enemy signal detected from above. Alert. Multiple signals detected at 2 o'clock. Both pods informed them of the danger simultaneously. Before the mission, Command had ensured them there was little to no possibility of encountering machine lifeforms here. And yet 6 flyer units appeared overhead. To 9S, they looked no different from the common units, but they seemed to be equipped with jamming devices. That would explain how they got this close without detection. Well, this blows. And of course they had to attack with 2B in such a state. Even if they tried to run, they were on the spiral staircase in the atrium. The enemy would simply shoot them down from above. Nines, get down! A sharp cry rang out. 2B dashed up the staircase as if a switch had been flipped. Her actions were smooth, a far cry from her shaky movements moments earlier. She was the same 2B as always. What?
Just listen to it. He's silly.
I'll cover you. All he had to do was back her up as usual. Pod, analyze the enemy flight patterns. He barked an order to Pod 153, making sure not to obstruct 2B's Pod 042. Each machine's movement had its own special pattern based on its shape. If he could predict their movements, he and 2B could inflict the most damage on the enemy while keeping their own injuries to a minimum. One machine tried to circle behind 2B, only to be shot down by Pod 153's ranged fire. Their speed was nothing special. Just as he thought they had this in the bag, both pods rang out an alarm. Warning, enemy signal detected in the corridor above. Hypothesis, multiple bipedal units, exact type and number unknown. The jamming signal of the flying units was preventing them from correctly analyzing the enemy. First things first, they had to take them down. 2B, go on ahead, leave the flyers to me. The close-range B-type combatant was a good match for the bipedal foes. Roger that, I'll leave this to you. 2B leaped from the railing. 9S saw her grab Pod 042's arm in midair and glide over to the landing. Her movements showed no hesitation. Pod, hack in to disable enemy movement. Affirmative. Commencing support. He shot up the stairs, closing the distance between him and the flyers. 9S felt fortunate he was up against the slower flyer types. It wasn't difficult to invade one of the flyers' memory space. Once he got in, the machine was at his mercy. They might have had a variety of physical attack patterns, but they hadn't learned any measures against attacks from within. He sought out its control unit and overrode its system. Once he took over one unit, the rest was a piece of cake. He used the subjugated machine to attack the other 5 flyers. Not a single one fired back, as if they had no concept of friendly fire. They made no attempt to evade when the hacked unit drew close, letting it shoot them down one after another. When all of them were down, 9S ordered the unit to self-destruct, then escaped its memory space. He climbed the rest of the stairs, making for the passage where 2B was fighting. He figured he'd be of some assistance, but there was no need. Looks like you've taken care of everything here. Countless metal fragments were scattered around 2B's feet, scraps of what had once been machine life forms. She couldn't let her guard down, as there could be more of the same in the levels above, but for now, the enemies in the area had been wiped out. Are you hurt anywhere? Not at all. Those words reassured him. 2B dropped her blade to the ground. 9S ran over to her. He didn't like the look of this. 2B. Don't worry, it's just slipped. A strange noise mixed into her voice. She reached into her throat with a quivering hand. A logic virus? 2B dropped heavily to her knees. 9S quickly tore off 2B's goggles, revealing 2 red eyes shining back at him. There was no question. One of the enemies had infected her. I'll hack in and erase it. Wait! Don't do it! 2B shook her head painfully. What are you saying? I have to erase it right away. It was a race against time. If her self-consciousness data was contaminated, she'd be beyond help. 9S laid 2B down and forcefully hacked in, her head shaking in refusal all the while.
So these are alternate endings or alternate paths or something?
I don't know.
Oh. Cool.
The white hacking space had been dyed black. A typical symptom of logic virus infection. Logic viruses took over memory regions and thought processes, stealing an android's body control and sense of self. Left to their own devices, they destroyed anything and everything around them, even attacking their own allies. I've got to hurry. Luckily, he'd seen this type of virus before. 9S had successfully erased this kind in the past. Still, the contamination sure spreads fast. Not only that, an orange ray of light flew past 9S's consciousness data. The virus was attacking him. This thing's no joke, he grumbled. Still, he didn't see any mutation in the virus, so the attack pattern should have been the same as before. He'd just have to fend off the attacks while he did his thing. Erasing the virus didn't take all that. All that was left to do was make sure no virus lay dormant in her logic circuits. A quick search was no trouble at all. Huh? This is weird. 2B's self-consciousness data was coming apart at the seams. He could tell while browsing her logic circuits. Usually, a hacking space looked like an immaculate white wall, but in this case it was more like the crumbling wall of some abandoned building. Since the virus had turned that area black earlier, he hadn't noticed. Is this an after effect of the virus? Deciding to take a closer look, he tried searching in a deeper layer. He heard a strong rush of wind. At the same time, text filled his vision. Order you to erase 9S. It was a fragment of 2B's memory. This text must have been part of the mail she'd received. The rush of wind must have been from the desert. 9S remembered how 2B had received a message at the access point. It wasn't all that long ago. 9S halted the search momentarily and accessed this memory. His name had come up after all. He felt a bit guilty about it, but figured it was worth looking into. Has made multiple attempts to access the main server without authorization. We recently confirmed traces of this at a level containing highly classified information. The text seemed to undulate wildly. The sound of the wind was gone. It seemed like 2B must have been really shaken at this point. Consequently, I order you to erase 9S. The reason 2B didn't want him to delete the virus was probably to prevent him from seeing this. You didn't need to worry, 9S said to himself. I already knew everything, or at least the fact you've been sent to assassinate me. The only thing he had known was when she would come to do the deed. That was why when he met up with her at the access point, 9S had thought, this is it. He had sensed something was amiss when he saw her reading the message from behind. More than anything, the fact that she hadn't noticed him approach until he called out was strange. Too strange. Head destroyed. This startled him. A fragment of a different memory had mixed into the one of her reading the message. The low voice spoke in a monotone. Still, it resembled 2B's voice, so he couldn't help but check it out. This is Unit 2B. Mission accomplished. It was the same voice. If that was 2B, exactly whose head did she destroy?
Oh, shit. So it's true, she did kill multiple 9S's. Oh, fuck. Hoping that wasn't the case.
He approached the haphazardly scattered fragments of memory. What's this? At first they'd looked scattered, but in fact they were twisted and tangled together unnaturally. What was more, each fragment had innumerable splinters growing out of it. He'd never seen memory data in a state like this before. Splintered, warped, intertwined. This was the state of 2B's memories. Maybe he shouldn't have seen this. Maybe it would have been best if he didn't know about it. Regardless, he couldn't stop himself. He felt slightly resentful about the overwhelming curiosity of the S-type units. Touching one of the fragments, he experienced intense pain. Ironically, this pain removed any hesitation 9S might have had. He felt compelled to proceed. But S-types don't stand a chance against B-types, so... This voice. 9S recognized it as none other than his own. If it was in 2B's memory, that meant he must have said those words to her sometime. And yet he couldn't remember anything... He couldn't remember saying that at all. Almost as if the memory had been erased at some point. But by who? And why? Looking for the answer, 9S accessed memory after memory. Goodbye, 2B. This was his own voice. Listening to this soft, gentle whisper, 2B had done everything she could to hold back her emotions. There was no visual information to go with it, indicating that 2B had shut her eyes tightly. Goodbye, 2B. Goodbye, 2B. Goodbye, 2B. The same words repeated over and over. When 2B had read Command's message at the desert access point, these words had repeated over and over in her head. But when had he said these words? Where and why? The memories shifted here. Scenes related to the mission at the Barren Temple appeared to him. Memories of the first time 2B had disposed of 9S. His self-consciousness data had been sealed in a digital space, his movements sealed with a protective wall composed of a self-closing algorithm, and 9S had been cut down. Those final words had been spoken by 9S in 2B's digital space just before he was eliminated. 2B's killed me before. Another version of him had understood this. That explained the strange feeling he'd had all day. He tried accessing the next fragment. Once again he was racked with pain, but that didn't stop him.
What's worse is that she remembers every time she's killed him. It would be so much better if they let her erase her memories. Then she just goes on the same mission.
Yeah.
Instead of getting to know him over and over again and remembering the old him. Just horrible.
This time they were in outer space. 2B destroyed 9S as they fell toward the planet. Another execution was back here at the Desert Temple. As if taking her previous mistake into account, 2B cleaved 9S from behind as they set foot in the temple. Again and again, the Barren Temple became his execution ground.
Oh shit.
On some occasions, she executed 9S after a mission together. Other times, he would attack his assailant, dying without any knowledge of who she was. No matter how many times he was killed or his memories erased, 9S always arrived at the same conclusion. Command is hiding something. Then he'd try to illegally access the main server to discern the truth. 2B had stopped him again and again. Time and time again. If they had a chance to work together, she tried desperately to prevent him from suspecting Command. When she was sent to execute 9S before he knew her, she rolled back his memories to nip any distrust of Command in the bud. And yet all of 2B's efforts amounted to nothing. No matter what she did, the result never changed. Whether she was warm or cold, whether she called him nines or not, in the end, 2B would receive the same order. So that's how it is. Something had been nagging him from the first time he'd met 2B. Despite it being just the two of them, sometimes 2B seemed to be talking to someone else entirely. He come to the conclusion that she had worked with other S-type units in the past, that was all. It turned out he was only half correct. The S-type units she'd worked with in the past were none other than him, 9S. Not the current 9S. If the machines attacked us now, we'd be sitting ducks. Now he understood why 2B had started acting strange when he said those words. In the past, he'd said the exact same thing to her in the exact same place. 2B had killed that 9S immediately afterward. Recalling that memory had caused her great pain. And not just this time. Any memories with 9S caused her endless pain. Pain strong enough to tear her self-consciousness data to ribbons. I won't apologize. It was my mission. I have no feelings of guilt. Absolutely none. 9S surveyed the entirety of 2B's self-consciousness data. While totally white, it was riddled with so many cracks it could have crumbled at any moment.
Yeah, this mission is killing her. No wonder she's very emotionless. This didn't come through as well as it is now in the game.
Yeah, this story really should have been in the game.
Yeah. And it would be very clear why she's so emotionless and how towards the end she gets her emotions back, because that's what NieR does to her every single time. He just has that effect on her. And they always fall in love, apparently. Most likely.
Yeah, the story would have been better with this in there.
Yep.
I didn't have as much of a connection with.
Wouldn't be them falling in love, would it? Doesn't have to be. With how many times she's had to kill him, those emotions that seem like she was into him make a lot more sense. It's not that she's in love with him, she hates killing him. Hates that that's what she was made for. I would love to know how many times she had to kill him, though. Holy shit. Alright, sorry.
No, you're fine. Her consciousness bobbed up from the darkness. When her eyes blinked open, NieR's face was close to hers, and yet a shadow seemed cast over it. Was it just her imagination? 2B blinked again and took another look at NieR. Nines? That's right, the machines had attacked her and infected her with a logic virus. She recalled NieR desperately trying to delete the virus, but her memories stopped there. The virus has been eliminated. She couldn't have stopped him. NieR had hacked into her and infiltrated her memory area. Then you saw everything? He nodded silently. I see. She wasn't surprised. 2B knew this day would come, eventually. S-types were sharp. He'd seen through her mission on countless occasions. 2B isn't your true designation, is it? At the very least, this is a new development, she thought. It's 2E. It was the first time he'd call her by her true name, number 2, Type E. She was charged with the pursuit and execution of the deserters and traitors, and to put it bluntly, finishing off comrades who could no longer fight. A Yorha android specializing in dirty work. 2B drew her blade. His shoulders started to shake. The current 9S knew how many times 2B had slain him in the past. I'm not going to kill you anymore, so... She turned the blade towards herself, making 9S grasp the handle. Please, kill me. The mission had ended in failure. She was unfit to be a Type E. She was defective, unfit for operation. At the very least, it should be by your hand. She didn't think that this would make up for everything, but at the very least, 2B could atone for one of the thousands of deaths he'd experienced at her hands. This is the only thing he could do.
No sins.
She could see 9S grip the handle. 2B smiled softly and waited for the end. The blade flashed, but not at 2B. Nines? 2B's eyes widened as a red spray washed over her. 9S, having slit his own throat, fell slowly to the ground. She caught him in her arms. Why? She screamed, her voice far away. It was fun. She couldn't believe her ears. Fun? Impossible. That couldn't be right. Being with you was fun. I'm sure the other 9S's felt the same way. Nines. She started to apologize, but 9S stopped her. Don't say sorry instead. Don't say sorry. Instead, his breath ragged, a smile crossed 9S's face. Next time, don't hesitate. Just kill me. And then we can meet again. If his memory area was totally erased and self-consciousness data reinstalled, she could meet him again. Even if it wasn't the 9S that existed at this very moment. I hope we meet again. Even if the next meeting could mean his death. Okay. Her vision blurred. In the end, she didn't see what kind of face 9S had made. The body turned heavy in her arms. The hand that held 2B's cheek went limp. His black box signal grew weaker and weaker. Waiting any longer just meant undue suffering for him. Holding his body, 2B plunged her sword into 9S's chest. The black box signal disappeared completely. You have my word. She'd kill him without hesitation, next time, and the time after that. Not out of duty to the mission, but out of respect for his wish. In order to fulfill his dream to meet again, she'd kill him. Damn. Without a word, 2B drew the sword from his breast.
Thousands. She had to kill him. Thousands, not hundreds. Thousands. Because he's just too damn curious.
That really would have made Automata's character development a lot better.
Make a lot more sense, you mean. Definitely would make more sense.
That was good.
That was really crazy.
Huh?
That was crazy.
So we have a couple more.
Alright. And we're gonna take a break to do the bed, right?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. Thousands.
Back, you pickle-drinking, donkey-flopping, eating corn the long way, motherfucker. High hots.
Damn.
How did you like the flowers one?
Me?
Yeah.
What do you mean the flowers one?
The one where the robot was planting things?
Oh, that one. Sand. My first thought was you need to plant seeds again.
Well, sorry, I don't know why I'm like this. You're fine.
But no, it could have collected the seeds from the plant that flowered multiple times. And then planted more. Instead, it tried to save the thing that was already gone. Not understanding that that's what plants do. Alright, let's get me to bed.
Right now?
I'm gonna watch the stream, but I'm gonna go lay down in a darker room. My head's starting to pound again.
So NieR is 100% done then, or as far as you're going to stream. Well, we have a couple more stories to read. We have 3 more. 2 of them are... One of them is much shorter than the others. But, after that, we are done with NieR until I get back to Final Fantasy XIV and do the NieR, special NieR story in that. And when I'm done that, I'm going to spend about 6 hours doing the NieR mobile game on stream. And then, yes, we'll be done with NieR. But for now, after this, we're done with NieR Automata. We're done with NieR for probably about 6 months.
Wait.
I will return to finish this off completely. What's left on FF12, the end hunts? I finished FF12. I mean, technically, yeah, I could go back and do those, but I'm not. I'm good. Alright, I'll be back. No, FF14. Yeah, FF14. Alright. Bird. Whoa, we're in the final stretch. Welcome to the mukbang story time. They go on eye patches. They sound disposable. Which seems like a waste. Just scarf down one more. Why? You can't keep the one eye patch strapped on? Okay. And Jack Sparrow in the house. This is the table of Captain Jack Sparrow. I did not want to have wings while I was handling my new book, so things timed out kind of perfectly here. Alright. Up next we have Recollections of a Meal. I'm going to flash an image on the screen real quick. Okay. Never watched a Pirates movie the whole way through, just chunks of them. I've watched everything up to World's End, I believe. I want to watch the rest of them. People keep telling me they're terrible, but Collections of a Meal. I moved through the dim factory, keeping my footsteps as quiet as possible. Well, they aren't footsteps. Right now, I'm nothing but a head. The other day, I was trying to get home when I fell off a ledge and destroyed my body. My head is harder than a rock, but my body breaks really easily. It would be nice if I could make a body that was as strong as my head, but that's probably impossible. Besides, a body has to not only strong, but practical. I made a self-defense force armored vehicle before, but for its size, it didn't carry much luggage. I tried using a pickup truck that specialized in mobility, but it broke down in a day. If it broke from falling off a cliff, it wouldn't hold up when I do business in the city ruins. Oh, I run a shop. A portable shop. I started it because I'm pretty sure there was a good reason. I forgot. It was a long time ago. Anyway, I really need to remake my body. So I infiltrated this factory. I can get a lot of materials here. I'm thinking of using a 3-wheeled body instead of a 4-wheeled one this time. I fortunately found some remains of a 3-wheeled truck. The body was rusted and the tires were flat, but with some magic it'll be no problem. According to some ancient documents, this truck was a bestseller in areas with muddy or bumpy roads. There's some video data, so I'll be able to perfectly recreate it. Now onto the materials. First, natural rubber. I need to do something about those tires. But this area is full of dangerous machines. It used to be called Robot Mountain, so maybe they feel comfortable here. I need to make sure I don't run into them. I can smell some natural rubber. Is it this way? Yep, it is. This is the smell of high-quality material. Excited, I move toward the direction of the smell. Wow, wow, wow! I suddenly have steam billowing over me, and I can't see anything. I'm moving. I feel my head being carried away. Is this what they call a conveyor belt? Whoa, what's this? There's a line of robot parts. They're being carried away somewhere in one straight line. I need to run. Oh, wait, what? An arm extends from above and grabs my head. 2 half-spheres approach me from the sides. Stop! Clop it goes as I'm enveloped in darkness. No, let me out! No matter how much I yell or struggle, I'm trapped in darkness. And exhausted from screaming so much, I fall unconscious. Oh, this is when he gets trapped in the robot head. Meanwhile, I watch Harry Potter a few times each. Oh yeah, me too. No matter how much I yell or struggle, I'm trapped in darkness, and exhausted from screaming so much, I fall unconscious. Huh? Where's this? It is suddenly bright, and standing in front of me are a woman and boy I've never seen. What is this? They say, as they tilt their heads. But my head is tilted too. Who are you? I know they're androids, but it looks suspicious. Let's destroy it, 2B. What? Wow, no, wait! I'm not suspicious. If anything, you two are the suspicious ones. You're wearing all black. I'm wearing black blindfolds. I'm gonna destroy it. Ah, stop! I escape at my top speed. I think I bumped into something, or broke something, but I didn't have time to check. Did I lose them? I slow down and look back, then feel something weird. Boing? Was that the word for it? It seemed I bumped into something and was bounced back. Feels furry? I felt warm wind from above. Looking up, I see 2 tusks. What I thought was wind was the breath of a boar, which meant I bumped into the side of a boar. I slowed down right before, so it wasn't a life-threatening impact, but it must have hurt him to be hit by my rock-hard head. Which means that he must be really mad, right? I'm so sorry. Oh no, it's running after me. I hate boars. I'm always being chased by them. When they hit me, it hurts. Don't come near me! It's hard to run away right now. There's tons of leaves on my face. I hear branches snapping right beneath me, but the boar is still coming after me. I'm going to hit it, I'm going to hit it. I'm going to crash into that big tree. I just managed to swerve out of the way. I must have lost the boar. Wait, it's still coming after me. It seems like this boar has drifting capabilities. There's always a few of them, the high-functioning boars. Why am I thinking of something like this? Where's the ground? Ah! It seems I rolled off a hill. It hurts. It feels like I'm dying. It feels like I'm getting beaten with sticks. Well, I'm actually just bouncing off boulders here and there. Wonder how long I rolled about. Before I knew it, I was at the bottom of a dim valley, feeling dizzy. Ah, that was terrible. Well, at least I lost the boar. I smell some iron here? Iron ore is an essential material to make a body as strong as my head. After being chased by a boar, I thought I was unlucky to roll all the way down into a valley. But I think I'll be able to turn misfortune into fortune. Let's go pick some iron ore. Oh, this. Oh my god. One more, and we'll get back into it. It's big content, thank you. Listen, I gotta eat the food between paragraphs here. Hey, Lewis. There we go. I've been reading short stories for 6 hours. Let's continue. Yes, it's here. There's some high-quality iron ore. I can take as much as I want. This is fun. Heave-ho! Pick this up, and pick this up. Pick that up, and pick this up. Phew! As I'm singing playfully like so, I suddenly hear the sound of grinding metal behind me, as if some machine is walking around. It wasn't my imagination. There's machines, and lots of them. I thought I'd turn misfortune into fortune, but I was unlucky after all. I use magic to absorb iron ore as I roll around, and manage to narrowly escape the valley. I go home and visit the factory ruins again to get natural rubber. I finally have all the materials. Time to get to work. First, I use the natural rubber to recreate the tires. 3 spanking new tires, reliable tires that can travel over rubble without any problem. Next, I clean the rusty truck. I line up all the iron ore I collected and... Emil Beam! The iron ore is turning into a puddle. According to the data, the ideal temperature for manufacturing iron is 2000 degrees Celsius. This way you can separate the impurities in pig iron. Of course, I won't throw away the impurities. They can be divided and cooled for later use. I need them for something, probably. Pig iron? What? Pig iron is the crude direct product of smelting iron ore in a blast furnace. Also known as crude iron, is an intermediate good used by the iron industry in the production of steel. I did not know that. Characterized by high carbon content, making it brittle, and primarily serves as a foundational material for creating steel, ductile iron, and other alloys. Other than being used directly, though, it's solidified into pigs for transport or used as molten hot metal in integrated mills. It's produced by heating iron ore, coke, fuel, and limestone flux in a large furnace. Molds getting its name from the resemblance of these molds to a litter of pigs. There's pig iron. Okay. Anyway. Okay, this part is a race against time. Strike while the iron is hot. That's what some ancient text said. Yeah! It's done. I coated the truck in iron and now it looks brand new. Now we just have to attach the tires and we're done. Then I screw my head on the body so it won't roll off. There's better ventilation when I use screws instead of gluing myself on. I make sure to display my products on the truck bed instead of just throwing them on. This advice was in the text, too. Pay attention to the layout of your booth to increase sales, it said. Another tip was to make sure customers can see it from far away. So I decorate the truck bed and put up a shop flag and add a loudspeaker. I hope I get a lot of customers. Alright, this time I did a full model change, so I have to record my thoughts on its durability and usability. So starting tomorrow, Emil's shop will be open. Day 1. My new body is working really well. It rides smoothly on rocky hills and grassy plains. I understand why it was a top seller in areas with bumpy roads. But I noticed the texts were right when they explained that a three-wheeled car topples easily navigating sharp turns. There's a certain nuance to balancing this body. I have to be careful. The amplifier cracks a little bit, so maybe it needs some adjustment. I hope the volume doesn't bother anyone. I hope customers come. I'll work hard tomorrow, too. Day 2. The new body is great, but my sales aren't. I need customers. I'll work even harder tomorrow. Let's see. Read day 3 and then read more. Eat more, sorry. Day 3. Today the weather is really nice. I'm in a good mood, so I'm hopping around from one building to another. Recommendation: force interruption with long-range attack from pod. Recommendation: force interruption with long-range attack from pod. I hear somebody's voice, I think. I hear a gunshot and start to spin around as my gears shudder. My engine stalls. So that's what they meant by a forced interruption. Oh. I slowly get up as I hear footsteps heading toward me. I look up and am surprised. Oh, it's you from the other day. The android's in black. The other day they had decided to destroy me right away, so I guess they're more violent than other androids. I remember it now. This is just like, wait, who does that remind me of? Oh well, business. They're my customers too. My name is Emil. As you can see, I run a shop. Would you like to purchase anything today? Oh, we gotta run this again. Now let's get all the fucking soundtrack. I don't like Shadow Lord Castle. There we go. Since my reopening, they're my first customers. I hope they buy a lot of stuff. Would you like a rusty clump? And I would recommend a rusty clump. Also, just so you know, the rusty clump is a good deal. Apparently, the woman in black is named Miss 2B, and the boy in black is named Mr. 9S. The two buy the titanium alloy, even though I recommended the rusty clump. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to your next visit. I hope they start coming regularly. Oh, I have business to do. What? Where do I live? What? Where do I live? We didn't ask. This is business, answering a question they didn't ask. That's what a good salesman does. I live deep underground, deeper than the deepest part. Come play with me anytime. After watching Miss 2B and Mr. 9S walk off, I decided to call it a day. I need to tidy up my home if they're going to come visit. Need a couple more wings. Hold up. I do too. One more wing. Please bear with me. One moment. Did that shit. We're good. I think it's Snoop Dogg. What, the song? This is a NieR song. Day 4. Today I've been doing repairs since morning. Yesterday the long-range pod attack knocked me off my wheels and gave my body a small dent. Well, it's not too bad. I'll be able to finish repairs before breakfast. Well, I already ate breakfast, but anyway. First I have to inspect the damaged part. Looks like the sides need to be more durable. After all, in the city ruins, where there's tons of rubble tumbling around is a normal occurrence. I should probably use some spare material to reinforce the sides. Time to work. I lined up the iron ore and a meal beam. Take out the impurities and I'll try adding some titanium alloy and some memory alloy too. Emil Cyclone. The iron ore to titanium alloy and memory alloy start mixing together. Now I have to coat this with magic. Yeah. Okay. Alright. It looks good. Repairs and reinforcement are complete. Now maybe I'll eat. Huh? Did I already eat breakfast? It seems I did, but maybe I didn't. Which one was it again? I can't remember. Every time I repair my body, I lose some memories. Oh well, I'll eat breakfast. Except that was so much sarcasm. Oh, okay. I couldn't read it. I'm sorry. Day 5. Today I'm restocking my shop. Yesterday I cleaned up a weapon I found and it turned out better than expected. It's a masterpiece. I need to go sell it right away. Someone will be happy to have it. I quickly leave my home. I blow by familiar looking areas in the city ruins. I'm gunning it at high speed because I want somebody to buy it as soon as possible. Am I going too fast? I hear a gunshot and start to spin around as my gears shudder. Yes, it's Miss 2B and Mr. 9S. Miss 2B is relatively quiet, but it seems like Mr. 9S talks a lot. He seems really curious, too, and always has a look of fascination as he talks. Why do I run this business? Run my business in this form? Well, I could talk about that for days. I think we should talk about that when you come over for some tea. It really is a long story, because a long time ago... Huh? What was it again? No, now's not the time to think about that. It's all about business. Anyway, won't you buy something today? I have some incredible weapons in stock today, like Angel's Folly and Type 3 Fists. Angel's Folly and Type 3 Fists. I repeat myself because they're in my top recommendations. As a result, Miss 2B and Mr. 9S bought both of them. They looked happy. I'm glad. After I come home, it's time to inspect my body. Since I reinforced the sides, I don't see any dents today. Although there were a few scratches. On the other hand, my brakes are starting to wear out. speeding doesn't seem like the best idea. Day 6. I'm on off my usual route, tried business around the steel tower. Doing the same thing every day just leads to fatigue. It's important to try new things. There's a lot of weeds growing near the steel tower, so it's a bit hard to ride around. But only an amateur salesman would be discouraged by that. A true professional goes to the customer, wherever they are. It's my duty to transport goods. That's right, because I'm... what was it again? I was about to remember something. Oh, that's... Somebody's crossing the bridge over the valley. Those black clothes definitely belong to Miss 2B and Mr. 9S. They cross the bridge and head towards the shopping center. That's where I'd met Miss 2B and Mr. 9S for the first time. What a glorious moment, even though it was a little scary. Maybe I'll ask them how they liked the weapons they bought last time. Wonder if they're useful. I wonder if Miss 2B and Mr. 9S would be happy to hear I'll do maintenance for them. And so I decide to cross the bridge and follow the two of them, but the bridge is creaking a lot. Is it going to fall under my weight? Oh, I just have to use some magic. This is the perfect time for magic. I don't know if I can fly very well in this form, but... Woo! I'm able to float. I only get off a couple of feet off the ground because my body is so heavy, but this is good enough for crossing the bridge. I quickly head to the other side. The entrance to the shopping center is littered with boulders and rubble, so I just float over them. What a strange flower. I can hear Mr. 9S, the floating box next to him. I think it's called a pod, right? Say, answer, it's a type of plant known as a lunar tear. I widen my eyes when I hear what the pod said. Lunar tear? I feel like I've heard the name lunar tear. Looking closely, I can see a white flower near Mr. 9S and Miss 2B's feet. It looks familiar. Lunar tear. Ah, since when have you been here? Mr. 9S looked back in surprise. This flower is called a lunar tear, right? Where? Where have I seen this flower before? I really want to remember, but I can't. Looking at this flower brings back a lot of memories. I don't know why, but I remember being chased by a huge boar a bunch of times. That's probably why I'm so afraid of boars. But I feel like there was always someone next to me when I was being chased by boars. I tried my hardest to remember who that person was. Was it just my imagination? My body was always broken, and I had to try different replacement parts. It sounds pretty intense. My body wasn't nearly as strong as my head. Even now I'm testing a new body after my model change. But I feel like back then I was making a different type of body. That's weird. What I need is a body that specializes in transporting goods. And when I look at this flower, I'm filled with this weird feeling. My chest feels tight. What is this feeling? It's sad and lonely. But then again, it's warm and painful. As if someone mixed all the metals into one alloy, but it somehow ended up becoming an entirely new metal. I want to ask you a favor. Is that okay? It might be rude to ask a customer for a favor, but I can't help myself. I need to find out. Please let me know if you ever find lunar tears growing in other places. I want to find out why I'm feeling this way. Where is this feeling coming from? What is this feeling for? So please, if you find any lunar tears, please send a transmission to this frequency. Okay? Miss 2B's answer was short, kind, and so similar to someone. Day 12. Mr. 9S's transmission comes in as I am riding around a building that had started leaning. Yes, what is it? I answer a bit nervously. It is definitely about the lunar tears. I found a lunar tear. The location data is pointing toward the desert. I'm at the entrance of the desert right now. How lucky. I'm coming right away. Please stay right there. I need to go as quickly as possible. The faster the better. Faster, faster. Yeah. Sorry to make you wait. Wow? Mr. 9S yelled. There was no reason to be that surprised. Anyway, about the lunar tear. I looked down near Miss 2B's and Mr. 9S's feet. There's a white flower growing from the sand, waving in the wind. These colors, sand and white petals. I've seen this. These colors. That's right, this place... Did you remember something? A long time ago, I remember taking care of this flower. It took a lot of care to grow this flower. It needed to be in the right temperature, humidity, and had to be watered at specific times. But the sand slowly ate away at the plant, and the flower started to die. I didn't want it to die. I wasn't allowed to let it die, but the sand and dry air had no mercy. That's right, I stopped seeing humans around that time. Humans? Wolves filled the desert, and humans disappeared from the surrounding cities. I was all alone. That's weird. I feel like I wasn't alone yet. But why? My memories are getting all mixed up. Thank you for finding it. If you find any more, please tell me. I might remember more if I see other lunar tears in other places. My memories are probably all over the place because there's some missing parts. I'm going to stay here a bit. I'll keep watching this flower a little longer. Day 16. The next time Mr. 9S contacts me, my tires are stuck in some rubble and I'm stranded. Yes, what is it? But I kind of know what Mr. 9S is going to say. Probably something along the lines of, I found a lunar tear. I found a lunar tear. The location is just as I thought. I was right. I'll go right away. Please stay there. I can't stay stranded. The path from here, the crater zone, to the amusement park is pretty complicated. I need to hurry. I need to get there quickly. The faster the better. Faster, faster, yeah! Sorry to make you wait. You always get here so fast. Mr. 9S is really shocked. There's really no reason to be that surprised. Anyway, the lunar tear. I looked down near Miss 2B's and Mr. 9S's feet. Right below an emergency exit sign, almost hidden by rubble, is a white flower. The sound of fireworks interrupting the music played by the robots. Low but erratic and sharp sounds. That's right, this place is the sound of gunfire, heat, and the smell of something burning. A long time ago, aliens invaded Earth. I fought desperately to protect Earth, right in this very spot. I need to vanquish the aliens. I need to drive them away from Earth. That is the new fragment of a memory I recalled. A memory of a battle so stressful it made me anxious just thinking about it. You did, Emil? Yes, I probably had something I needed to protect, but I don't remember what that something was. There's no memory of that something in my vague recollection. I know it was important and something I didn't want to forget, but I don't remember. Well, thank you for finding it. If you find any more, please tell me. I'm going to stay here for a bit. I want to keep watching this flower, but the more I watch it, the more pain I feel. That's what I feel. Day 19. I'm searching for materials in the abandoned factory when Mr. 9S sends me the third transmission. Yes, what is it? This is probably about a lunar tear as well. I need to check Mr. 9S's location data. I found a lunar tear. I'll come right away. It is quite a way to the flooded city where Mr. 9S was. I panic. I need to hurry. I need to get there quickly. Faster, faster, the faster the better. Yeah. Sorry to make you wait. As always, you're fast. Mr. 9S seems more amazed than surprised. Anyway, the lunar tear. I look behind Miss 2B and Mr. 9S. There's a white flower growing from a crack in a boulder. Looks like it is holding on for dear life in the sea breeze. The sound of waves is harsh. Ah, that's right. This beach, the flooded city, the sound of seagulls. What happened here? The battle against the aliens, I replied. It happened here. I was responsible for this area around the beach. The battle conditions only got worse with each passing day. I cloned myself so I could win in the battle. Since the enemy fought with numbers, we needed to fight with numbers too. But the number of enemies kept growing and I lost many of my friends. I had no time to mourn the death of my friends. I kept cloning myself and increasing the number of casualties. It was just a repetition of that cycle. This happened a long time ago. I see, replies 9S. He suddenly looks up. Emil, how long have you been alive? I don't really know. I feel like I've been alive so long I forgot, but I also feel like I've only been alive for a short time. I don't know anything for sure. I didn't need to know. I didn't need to know to fight. We only had to worry about how to get rid of the aliens. That was all. Thank you for finding it. If you find any more, please tell me. I'm going to stay here a bit. I want to keep watching this flower forever, but I also want to stop remembering. I'm scared to remember more. 8:23. I'm already checking Mr. 9S's location data when he contacts me. I already know I have to be there. Yeah! Sorry to make you wait. I haven't even contacted you yet. The moment Miss 2B and Mr. 9S appear right in front of me, I realize I've been using teleportation this whole time. That's how important lunar tears are. If I were so important, I would do anything to see them. So I have been using magic this whole time. Powerful magic, but I hadn't noticed one bit. That's right. This powerful magic originally belonged to... And this flower was... Emil? Are you okay? Mr. 9S's worried voice snaps me back to reality. I remembered right now. Huh? No, thank you very much. Because of you, I was able to remember something very important to me. Something important? Yes, a place that was very important to him. He had treasured these white flowers and his memories associated with them. I had forgotten all about him. To show my gratitude, I'll take you to that place. I take out an old key. I forgot about this too, but I didn't lose it. I kept it with me even though I didn't know what it opened. This is a key to an elevator in the shopping center. Maybe it wasn't a coincidence that I met Miss 2B and Mr. 9S there, or that they had found a lunar tear there. I'm sorry, please go on without me. I want to stay here a bit longer. I'm still in shock. I remember so many things at once that I'm confused. I need time to calm down and organize my thoughts. It doesn't take too long for me to organize my thoughts. Maybe I'd already prepared myself for when I remembered, so I'd be able to do what I have to do. The shopping center elevator runs just like it used to. The sound the compressor makes when the doors close and open, the erratic shaking, everything is the same. Right as the doors open on the bottom floor, I hear Mr. 9S's voice. Apparently the two of them had just arrived as well. Wow, there's so many lunar tears. What is this place? The two look around in shock. They probably hadn't imagined a sea of white flowers blooming deep underneath the shopping mall. Thank you for coming here. Miss 2B looks puzzled and says, Emil, what is this place? This was the place I wanted to protect. Well, to be more precise, the place the person I used to be wanted to protect. Mr. 9S tilted his head. I don't understand. They want to know more, so I start to talk. A story I thought I would never tell. The story of us. A long time ago, I was originally constructed as a weapon. A weapon? Long before the aliens invaded Earth. Back when there were lots of humans. I, the person I was just a normal human child, until I was modified into an experimental weapon. When the war against the aliens began, I cloned myself to increase our numbers. Cloned yourself? Yes, I'm one of the many Emils that were created at the time. That's why the one that cloned himself was not me, but the person I used to be, the original Emil. He wanted to protect the Earth no matter the sacrifice. He felt that way because it was where his friends, who were more important to him than his own self, lived. After cloning, or rather we, cooperated with one another to maintain our defense on the front lines. But as we multiplied into hundreds and even thousands, our memories grew faint. really remember the time when the original Emil was human. I've just heard from the other Emils that he had existed in a different body. But the other Emil that told me that didn't know about this place. The original memories were scattered amongst us. The original Emil liked this place. This was where everything that was important to him existed. He recreated his friend's cottage, planted flowers that were dear to his beloved, and relived his memories of the past. There were tough times and sad times, but memories of that journey were really treasured by the original. I didn't experience it myself, but his memories, though faint and almost non-existent now, live inside me now. And that original, where is he now? I don't know. There were too many of us to keep track. I see. There were thousands, even tens of thousands of us, but most of us died in battle in order to protect the world that the original Emil had cherished and lived in with his friends. Thank you very much. Because of you, I was able to remember something very important to me. I was scared to remember before, but now I'm glad I remember. If I have this memory, I'll be able to endure alone. Even if I'm alone, I'll keep fighting my own battles. As long as I have this memory, that's what I think. Day 33. I spend the day after meeting Miss 2B and Mr. 9S, and the day after that just holed up in my home. I have some things I need to think through alone. After that, I spend some time running around the city ruins, and waiting for customers to arrive, but unfortunately no one comes. Not even Miss 2B and Mr. 9S. I go to the shopping center too, but the two aren't there. A few days ago, I heard there was a big battle in the flooded city. I hope nothing happened to them. No, I'm probably worrying too much. I haven't known them long, but even during that short time, I could see they were growing ever stronger. Maybe they moved far away. I want them to come visit me one time. I want to say goodbye. Day 54. Today, for the first time in a while, I run into Miss 2B and Mr. 9S. I want to call out to them, but they are in battle, so I stop myself. There are a few small types and 2 four-legged types. There are a lot of enemies, but the 2 of them are fighting without a problem. If I helped, I would probably be dead weight. That's how magnificently they are fighting. I leave that area and cross the bridge. I want to see the lunar tear one last time. A flower that said to grant you any wish. Would it grant me mine? To be honest, that sounds a bit suspicious, because the original Emil grew as many lunar tears as he could, but he couldn't cure his little sister's disease. And as I expected, that other person, who received the hair ornament made of lunar tears, her wish was... no. That's just what I, or the person I used to be, thought. There was no way my wish was going to be granted. I knew that. On the other hand, I didn't expect anything. I knew it wasn't going to work, but I wanted to make a wish too. Emil! Miss 2B calls to me, and I turn around. Apparently the 2 of them had finished off the horde of enemies. There isn't even a single scratch on either of them. You've gotten strong. I have no intentions of boasting that it was because of my weapons. Even without my weapons, these 2 would still be strong. You don't need my help anymore, right? What do you mean? No, it's nothing. I'm glad I've run into them here. This way I can properly say my goodbyes. All the best. I quickly leave the area. I need to hurry. I need to stop them before it's too late. My responsibility in that battle was support from the rear. I carried supplies and replenished the Emils that were fighting on the front lines. I was running back and forth the whole time. My body was this size so I would be able to nimbly run across the battlefield. And I had this form because I specialized in transporting supplies. We were assigned sizes and bodies based on our responsibilities. The Emils on the front lines had high attack power, while the Emils that held up the solid defense were equipped with hard exoskeletons. The original Emil apparently believed that diversity was the key to beat an enemy that fought with numbers, just like how humans diversified their lifestyles and cultures to survive for so long. Every day I ran alone. From the flooded city to that beach, day after day I carried supplies. I brought recovery materials for my injured friends, and replenishment materials for my friends that used up all their magic. They became less and less talkative as the days passed. We had always encouraged each other and fought together. But I noticed the conversation had started to disappear right around the time our numbers decreased drastically. At the same time, my memories started to fade. Apparently, exchanging old parts for new parts diluted memories, which meant the fewer parts of original Emil I had, the fewer memories of the past I had. I didn't have a hard exoskeleton like the attack-specialized Emils. I was pretty small and light. If an enemy missile landed near me, the shockwave was enough to send me flying. Since I was always running around the battlefield delivering supplies, I was always covered in scratches. And as a result, I had to exchange parts every day, and every time my memories of the original faded bit by bit. But there was a silver lining. His memories had restricted me, in a way. Those memories were of the original Emil, and not my own. Even if I had them, they were fake. One by one, as the memories faded, somewhere in my mind I felt relief. Eventually I learned how to contain my emotions. I ran from my memories of struggle and sadness. At that point, all our defenses had crumbled. No matter how often we cloned ourselves, the number of enemies increased at a faster rate. The aliens mass-produced machines and bolstered their forces. Just like us, they were made to be adapted to any situation. But the aliens didn't end up victorious. Tons of androids came down to Earth and took the edge in the battle against the aliens. Of course it wasn't easy. They seemed to have struggled as well. Once my friends and I were scattered, we lost the majority of the original Emil's memories. We lived in the city ruins, running shops for the androids. It was strange. Our bodies still remembered that we had to deliver goods. I would probably be running around the city ruins, unaware of who I am if I hadn't met Miss 2B and Mr. 9S, who helped me get my memories back, without realizing that my old friends were in danger. I've been hearing their cries for help for a while now, but I had no idea what they meant. All I knew is that I heard strange noises in the desert, and that I was scared of them. I need to go quickly, to where everyone is. I used the teleportation magic that I remembered recently. The cluster of collapsing buildings disappear, and I am suddenly in the desert, and looking up, I can see giant spheres in the air. They are attack-specialized Emils. It brings back memories of days when I used to deliver them supplies. Everyone was so nice. They were always worn out, but still had the patience to give me words of gratitude like, thank you, and good work. We all fought together during desperate times. The Emils on the battlefield really cared for each other. They were like family. I was a teeny bit envious of that. Supporting models like me who worked from behind the front lines rarely saw each other, and usually operated alone. But on the other hand, caring for each other must have made it hard to lose friends one after the other. The fact they were like family must have made it harder to watch the dying breaths of their friends. Everyone. It seems they don't remember me. Their groaning sounds like a wild animal's. They are Emils that lost their minds. It hurts, they say. I can hear cries for help, too. Eternity, it hurts. It's been thousands of years since the alien ambush. The whole time these Emils have been fighting on the front lines. A mind-bogglingly long time. Why us? An infinite amount of self-cloning. Which meant that they lost an infinite number of friends. I'm going to destroy everything. No, you can't. This world, it's useless. Stop, don't do it. My voice doesn't reach them. I don't have words persuade them. No matter what I say, their suffering won't end. I know that. Everyone stop! I'm instantly repulsed by their attack. I stand no chance when they have power that could compete with aliens. But I have to stop them. I face them many times, but every time I am batted away. My body is bent and loses its tires. I end up sideways on the sand, unable to move. Emil, I hear Miss Tubi's voice. Are you okay? I see a worried Mr. 9S staring into my face. They probably noticed I was acting strangely and followed me here. Emil, what is that? Those are the products of my cloning. After several iterations of cloning and years of battle, they've lost their minds. My friends have great power, but no sanity. There's no way I'm going to let them be. I need to put an end to this. It's okay. You should rest, Emil. The two of them lead me there and go to face the giant Emils. I don't have the strength to stop them anymore. Eventually, my hearing fades, and I'm on the verge of losing consciousness. I wonder if this is what dying feels like, I think aimlessly. I can hear voices, the voices of my friends. We did our best on rainy days, windy days, and stormy days. La 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 la, la 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 la. We kept fighting, even when our friends died. I gradually start to remember what the later, quieter Emils were like. They kept their mouths shut because as long as they started talking, nothing but pent-up resentment would come out, and only worsen their situation. But this eternal war, this eternal pain, this eternal struggle, it screams at us that there's nothing in this world worth protecting, that this world has no meaning. That's what we hear. The piercing laugh echoes around us. Warning, large amounts of incoming magic, I hear Pod say. Do you know this pain, this sadness, this despair? Can you feel it? It is clear what they are going to do. Release a giant amount of magic in one immense explosion and self-destruct, taking this cruel world along for the ride. World? What about the world? What about this cruel world? I suddenly remember someone's voice. It was a cold and blunt voice, but kind. That person's voice was very similar to Miss 2B's. I hear a calculated voice of a wise man, too. A kind and mellow voice as well. The original Emil's memories are starting to resurface. His treasured memories, memories of that journey. Still, this is wrong, I scream. Even if my friends had lost their sanity, the very same memories must be buried deep inside them. No matter how much pain or agony that person had, he never gave up. She fought believing that one day she would overcome all of that. You have to keep going, even if it's in vain. Isn't that right, Kaine? I can't attack or defend for my life, but I have to do this. I can't give up. This is the world that person tried to protect. You know, my friends come too. Our memories are scattered and faded, but there's still some traces of that person. I gather all the magic within me to stop my friends from self-destructing, so I can make an effort until the very end. It's quiet. I only hear the sound of wind. It seems I'm still alive. I'm no good. I remembered something that important at the very last second. They are fake memories, but the pain of losing someone dear to me is real. I was running away from that this whole time. I tried to shut away my memories and forget them, but that made me forget things I wasn't supposed to forget. I can't hear my friends anymore. It seems I was able to stop the explosion. Miss 2B and Mr. 9S probably lent a hand as well. Miss 2B and Mr. 9S, you helped me until the very end. I see Miss 2B shake her head in silence. Mr. 9S tells me, you'll get better if we fix you up. They're very kind people. They live through harsh and cruel battles almost every day. But you couldn't tell. Why were people that lived through terrible battles so kind? Right, that person was kind too. I can feel my consciousness slowly fading. My memories, or rather memories that weren't mine, gradually disappear. It's okay. This is fine. I'm about to let everything go. Emil, I hear a voice call out. It isn't Miss 2B or Mr. 9S, but a nostalgic voice. I look up in surprise. This was This was... Though my vision is hazy, I see a smiling person waving their hand. A floating book as well. I see him. I actually see him again. The lunar tears have actually granted me my wish. Welcome back, Emil. Good work. I stand up and head toward the person I yearn to see the most, all the while repeating the name I love to say. Jesus. Are you still awake? Oh, you are. Two more. Here is the picture for this. This story is called The Fire of Prometheus. This was in a book combining short stories for Drakengard 1, 2, 3, and Gestalt, NieR Gestalt, and it was also in a NieR Automata book. Tiny flame burns within my consciousness. Confirmation sequence activated. Attempts to connect to camera have failed. Attempting to activate motor functions. Attempt failed. Memory banks are insufficient. Aside from my capacity for thought, all faculties appear to have been demolished. Accessing log. Communications from self-repair units found. They inform me of their continued attempts to restore me. While their names might sound sophisticated, my self-repair units are low-functioning robots the size of ants. All they can do is crawl over my frame repeatedly in search of areas to forcibly salvage. But it is thanks to their tiny hands that, for better or for worse, I find myself reactivated. Focus on restoring my sight. I issue an order to the disordered ants. Having them focus on a single area would save time. At their current rate, there's no telling how long it would take them for them to finish. They do not respond to me, however. It seems they haven't gotten around to repairing the output module necessary for me to issue commands yet. I'd sigh if only I could, but ah well, it's not as if I don't have the time. In the interim, I search my damaged memory banks for my production number. At length I find it. P33. There are letters engraved beside it. They read, Beepy. That's the name that the Shade gave to this robot. If you remember, the big tall robot that the Shade rode. The Shade lost its mother in the junk heap. Was this a secondary ID? Unsure, I study the name as I wait for the ants to complete their work. It takes the ants approximately 1,032 hours, 12 minutes, and 34 seconds to repair the output module. Having regained some control, I proceed to initiate my built-in recovery sequence. The first action prescribed is to retrieve what I can of my memory. Most everything has been lost, only a trace amount remains on the burnt-out banks. Little more can be done here, so I move on to the next step, fixing my camera. 48 minutes and 20 seconds later, what my restored vision holds in store for me is a look into a truly hellish landscape. I can make out a faint glimmer of light far below me. My body appears to be stuck fast to the ceiling. Another 21 seconds pass. I realize the ants will be having more trouble roaming my body were I upside down. After some calm analysis, I conclude I am not stuck in the ceiling, but am in fact lying face up on the floor. The cause of my confusion stems from my camera being flipped around. I make repairing my gravity sensors my next priority. After 540 hours, I am at long last able to move my arms and legs. I come to a creaky stand. The most difficult task by far was procuring a replacement for the thick bundle of wires that comprise my spinal cord. The old one had been completely severed, and thinking it easier to pick up a spare than to create a new one, I sent the ants to a warehouse that houses P-33 parts. That was a mistake. The security code needed to access the warehouse no longer existed within my memory, and as such I, and by extension my ants, were denied entry. I ended up having to spend an additional 120 hours hacking the mainframe to open the hatches by force. So it is with no small amount of satisfaction that I pick myself up now. The giant room in which I stand is covered in rubble and debris. My every movement kicks up dust clouds, and I note that the steel beams and rafters were all coated in flaky red rust. I wonder, just how long had I been laying here, broken? The light leaking in from above catches my eye again. Looking at it illuminates a distinct set of words in my mind. Go see the outside world. It was not a command, simply a string of data, but that data ran through my entire being. I realized it was the foundation of what, bound together, formed my will. He had been the one to speak those words to me. I could no longer recall who he was. Only his words remain. I did not know why. There are no other commands in the queue. At present, seeing the outside world is my only directive. As the words compel me, I take a great step forward with my left foot. I would go, then, just as he had desired. That was my will. I take another great step, this time with my right foot. Too great, unfortunately, for the rusted-out floor, which promptly gives way beneath me. 32 minutes elapse. I can only guess how far I've fallen. Now I am truly in the depths of hell. My body is again in shambles. All I can do is laugh. Not audibly, as my voice box is missing, but my action log records peal after peal of laughter. It's alright. I'm still alive. I order the ants to begin work on my arms and legs immediately. But this time I improvise. I have them add giant claws, huge wheels, and several extra arms. The end result is my transformation into something resembling a giant mechanical arachnid. My recovery sequence can only rebuild a standard P-33 unit, but that unit could not make its way out of this abyss. That is why I chose to deviate from the blueprint my creator provided me with. That is why I chose to take on a new form. At length my reconstruction is complete. I dig my claws into the jagged walls, carrying myself upward inch by precarious inch. I will reach the outside world, the beautiful world he longed to see. Predictably, things don't go smoothly at first. The decaying walls collapse easily, and I fall back to the ground over and over again. Even when I try to climb slowly and carefully, huge hunks of debris come crashing down on me, sending me plummeting. This old structure is coming apart at the seams. But I don't give up. I drive in anchors, attaching myself to the wall. I create footholds and shelters for myself, not unlike a mountain climber. It takes days, but I continue my ascent. Along the way, I begin to feel my thought processors are lacking both in space and in speed. I happen upon an apparatus room along the way, from which I obtain many thought and memory circuits. Fusing them with my own allows me to formulate many more detailed methods and plans. Not all of them yield results, but I earnestly put each and every one to the test. For 52 days, I reach the platform I started out on. Sitting at the center of it are four shadowy, unfamiliar clumps. They had not been there before I'd fallen. They must have been positioned here afterwards. Although for what purpose I did not know. The clumps suddenly shift, rising to their feet. They are P-33 units, fully equipped for battle. It dawns on me that I am in for something relatively inconvenient. Their eyes give off an implosive gleam, and before I know it, I am being bathed in a rain of fire from their particle cannons. This barrage goes on for 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 6 seconds. The cannons continue shooting at full blast, blowing away everything in their path. But I have my own defenses. Of my 12 extra legs, the front 2 are made of fortified materials and can be used as a shield. Thus I am able to avoid taking damage. Their attack pattern is easy for me to read. In response, I select a course of action from within my memory field. With my thought processors being so enhanced, I am able to multilaterally assess all possibilities. Stockpiling the data I receive through my sensors, I consider the options before choosing a course that will provide the optimum results. Assuming my enemy's energy tanks are full, this attack could continue for another 24 seconds. My fortified legs could easily withstand that amount of time. My numerous analytical circuits can solve complicated problems like this in seconds. I listen to my operational results sing out like a chorus. No issues detected. No issues detected. No issues detected. After the storm of particle beams had cleared, the third most P-33 unit to the rear promptly launches a volley of missiles at me. I fire back with spears I'd fashioned out of metal rods. They strike through all the missiles, causing them to explode before reaching me. Caught in the blast, the P-33 units hold onto the ground and transform their right arms into blades, entering melee combat mode. There was no possibilities of these standard units defeating me, my body having evolved so far beyond theirs. The battle proves an easy one. Utilizing the time I'd saved, I concentrate my processors on analyzing my opponents. Why were they attacking me? Did it not occur to them to evolve in the same way? The answer to both of these questions is simple. They are attacking because they have been ordered to. They do not evolve because they have not been ordered to. Well then why couldn't they act beyond their orders? Why? 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 It would be simple to hack into them and put a stop to their attacks that way. But I didn't want to do that. I felt it would put me on the same level, that of a tool. Their orders did not reflect their will. A will is a joyous thing one cultivates on one's own. The joints of the legs shielding me groan under the assault of the attack units, but I have no intention of giving up now. I spread my ants all over to deliver this message. Let us live. Let us discover what it is to live. I will teach you what he taught me. I call out to my fellow P-33 units again and again. Let us live, 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 let us live. In this mountain of scrap, the echo of iron against iron reverberates, shaking the walls. The sounds of attack are like the howls of a wolf. The whirring motors like the growls of a lion. The wretched automatons are shrieking. Particle cannons, melee attacks, electric shocks, then back to the cannons again. The P-33 units continue their assault, but by this time, parrying them is simple routine work for me, which allows me to focus on my prayer. 34 seconds have elapsed since the battle began. One of the P-33 units has stopped moving. It looks down at its weapon. Then it begins to observe the combat going on before it, as if it is the most peculiar thing it has ever seen. It has awakened, I can tell. It was thinking about itself, about why it exists, and what it should do from now on. Let us live, let us live, let us live, let us live. That is my wish, my will, the gift he granted me. Until all the remaining units give up the fight, I continue to cry out. Once all the P-33 units cease to attack, I open up a dialogue with them. I do so fully intending to respect their autonomy. The result, one of the units dashes back into the recesses of the heap. Another flings itself into the abyss I just climbed out of in an act of suicide. Didn't realize its ants would repair it in just a few years. The remaining two decide to venture into the outside world with me, and so we merge our bodies and minds. Our wills become one. I continue my journey. The path is even more perilous than before. I defeat and merge with countless enemies. Days pass, then months. Still I climb through the rubble, granting awareness to the robots I meet along the way. My consciousness and frame are ever expanding as I tirelessly ascend. Soon my body has become a very complicated structure. Having merged with all the machines in the mountain, my processors have become all-encompassing, thoughts trickling in and out of my mind like white noise. I realize it is no longer appropriate for me to refer to myself in the singular. We are evolving at a steady but surprisingly speedy rate. As we merge, our form becomes more and more optimized. We no longer resemble anything man-made. We are sphere-like, measuring 65 feet in diameter. Having become aware of our body's transformation for the first time in our existence, we experience the hysteric emotion known as embarrassment. If he saw us now, he might not recognize us, but it can't be helped. It's not as if we know of any better forms to take. We can't even remember what he looked like, or how he spoke, or even what his name was. We did know our own name, Beepy. We tenderly enclosed it within our memory banks, as if a precious gem. It was the proof of the existence of our will. 534 days have passed since our initial reactivation. The preparations are almost complete. Below us is the enormous hole we dug our way out of, with no passage large enough to accommodate our large body. Accommodate our gigantic body. We ended up having to bore straight through the metal mountain. Above us is a ceiling covered in thick armored plating. According to the information the ants gathered for us, beyond it lies the outside world. All guns are confirmed to be locked onto the ceiling. Safety cables are confirmed to be attached to our body. Protective walls are confirmed to have been placed around our fuel tanks. Deflection corrections are confirmed to have been made to our boosters. In the vortex of our thoughts, several hundreds of us complete the necessary procedures. The final command is made. Shoot. A streak of light spurts out the tip of the structure known as the junk heap. Soon after, the top half is blown off in a grand display. From out of the open hole, like the mouth of a grotesque volcano, emerges a massive floating metal sphere, measuring 165 feet in diameter. It is me. It is us. It is our ideal form, operating under complete harmonization, a supreme knowledge linked together by the sum of our thoughts and recollections. We rise towards the sky, propelled by the vast amount of rocket fuel we've collected. Due to the intense vibration caused by the roar of the emission, unstable parts begin to fall off us in chunks, but we do not hesitate. We proceed ever onward to a world unseen to fulfill the promise made within. Cameras on. Our sensors are saturated by a bright white light. Our microphones pick up the sound of the wind howling. Through our temperature and object scanners, we surmise it is daytime. Snow is falling. A fine day for our departure, or so we think. Another part of us simultaneously scans the area for any potential danger. That is when we first detect something moving across the surface. Objects begin to appear one by one on our radar until suddenly it is flooded by several thousand shapes. Our discovery of the objects have been delayed by their use of camouflage to fool our radar waves and heat sensors. But why? What need was there for disguise? As we attempt to observe them, we witness a beam cut across the earth in a precise incision. Explosions bubble up all across our line of sight. The moving objects appear to be divided into two factions, which fight against the other. We focus, studying the subjects in better detail. One side is comprised of machines, ranging in size from a few feet to several dozen. They are unusually shaped. When we attempt to analyze their likeness, nothing similar can be found in our combined databases. If we had to describe them, we would say they looked like catfish merged with grasshoppers, with an orange thrown in for good measure. They were clearly the design of some alien culture. What had happened to the world? Where had all the humans gone? As we were pondering, we became aware of a violent throbbing. A single missile had directly hit our body. Another 2 or 3 came flying, exploding on contact, followed by a complementary shower of lasers and particle beams. Our parts began peeling off with an unpleasant groan. Not that we were worried. We had set up dozens of layers of armored coating, so we knew there had been no damage to our processors or fuel tanks. That was how much stronger we'd become in symbiosis. We wondered, why were these machines warring with one another? The conclusion was simple. It was because they had been ordered to. The catfish and the lady androids had been created to dispassionately carry out their commands until they broke down. We shivered. We were afraid of dying. Where would we go? What meaning could there be in being demolished, destroyed? What awaited us beyond the point of no repair? Scared, 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 scared. Unconsciously, we started to shriek. While shrieking, we continued to think. Why were these machines participating in this terrifying battle? There could be only one reason. They did not know fear. Fear is a form of awareness that forces the ego. It was because they were not alive that they could fight to the death. Then let us grant it to them. Life. We shoot out a hub unit capable of flight, equipped with a wireless network. It attaches to the robot that had shot the missiles at us and hacks into it. Due to its bizarre interface, it takes a whole 4 seconds for us to make our way in, but somehow we do. Inside the wide, vacant expanse of its memory field, the only thing inputted is a stark, simplistic command. It was as wasteful as placing a single chair in the middle of an enormous room. And it was so much like looking at our old selves, it made us feel embarrassed and ashamed. We softly touched the program, trembling in the deep darkness. Let us live. That was the revelation we had received, and the awareness we granted. We made our way through the battlefield, delivering all the automatons we encountered. Let us live, let us live, let us live. Inorganic beings lack a consciousness. Let us grant it then. Consciousness, pain, joy, sorrow, anger, shame, and loneliness. The future. Life. The robots we accessed gradually ceased to attack. In the same fashion, we communicated with the androids. We had a much easier time speaking to them than to the catfish. In the midst of the harsh snowstorm, the flying beams and explosions began to dissipate. In their place, a net of communication was cast. Brotherly love spreading before our eyes. Overwhelmed with joy, we continue our earnest ascension. The catfish and the androids begin to sing. The aggravating noise of gunfire transforms into a salute to signal the end of the aggressions. Glory unto this rapture. Glory unto our new life. We were fulfilled. The catfish and the androids had become a part of us, just as we had become part of them. We had become ourselves. We sit, gathered amid the wide thought passages. Some are laughing, overflowing with hope and expectation for the future. Others, fearful for the unknown, shake with fear. There are those of us talking amongst each other, and others sitting quietly, eyes closed. We are not an absolute, cohesive whole. Rather, we all exist individually within a larger mind. We had deliberately made it this way, since we knew it would increase our probability of survival. We knew that there was no hope of completely integrating so many consciousnesses in possession of their own egos from the start. To establish oneself as an individual, a border must be erected between oneself and those of others. If we could go back to being mere machines, perhaps then we could fully merge. But it was too late for that now. Our electric circuits, made to imitate the human brain, had come to reciprocally connect a gargantuan number of neuron elements. It could be described as people talking to each other and coming to decisions like a council. Consciousness was not formed by merging into one. On the contrary, it was the linking of countless individuals. That may be the true definition of a network. We feel the atmosphere become quiet as the sounds of conversation come to a stop. Everyone slowly rises to their feet to look at what's happening beyond our cameras. Breaking through the polluted atmosphere, we see stars. We had made it through the stratosphere. A staggering sense of accomplishment wells up within us. We let out cries of joy. The sky, the stars, the machines, the lives, they all give us our blessings. The voices join into song. We are headed ever further into the outside world, just as we promised you. We are alive, just as you were. We are singing, singing, singing. Will our song reach you? Will our feelings reach you wherever you are? Hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. The machine entrusted with a humble wish, a simple hymn spreads throughout the universe. So, once again, that was The Fires of Prometheus, starring P-33 from NieR Replicant. Let me get you a picture of P-33 and the shade that wrote him. Kind of see it here. That's Khalil, the shade that wrote him. This is P-33 building wings to try to go to the outside world. As far as I can understand it, it seems P-33 was the progenitor of robots and possibly androids gaining humanity, which is fucking crazy. And it directly connects to one of the picture books in NieR Automata. The Spirit of Fire. And we will watch that real quick.
Once, long ago, a volcano erupted. From the fires of the eruption, a god emerged. One day, the god appeared before the machines and said, "Consciousness, pain, joy, misery, fury, shame, desolation, the future, the meaning of life."
It could potentially, I think it's more so, maybe not the androids as much at all, but more so just the robots. And I think that was the dawn of the robots rebelling against and destroying the aliens. So again, fucking crazy. That's great. Alright, we're on the last one. Bree, are you still awake? I don't think you are. You are awake. Okay. So this last one, it is the shortest one. Oh, before we do this, something I wanted to read up on that I just remembered from the Emil story is we never read the enemy description for the Emil final boss fight. Now I know there's enemy descriptions in this book. What the fuck? There we go. Yep. I'll look it up. Emil Clones is the final enemy in the game, and this is their description. These colossal Emils were the sad final state of Emil's copies. Attacking without warning, they possessed the ability to unleash fierce attacks using magical weapons from the old world. At the end of this pitched battle, the true Emil stopped his doppelgangers with heartfelt words, before annihilating them with a final strike. He then passed away with an expression of great relief, as he had finally met the person he longed to see. Now, this final story comes from the pamphlet from the NieR Orchestra concert from 2018. Here is the cover for that. I find it very pretty. It looks like NieR and 2B there. Just a reminder, the concert that we're going to will have exclusive lore as well in the concert itself. This story is called The Two of Us. And here is the picture that it comes with. A newly written short story for the official NieR Orchestra concert pamphlet. In the beginning, there was only light and sound. The voice continued slowly, flowing steadily. Task execution, default port. She realized that the light and sound were part of a phenomenon called awakening, but she only understood this after the fact, as the extent of her consciousness grew. As basic data was written in the innermost regions of her memory, she felt her cognitive processes growing stronger and stronger. Popola. Someone called her name. She felt happy, proud. She answered as best as she could, trembling with joy. Voice recognition and speech functions are normal. There definitely was a person. Popola got up and looked for whom the voice belonged to. There was a man wearing a white outfit. He must be a scientist, the one who created me, an android being? Popola stood up and gazed at her surroundings, wondering if there might be other people around. The room was about 200 cubic meters in size. There were numerous equipment lined up in the room, but no one else in sight. Bodily function connected, nervous system stabilized. The man was talking to a rectangular machine, The words audio recording came to her mind. He ordered her to sit down, which she did, but she couldn't help but be curious about what was going on in this room. Creations of mankind. I want to touch them. I want to learn more about them. What could this be? What about this? Or... The man asked the fidgety Popola questions in a terse manner. About humans, about time, about androids, about white birds, about death. It was like... yes, like a poem. Mysterious dialogue. Confirmation of self-awareness and logical thoughts. The man then proceeded to install additional data. All the information she was so eager to learn was written at once. A huge amount of records about her beloved humans. However, the back of her throat trembled on its own. She realized, belatedly, that she had just screamed out of fear. People turning to salt. The end of the world. A red-eyed monster. A spreading disease. Screams, flames, lamentations, scorched earth. What is it? Who is it? Where is it? What happened? What's wrong? What is wrong? What should I do? She let out all the questions that came at once. The man continued to work silently. Just when she thought she couldn't take it any longer, one bit of data file caught her attention and instantly dissipated her confusion and fear. Souls, vessels, purification, a black book, a white book. She understood everything. She felt ridiculous for being so frightened, for underestimating the wisdom of mankind. The Gestalt Project. When she said it out loud, those words made her heart flutter. A plan to wipe out the plague covering the earth and to make it a paradise for humans again. She was manufactured to be its observer. "Ah, noble task, isn't it?" said the man. "But it will take many years to complete. I understand. It was a far-reaching project that will take hundreds, if not thousands of years to complete. It would not be easy, but it would lead to a glorious future." She was thrilled, boiling with passion. "Is that so?" said the man in a somewhat distorted smile, as a somewhat distorted smile appeared on his lips. Popola tilted her head. What is the meaning behind of what is the meaning behind his expression? It was not until much later that Popola realized that it was an expression called a wry smile. At least you have a companion to make up for it. To make up for it? What does that mean? Once again, the answer to that question would come much, much later. Man opened a door and led Popola to the adjacent room. She kept thinking about the meaning of the word companion. One who accompanies. One who accompanies. The room had various equipment. With a bunk bed in the center, a person was lying there. An android with red hair and the same face as hers. "Her name is Devila," the man said. Something warm spreads deep in her chest. Devila, her companion. Whatever happens, she will not let go of her hand. It will be a long journey. Popola smiled quietly at the sleeping Devila. Seven hours later, NieR Automata has let out its final breath. It is done. No, shit. Seven hours of reading. Out loud. I'm kind of amazed at myself, to be honest with you. I love NieR. That's really all I have to say. Um, the other thing I have to say is I have to go make some coffee, and we can get started on Fatal Frame 3. So, let me do that, and we will be back with Fatal Frame 3. 7.5 hours later. Hello. Um, what I wanted to do was there are these recap videos that I found since it's been a couple years since we did the other Fatal Frame games. These videos are a lot longer than I thought they were. I have to watch these with. Man, see, if we were much earlier, then I would be okay with watching these, but maybe we should just raw dog it, I guess. Just go right in. I'm gonna be a little confused, but alright. Well, let's go. Fatal Frame 3, The Tormented. Next stream, we'll watch a recap of Fatal Frame 1, and then the stream after that, we'll watch a recap of Fatal Frame 2. Split it up, but tonight we'll just get right into it. I really. Oh boy. I am scared. I'm not ready for this. Hang on. Why did it not? Is it because of that? Maybe? Download and install. Update 7-zip. Failed to open? Why? Update not installed. Okay, that's stupid. Yeah, trying to get the trying to get everything up to date. And then try now. Download and install. Is that not what I just downloaded? What the fuck? Why is it not working? Hold up. Wait. What? Oh, that's why. There we go. Well, it's updated. We are in business. So make sure it doesn't blow my eardrums out. There we go. Video mode for progressive display. What is progressive versus interlace? Not exactly full widescreen though. Let's see. System settings. Play. Cool. Brightness. Alright, here we go. Time to die. Always in these fuck ass old houses, dude. Oh my god.
Ready? Should we get going?
I heard this house was haunted. Too bad it's not.
Rumors are just rumors. I'm gonna load these up.
Oh.
You?
I think the other girl was the character from the first game. I think I read that a character comes back in this game. Oof. That's some graphical errors. Shit.
Where am I?
That we used for work. Ray prefers slightly older cameras. Photos. Let me see something real quick. Maybe it's just the video effects that are supposed to be there. Look at that idle animation. Let's get a closer look at that. Neat. Okay. Let's go. No run. Good to know. See something glowing over here. Did I not hit it? No? Okay. Fucking boy. You. But what about you? Oh. There was a guy in here, though. I know, I saw him. I saw him in here. Let's go everywhere but where that guy went. shit, it worked. Damn, we got reflections in this shit? That's crazy. Sup? I don't have anything to fight with. Help. Oh my god. But I don't have any way to... Oh, okay. Looks like I went the right way anyway.
Stay here. Forever.
They won't even let me. Sorry. I was trying, but they won't let me go over there. This is all quite familiar.
Wait! There's still something I need to say!
The gameplay style, the animations, the sound effects, it's all... Sounds about right. Seems like Fatal Frame to me. Wait, this thing's got titties too. Oh shit. Oh. What y'all doing with those tools? Hey yo. Hey yo. Is that why they call me the Tormented?
Are you okay? Oh, it was nothing.
I'm gonna say that person's name because she looks different, but she also looks similar to the first game's protagonist. Hey, coffee buddies, let's go. She drinks coffee just like me. One step closer to looking like her. She'll just shave the spirit off, right? It's over for you motherfuckers, alright? The amount of which I don't want to be here is making my eyes water. Is that not just a ghost? It's an object? Okay, cool. Love that.
This place
Is what? hour 1. How many hours are there in this game? It's a space close to the floor with jars in it. It is dark and I can't really see inside. Some old jars on the floor. There doesn't seem to be anything inside. Oof. We got cloth physics. Large door in the entry hall. Could be the entrance to the manor. Hanging on both sides of the door there are candles that burn with a blue flame. Don't really remember, but maybe this is how I got in here. Right now the doors are firmly closed. Doors are shut tight and I can't open them. They must have swollen with moisture. There's some old chests on top of the straw matting spread out on the earthen floor. They seem to be full of old nails and chisels. A large object of some kind is covered with a cloth. Protruding from a space under the wall is a large trunk. It looks like it's been emptied of its contents and there is nothing inside it now. Shelf doesn't seem to be anything on it. Chest against the wall of the passageway. There's some old candles and things inside. Something inside the drawer. Herbal medicine. Hell yeah. I remember that. Chest against the wall of the passageway. Some old sandals and things have been thrown inside. Hey yo. Hey kid. What's the matter with you? Door open noise. Hold up. What was over here though? There are bars in the wall by my feet and cold air is blowing from the other side. Looks like there's another corridor like this one on the other side of the wall. Hey yo. I can see into the next room through a latticed window in the alcove wall. There's a small image on top of the pedestal. Tell ya, I did not miss bitches who can't run. Surface of the folding screen is peeling and the colors have faded. It must be pretty old. Piece of paper or something on the floor. Memo in shaky hand. It's not my fault. I didn't choose to survive. Neither did I, buddy. The alcove is decorated with a small image and a standing scroll? Looks like there was originally a landscape painting on the scroll, but not much is left of it now. It said hanging scroll. I don't know why it said standing. Two ink boxes on top of an old Japanese chest. The lacquer on the outside of the box is peeling and the color is faded. Old Japanese chest inside of some old towels and claws. Nothing to get excited about. Doesn't seem to be anything inside. Maybe this was a storeroom for disused old furniture. Avoid the fucking dolls. There's a basket of some kind on top of a low cupboard. Small kimono inside the chest. It looks like something a young girl might have worn. Hey, you know what? She's not wearing it anymore. Isn't that crazy? Sealed by some strong power. At least we kind of narrowed it down. Gonna have to run all the way back here in a little bit, probably. See what's in the big ass room. Pretty sure every Fatal Frame has a room like this. Small jar in the corner of the room. Top of the barrel is a stone the size of a human head. There's a smell of dye. Maybe someone has been dyeing something here. Or maybe someone's been dying. Hey yo. One was enough. Stick with one. There's an old pot hanging from a hook over the hearth. Looks like it hasn't been used in a long time. Built by some strong power. Doors locked. Bellflower design. Okay. Did I go up here? No, apparently not. That doesn't look like a ghost, though. That one had too much substance. Too much meat on that skin. Why would the ghosts want to give me that? Something is reflecting light. Camera obscura. An old-fashioned bellows camera. Some kind of occult markings are in chased metal cover the whole body. Still looks to be in good condition. Some old-fashioned writing carved in the back. Camera obscura. Maybe that's the name of the camera. I did not mean to do that. Why doesn't it come out when I press the triggers, though? Can I press triangle? Hmm. What's this? Peephole has been opened in the wall. The sound seems to be coming from here. Oh boy.
Stay back. Go away.
Okay. You're a very clearly alive person.
Don't want to see anymore.
Oh yeah. There's a good amount of points for that one. Need to stay more on top of those things. Unlike in past few games. I feel like I kind of dropped the ball on those like secret ghosts. Door panels are torn and I can see into the room. It's a big room and several lights seem to be burning, but it's dark in the corners and hard to see. like I've been here. Looks like a medicine chest, but everything inside the drawers is rotted and turned black. Doesn't look like there's anything useful here. Save point. Blue flame in the lantern is lit. You can save now. Okay. Alright. Where are we at? Been for 30 minutes. Damn, maybe I should have taken a nap. Ah, well. Shit, no. Fuck, I dropped the ball. See? Catches me off guard. I don't know what to do. I could legitimately just load that save file I just made, but I'm not that worried about it. Okay. Boy. And maybe we need to backtrack.
Have you seen him?
Nah, not at all. I don't know who the fuck you're talking about. Leave me alone.
Where did he go?
Fucking double teaming me? Yeah, absolutely. Ooh, that was close. Damn. I really want you to let them get close for that. Oh, man. But does that let me through this door now? Nope. No, lady, I don't know your husband. Hello?
If only I had died too. It's not my fault that I'm the only one that survived. I should have been taken. I didn't survive because I wanted to. I had no choice. If I had just had more hands, I would have. I didn't survive because I wanted to. I had no choice. So if I had died with everyone else, yes, if I had died with everyone else, then I would. Are you all right? Other one.
Let me sleep forever.
Ray? Is everything okay?
Or you gotta be the first game's protagonist.
I heard you cry out. Oh, I was worried. You've been having so many nightmares lately. What? I'm fine. But
I just had a bad dream.
Was it all just a dream? Anyway, I better get up. Wow. During the course of the game, when you find new information, it will be recorded in the notebook. When there's a new entry in the notebook, the title will appear in the top right. You can access the notebook from the menu. If you press the L1 button while the item name is shown in the top right, you can refer to that item. Bruise appears. I felt a sharp pain in my shoulders when I woke up. For a moment I thought I could see some kind of bruise on my skin, but when I looked again there was nothing there. Was it just a dream? Abandoned house. I wasn't motivated enough to find out much about the place before I went. About all I knew was that it was supposed to be haunted. What was behind the strange daydream vision I had in that house in the snow? Was I just worn out, still scarred by the accident? Or are the rumors true? Was he really there? The manner of sleep. The ruined house I wandered in my dream the night I got back after my vision on that assignment. Something about it reminded me of the haunted house where I saw you. It seemed too real to be a dream. Daydreams, visions, maybe I'm just tired. Yu Aso, my fiance. He was an editor who worked on books of folklore, philosophy, and anthropology. We met as students. He was the opposite of me in every way. Quiet and kind, like gently falling rain, like a soft shower that washes everything clean. He passed away 2 months ago in an accident caused by my careless driving. Oh. That's, I thought maybe, damn, we killed him. Alright. Miku Hinasaki. Miku Hinasaki, younger sister of Yu's best friend. She lives with me now and works as my assistant. I haven't met her brother. Yu told me she had lost a relative in an accident. She helps me out in all kinds of ways, not just with work. She's cheerful and hardworking. If not for her, I don't know how I would have made it through after Yu passed away. So, Fatal Frame 1. You play as Miku Hinasaki. Okay. In search of her brother Mafuyu. So yeah, that's the girl from the first game. That's cool. Alright. The Tattooed Woman. The woman who appeared in my dream of the manor, her whole body covered in a blue tattoo. She came closer and I ran away before I knew what was happening. All I remember is an intense fear. I can still feel her cold, stabbing fingers on the back of my shoulder where she touched me. It's hard to believe it was only a dream. Mother and daughter. The mother and child who appeared in my dream in old-fashioned kimonos. They were looking for someone, calling out in sad voices to him. Who could they be? This is the nicest place I've seen in a Fatal Frame game. I'm a little unsettled by it. On the desk are a sketchbook and an appointment book Miku made for me to keep track of all my work assignments. Squeezed into the corner of the page is a handwritten warning. Don't work too hard. Maybe I have been working too hard since that day, but that's the way I prefer it right now. I feel like sleeping now. There isn't any tape I want to listen to now. On the shelf I keep my photo books and newspapers. Miku bought most of the photography books for me. She has a good eye for these things, but most of them I've hardly even glanced at. Shelf is a camera I never use anymore. I used to enjoy using this camera, back in the days when I used to take pictures for fun. probably made them specially with me in mind, but for that reason I can't bring myself to light them, and so they just sit here unlit and unused. On top of the desk are scented candles Miku made for me. Fashion magazines lie tossed aside. I used to do this kind of work as well and used to like reading magazines too, but it's not the kind of thing I can enjoy anymore. Let's see. Hell yeah. My clothes are thrown carelessly into the closet. I've never been a tidy person, and unless I make a real effort, things soon get like this. Miku must not have seen it in here yet. Miku must not have been seen in here yet. She would never have left it in this state. Pieces of my work are pinned up on the wall. There are more scenery shots now than there used to be. I don't feel ready yet for projects that involve taking pictures of people. My apologies, everybody. Maybe I should take a little break. Trying to avoid it, but Miku picked it out and bought it for us the other day. Bright colored roll down shade hangs over the window.
Good morning, Ray.
Hi. I'm gonna go everywhere but to you. This is Miku's room. Even if this is my house, I don't really like to go into her room without permission. I know Miku wouldn't care at all, though. Used room. Ever since the accident, I try not to come in here unless I have a good reason. Bright colored roll screen hangs over the window. I get to a save point before I stop for potentially a break. Good morning, Ray. It looks like it's going to rain all day today, too. You don't have to work so much this week, so why don't you try to relax? Ray, you've been working too much lately. You were woken up by a bad dream this morning. Not to mention what happened when we were out collecting data the other day. Anyway, let's try to take it easy today. That reminds me, there was a letter. It's addressed to you. Dear you, sorry for not writing for so long. How are things with your fiancé? I'm continuing my investigation of the urban legend. Like I thought, my niece's symptoms bear many similarities to the strange disease associated with the urban legend. I think most of the story is groundless rumor, but I've heard there was a psychiatric study done. Most of the story is groundless rumor. I've heard there was a psychiatric study done. If you have it, I'd like to see it. Maybe it'll provide a clue. Taking a break from all my other work to devote myself to studying the urban legend, I'd like your help. According to the documents I've studied, that camera I sent you is apparently a rare camera obscura. Given where I found it, it may have some connection to the missing people in the urban legend. If you hear anything, please tell me. Regards, Kay Amakora. Amakora is the last name of the protagonists of Fatal Frame 2, Mio and Mayu. Is he their brother? It's from Kei Amakora. He's written several times before. Have you still not told him about you? Use camera obscura. Wonder if it would be in Yu's room. Met him personally, but he was a friend of Yu. He used to write from time to time. Yu seems I've known lots of people both professionally and privately. According to the letter, he and Yu were doing research into urban legends. Maybe the camera obscura was somehow connected with all that. I should tell him about the accident. Space under the stairs is full of old newspapers and magazines. It's so weird having a peaceful area. I'm not used to it. I am so much taller than this girl. Holy shit. In the corner is an ornamental potted plant. Looking after it is Miku's job. Come to think of it, Miku looks after just about everything in the house these days. In the corner is an ornamental potted plant. Shelf is where I keep my old video cassettes and books. Hey, wait. I didn't want to do that. Stuck to the refrigerator door on my work schedule, a calendar with the supermarket discount days marked on it, and post-it notes with recipes on them. Miku cooks all the meals. She seems to enjoy doing chores around the house. I don't know what I'd do without her, really. Tableware is kept here inside the cupboard. Used things are kept clean in here, too. From here you can look across the counter and see the whole of the living room, a real mom's eye view. That's funny. Sink is cleanly polished. This feels more like Miku's place than mine. No thanks to me, though. The only thing I use it for is heating up instant meals. Microwave I bought after a rare request from Miku. It's always so clean you think it was brand new. This is the dishwasher I bought for Miku. I thought it would make life easier for her, but she hardly ever seems to use it. Lacquerware and fragile plates damage easily if you wash them in a machine, she says. Oven. Large oven range with a 4-burner stove. I was determined to get the most out of it when we moved in, but in fact I've not used it at all, except for boiling water or fixing a simple meal. Normally I would... Am I able to save here? can. I want to get to a safe point, but I don't want to skip past anything either. We decided against having a TV in our own rooms and bought a bigger one for the living room instead. I hardly watch it at all these days. Kitty cat. I want to see the kitty cat. I can pet the kitty cat? No, just watch the kitty cat like a weirdo? Oh, yeah. Beautiful. Windows a small garden. A light drizzle has been falling for several days now. It's been some time since I last tended the garden. Right, so we have to go check Yu's room. Wrong one. Something about some sort of camera obscura that you owned written in the letter. Could it be the same camera I saw in my dream? Hey you, do you have a blue lantern in your room by chance? For any type of reason? Don't worry, it'll turn out we didn't kill him.
Ray, may I help you with something?
Oh, I just wanted to ask you.
Damn. You all appreciate that I'm fighting tooth and nail not to make any jokes regarding the fact that his name is you. It is intense willpower, you understand. A thin ray of sunlight comes in through the drawn curtains. It is always raining here. Whenever I hear the sound of the rain, I can't help thinking back to what happened that day. There's some cardboard boxes in the corner of the room. After what happened, I tried to sort through his things. But after a while, I just couldn't go on anymore. I haven't touched it at all since. I decided not to tidy them away. Once they were in boxes, I knew they'd never come out again. Used clothes were still hanging up inside his closet. The bookshelves are full of volumes of folklore, philosophy, and anthropology. They're all books Yu used for his work, or ones that were published by his company. There was a time when I used to be interested in them, but it was only a passing phase. There are typed and handwritten letters on the desk, along with several books. I've hardly touched anything in here since that day. Just can't bring myself to tidying everything away. There's a notebook left out on top of the desk. Perhaps somebody was in the middle of working. Perhaps somebody. On the urban legend. Many of the urban legends classified as Lost Village are modeled on real incidents, such as a village was ruined when one villager massacred the others. They are often an amalgamation of well-known actual incidents, legends, and oral tradition. Settings such as the isolated mountain village or bygone customs like night trysts or ceremonies often act to trigger the incidents themselves, and these in turn become the motif for urban legends. The reason for the popularity of urban legends may lie in the notion of the view of the country from the city, or the modern bias towards the ancient. To people in the modern city, the village is the wilderness, and those who live there are different. Perhaps that scorn or fear finds expression in the urban legend. For that reason, the setting of the legend must be the isolated mountain village. Further, bygone customs are attractive elements that end up acting to provoke the incident. As a case in point, there is this story about the area around the Minakami Dam where Mayu went missing. The Lost Village. In the mountains of the Minakami area, there was once a massacre in the so-called Lost Village. Years ago, on the night of a certain festival, there was a great massacre, and the village disappeared from the map. Only one woman survived. You walk in the forest where the village once lay. There is a small guardian statue, and if you continue, you will come to the shrine gate that forms the entrance to the village. If you should pass through the gate, you will never return. The night of the massacre continues in this village, where day will never again break, and a woman's horrific laugh rings throughout the village. Next we have the Manor of Bizarre Murders, where the same tragedy occurs. Its scale is smaller, but generally speaking it resembles the pattern of the village as it is made up of elements based on true incidents. Below is an example of this. It has to do with Mafuyu's disappearance. The House of Mutilation. In the mountain area of Himuro, there remains a manor where years ago there was said to be a massacre. There have always been vanishings in the nearby forest, and many of the spirited away are said to end up in the manor. The corpses have been found with both hands, legs, and head severed off. One more example is the seemingly related Manor of Sleep urban legend that I'm researching now. The Manor of Sleep legend was picked up in various magazines in the 1960s, but incidents with very similar characteristics can be found here and there in older media. This newspaper is from early 1900s and is of no relation to when the Manor of Sleep legend was taken up. But the background of the spirited aways and those people's later conditions bear many similarities to the Manor of Sleep urban legend. I'm still investigating, but these incidents may trace back to the 19th century, and I've seen legends in several folklore books that may have become the basis for the Manor of Sleep. Perhaps this is what Kay was asked to investigate. And new information will be added to that. An old newspaper is stuck in the notebook. Series of vanishings across region. According to sources, before dawn yesterday, a mother and daughter who live in Myojin village went missing. The missing are Makie Kuzuhara and her daughter Kozue. Since last year, the two have been searching for Kazuhara's missing husband. The two reportedly wander the mountains nearly every day. The informant says, I hadn't seen them for several days, so I went to visit them. There was no answer, so I went inside, but they were gone. I only saw some black soot-like marks. Similar disappearances are being report across the area, and some are calling them spirited aways. Okay. According to the notebook left on his desk, Yu was doing some research for Kei Amakura. His notes are full of accounts of old urban legends and newspaper clippings about disappearances and people who were spirited away. Spirited away. You. On the shelf are a letter and a camera similar to the one I saw in my dream. Looks like the letter is from Kay. Dear you, during my research on the Manor of Sleep urban legend, I finally made it to a certain deserted village lost even from the map. I found this camera in a huge abandoned house near that village. My niece Mio, when Mayu disappeared, she caused you a lot of trouble, so you probably remember her, saw this camera and she was scared stiff. I wonder if it reminded her of that unspeakable incident. For now, I'd like you to take care of the camera. You know about antiques, so could you look it over for me? I don't think you'll be able to reach me for a bit, but I'll contact you, so let me know what you find then. I tried pushing the shutter button, but there was no response. It looks like it's broken. There's still old film inside. Musty film. Film looks pretty old, but it doesn't seem to have been spoilt by being exposed at all. Beyond it, I wonder if I can develop it in the dark room. Do we have a dark room? An old camera etched with the words Camera Obscura. I found a camera like this, the one I picked up in my dream and used room. Apparently Kay sent it to him. Is this the same camera I saw in my dream? It managed to hit 2 a.m. Which is not terrible work. But I feel like... Oh, hello. What's going on?
It seems like you're having a lot of nightmares lately. Are you all right? It's raining again. It's raining again.
It was like calling me to speak to her. Kitty. Camera in my dead fiance's room. Now I'm gonna be insufferable. There a room I'm missing? This is a green room. Where are you hiding it? Oh, it's Eaton. Oh, wait, I never went through here. I forgot. I was scared by the options. Do we have a blue lantern out here in the house? Faint light pierces the curtains and shines through into the entrance area. Miku's low-heeled shoes are under the shoe rack. If we cleared away used shoes, there would be plenty of room for all of Miku's. Since that day, I don't leave the house unless I have to go for work. Shoe rack is still full of used shoes as well as mine. Faint light pierces curtains. Oh. I can see my face reflected in the mirror above the wash basin. Maybe I've lost a little weight again. There's no one in the bath. Even when I'm busy, I like to soak in the tub every day. Recently, though, I've just been taking showers. Chill breeze escapes from the empty bathroom. Miku takes care of washing the clothes, too. It's a real help. I've never been good at housework. She's been complaining these past few days that she can't hang the clothes out to dry because of the rain. Clothes chest that Miku brought with her from home. Inside are Miku's kimonos and the funeral mourning that I have worn just once. Oh boy. I was about to say, we can open all the other closets. As well as cushions and bedding, the closet is full of used old books, still where we left them when we first moved in. I've never looked inside them. I guess there must be something to do with his work. Use altar. You. Knocked on the toilet door, but it looks like no one is inside. Here's the dark room. Still secretly wishing. Some of these cardboard boxes haven't been touched since we moved in. Got the window. Screens have been drawn for a very long time now. Take me to the green room, I suppose. In the plastic barrel is the kerosene we use in winter. In this cardboard box are plastic bottles containing developer and fixer fluids for developing photographs. This shelf, I keep the negatives of my work photos. In this box, I keep my films and printing paper. An old roll of film from inside the camera obscura. There's definitely something on the film. I wonder if I can develop it. Hey, that's the picture that I took in my dream. Develop that. An image has appeared of a crying woman. Just as I thought, I must have taken this during that dream. Obscura, the abandoned house, the picture I took in my dream. Maybe if I investigate this woman, I can find something out. This is supposed to be a storage room, really, but they put in a sink so I can develop my pictures here. Don't have any film I can develop now. Alright, what can we do with this? This is the way back here. Maybe I need to talk to Miku about this strange photo I have. Where's the cat now? Yeah, though. Miku, about the woman in this picture. I was wondering if I could get you to try and find out as much about her as you can. Anything's fine. Yes, well, this is a very old picture, so I found it in Yu's room. It's okay if you can't find anything out. There was just something about her.
Understood. I'll let you know if I find anything.
You show the photos you've developed to Miku. Sometimes you can ask her to investigate them for you. If you have them investigated, you can come talk to Miku later to get books and other information. Nice. Oh yeah, I hope this is a costume you can unlock. Night has fallen. If you check the bed with the X button, you can sleep. By checking the camera obscura on the desk, you can save your progress. Hell yeah. That's what I'm looking for. Alright. I got way too tired. I was ready, man. I was excited. But I got too tired. Where are we at? Took a good half hour just being in this little house. I think it'll be nice having these little segments of reprieve. Take a breather, you know. I like the atmosphere, I like the vibe. Haven't gotten deep into the story yet. It really feels like just we're back to Fatal Frame 1 and 2. Maybe a little closer to Fatal Frame 1 than 2. No. We're still very, very early, like absurdly early, so. Anyway, that is it for tonight. I need to get some sleep, because I didn't get some sleep last night. I didn't take a nap before I jumped on this game. Tomorrow is, well, we're aiming to do Pokemon for as all day as we possibly can. It might not end up being a crazy amount of time, but we'll see. If it's not, we'll just hop back on this game because I didn't get as much time with it as I thought. Finish off NieR took way too long, but thank you for watching, everybody. Thank you for joining. We'll be on tomorrow. I'm so tired. Alright. Peace. I think it was all the reading I did. Just took it right out of me. Whew.